Dear friends, only full books are published here. Enjoy.
Chapter 1: The Proposal She Didn't Expect. The rain had a quiet way of softening the city. It fell not in harsh sheets, but in gentle threads, like whispered secrets drifting from the sky. The streets glistened beneath amber streetlights, and the world seemed to slow, as though even time itself had decided to rest. Elena Markovich stood beneath the narrow awning of a small bookstore, clutching a paper bag close to her chest. Inside were 3 novels she had been saving for weeks to buy. Tiny treasures, carefully chosen. Her shoes were damp, her coat slightly too thin for the lingering chill, but there was a softness in her expression that suggested she didn't mind. She had always been this way. Quietly content. Soft around the edges. The kind of person who found warmth in small things. A passing car splashed water near the curb, and she stepped back instinctively, pressing herself closer to the glass door behind her. The bookstore had already closed, the lights inside dim, shelves stretching into shadows. She exhaled slowly. I should have brought an umbrella, she murmured to herself. The rain didn't answer. But something else did. A black car pulled up across the street, its engine barely audible beneath the hush of rainfall. It didn't belong to this part of the city, not with its polished finish, not with the quiet authority it carried. Elena noticed it only vaguely at first. Then the door opened. A man stepped out. He didn't rush. He didn't hesitate either. He simply moved, as though the world naturally made space for him. Tall. Impeccably dressed. His coat dark, his posture straight, his presence unmistakable. There was something cold about him. Not unkind, not cruel, just distant. Like winter before the first snowfall. Elena looked away quickly, instinctively. People like him didn't belong in her world, and she had learned long ago not to stare at things that weren't meant for her. But footsteps approached anyway. Slow. Measured. Stopping just in front of her. She froze. Miss Markovich. His voice was low. Calm. Certain. She blinked, confused, and turned. Yes? He studied her for a moment, not rudely, not curiously, but with a kind of quiet assessment that made her feel as though she had just stepped into a story she hadn't agreed to be part of. You are Elena Markovich, he repeated. Yes. She adjusted her grip on the paper bag. Do I know you? No. The answer was immediate. Unapologetic. A strange silence followed, filled only by the sound of rain tapping gently against the awning above them. Elena gave a small, uncertain smile. Then, how do you know me? His gaze didn't soften. I've been looking for you. Something in her chest tightened. Not fear, exactly. But something close to it. She hesitated. That's a little concerning. For the first time, something flickered in his expression. Not amusement. Not quite. But almost. You don't need to be afraid, he said. That, somehow, didn't help. She glanced toward the street, as though expecting someone else to appear, someone who would explain this strange, quiet moment. But there was no one. Only the rain. Only the dim glow of streetlights. Only him. I think, she said carefully, you might have the wrong person. I don't. The certainty in his voice was immovable. Elena swallowed. Then, what do you want from me? The question lingered between them, fragile and uncertain. For a moment, he didn't answer. He simply looked at her. And in that silence, something shifted. The world seemed to narrow, the sound of rain fading into the background, the air growing heavier, not with tension, but with something deeper. Something unspoken. When he finally spoke, his voice was even quieter than before. I want to make you an offer. Elena blinked. An offer? Yes. She let out a small, nervous laugh. Look, I don't know what kind of misunderstanding this is, but I think. Marry me. The words fell gently. Soft. Almost calm. But they shattered everything. Elena stared at him. The rain continued its quiet rhythm, as though nothing extraordinary had just happened. I'm sorry, she said after a long pause. What? Marry me. He didn't raise his voice. Didn't repeat himself with emphasis. He simply stated it again. As if it were the most natural thing in the world. Elena felt as though the ground beneath her had shifted. That's not funny, she said, though there was no humor in her tone. If this is some kind of joke. It isn't. Then what is it? She searched his face, looking for something, anything, that would explain this absurd moment. But his expression remained composed. Controlled. Unreadable. I will provide for you, he continued, as though discussing a business arrangement. You will have financial security. Stability. Anything you need. That's not, she shook her head, stepping back slightly. You can't just walk up to someone and ask them to marry you. I just did. That doesn't mean it makes sense. Her voice rose, just a little, before she caught herself. The quiet street seemed to amplify everything, even the smallest emotions. She took a breath. Tried again. Why me? It was the only question that mattered. And for the first time, he didn't answer immediately. A pause. Brief. But noticeable. Because you're suitable. Elena frowned. Suitable? Yes. The word felt wrong. Cold. Like something chosen, not felt. And what does that even mean? It means, he said evenly, that you meet the conditions I require. Her stomach twisted. This isn't a job interview. No. He held her gaze. It's more important than that. The rain softened again, as though the world itself was listening. Elena hugged the paper bag closer to her chest. You don't even know me. I know enough. That's impossible. It isn't. Something in his voice made her pause. Not warmth. Not kindness. But certainty. And somehow, that certainty was more unsettling than anything else. People don't just marry strangers, she said quietly. People do many things, he replied, when the circumstances are right. And what circumstances are those? He took a small step closer. Not threatening. Not forceful. But enough to make her aware of the space between them. You need stability, he said. Your job barely covers your expenses. You have no family to rely on. And you've been trying to keep everything together on your own. Elena's breath caught. How do you? I told you, he said softly. I've been looking for you. A chill ran through her. This wasn't random. This wasn't a mistake. This was intentional. Carefully planned. And suddenly, the rain didn't feel as gentle anymore. I don't understand, she whispered. You don't need to. That's not an answer. It's the only one you'll get. Silence settled between them again. Heavy. Unavoidable. Elena looked down at the paper bag in her hands, the books she had saved for, the small pieces of comfort she allowed herself in a world that often felt too large. This was something else entirely. Something she hadn't chosen. Something she didn't understand. And yet. What happens, she asked slowly, if I say no? He studied her for a moment. And then. Nothing. The answer was simple. Unexpected. You walk away, he continued. Your life continues as it is. No threats. No pressure. Just truth. And somehow, that made it harder. Because there was no obvious reason to refuse. No visible danger. Only uncertainty. And something deeper. Something she couldn't quite name. Elena looked up at him again. At the man who had appeared out of nowhere. At the man who spoke of marriage like it was a transaction. At the man whose eyes held something distant. And something else, buried too deep to reach. Why does this feel like a bad idea? She murmured. For the first time, his gaze softened. Just slightly. Because it is, he said. Her heart skipped. And you're still asking me to do it? Yes. Why? A pause. Longer this time. More fragile. And when he finally answered, his voice was quieter than the rain. Because I need you to. The words lingered. Not cold. Not calculated. But honest in a way she hadn't expected. Elena felt something shift inside her. Not trust. Not yet. But curiosity. And perhaps, something else. Something that whispered. This will change everything. She swallowed. Took a breath. And looked at him again. Can I think about it? His answer was immediate. Yes. Relief washed over her, though it didn't settle completely. How long do I have? As long as you need. That surprised her. You're not in a hurry? I've already waited long enough. There was something in the way he said it. Something that hinted at a story she couldn't see. Not yet. The rain began to slow. The city breathed again. And for a moment, everything felt still. Balanced on the edge of something unknown. Elena nodded slowly. Okay. He reached into his coat and pulled out a card. Simple. Elegant. He handed it to her. My contact information. She took it carefully, as though it might disappear if she wasn't careful. Thank you, she said, though she wasn't entirely sure why. He stepped back then, creating space between them again. The distance felt different now. More intentional. Good night, Miss Markovich. Good night. She hesitated. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. He paused. Just for a second. Then. Adrian. He didn't offer more. No last name. No explanation. Just Adrian. And then he turned, walking back toward the waiting car. The door closed softly behind him. The engine hummed. And just like that, he was gone. Elena stood there for a long time. The rain finally stopped. The world returned to normal. But nothing felt the same. She looked down at the card in her hand. At the name written in clean, deliberate letters. Adrian. And beneath it, a life she had never imagined. A choice she had never expected. And a question that would not leave her. Why her? She didn't know. Not yet. But something deep inside her whispered that the answer would change everything. And somewhere, far beyond the quiet street and the fading rain, Adrian sat in the back of the car, his gaze fixed on nothing. His expression unreadable. His thoughts, anything but calm. It's begun, he said softly. Not to the driver. Not to anyone. Just to himself. And in his voice, there was no hesitation. No doubt. Only something cold. And something dangerously close to breaking. Because this wasn't just a proposal. It was a plan. A carefully constructed path. One that had started long before tonight. One that would lead somewhere neither of them could yet see. And one that would not end the way he expected. Chapter 2, A Marriage Without Love. The rain never truly left Elena's thoughts. Even days later, when the sky had cleared and the city returned to its usual rhythm, she still felt as though she were standing beneath that quiet awning, caught between the life she knew and something vast, uncertain, and waiting. The card remained in her coat pocket. She hadn't thrown it away. She hadn't called either. Instead, she carried it with her like a question she wasn't ready to answer. Her mornings were unchanged. The small apartment still greeted her with silence, the kettle still hummed softly on the stove, and the narrow window still let in pale light that stretched across the worn wooden floor. Elena moved through her routine with quiet precision. Warm water. Chia seeds. A simple breakfast. Each step familiar. Grounding. But something had shifted. Her mind wandered more than usual. Lingering. Returning again and again to a voice she barely knew. Marry me, asterisk. She would shake her head at herself, as though trying to dismiss the memory. But it didn't fade. It settled deeper. At work, the kitchen was loud, alive with heat and motion. Pans clattered. Orders were called. Steam curled into the air like restless ghosts. It was a different world from the quiet streets she walked home at night. And usually, it helped. Usually, the noise drowned everything else out. But not this time. Elena, focus. She blinked, startled, as her colleague nudged her gently. Sorry, she murmured, adjusting the plate in front of her. You've been drifting all morning, he said. Something wrong? No, she replied quickly. Too quickly. He raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. Just tired, she added. It wasn't a lie. But it wasn't the truth either. The truth was a man she didn't understand. A proposal that didn't make sense. And a choice she couldn't ignore. That evening, the card felt heavier in her hand than it should have. Elena sat at the small table near her window, the city lights flickering faintly beyond the glass. She turned the card over slowly. Once. Twice. As if something new might appear. As if the answer might reveal itself if she looked long enough. Why me? She whispered again. There was no response. Only silence. And the quiet hum of her own thoughts. She didn't remember deciding to call him. It wasn't a sudden moment. No sharp shift. Just a gradual realization that not calling felt impossible. That unanswered questions had a way of growing louder than fear. Her fingers hovered over her phone. Hesitated. Then pressed the number. It rang once. Twice. Then. Yes. His voice. Immediate. As though he had been expecting her. Elena swallowed. It's me. I know. Of course he did. A small, nervous breath escaped her. I was wondering if we could talk. A pause. Then. We are talking. She almost smiled at that. Almost. I mean, properly. Another pause. Longer this time. Tomorrow, he said. I'll send you the address. And just like that. It was decided. The building was unlike anything Elena had ever entered. Glass and steel. Quiet, but not empty. Every detail deliberate. Every corner polished. She felt out of place the moment she stepped inside. Her shoes echoed softly against the floor. Her reflection followed her in the glass walls, small, uncertain, real. A woman who didn't belong here. Miss Markovich. She turned. He was already there. Waiting. As if he had always been part of this space. Adrian. The name felt more solid now. More real. You came, he said. You said to, she replied, though her voice held a quiet steadiness she hadn't expected. He studied her briefly. Then gestured toward a hallway. Come with me. The room he led her into was simple. Minimal. Large windows. Soft light. No unnecessary details. It felt controlled. Like him. Elena stood near the center, unsure where to sit. You can relax, he said. I'm trying. That flicker again. Almost amusement. Sit. She did. Carefully. her hands resting in her lap. Her heart beating just a little too fast. You said you had questions, Adrian began. Yes. Ask them. Straightforward. No hesitation. She took a breath. Why me? Again. The same question. But this time, she wouldn't let it go unanswered. He didn't respond immediately. His gaze shifted slightly, as though considering something beyond her. Then. Because you are not connected. Elena frowned. Connected to what? To anything that would complicate this arrangement. The word arrangement settled heavily between them. That's not an answer, she said quietly. It is. No, she shook her head, it's not. You're choosing a person, not a contract. His eyes returned to hers. Sharp. Focused. This is a contract. The words were calm. But they carried weight. Elena felt it. Deep in her chest. Then say it clearly, she whispered. What is this, really? A long silence followed. The kind that stretched. That tested patience. That revealed more in its absence than words might have. And then. A marriage in name. Her breath caught. No expectations beyond that, he continued. You will have your own space. Your independence. Financial stability. You will not be required to love you, she finished. He didn't flinch. No. The simplicity of it stung more than she expected. Not because she wanted to. But because he had already decided she wouldn't. And you? She asked softly. What do you get out of this? There it was. The real question. The one he hadn't answered before. The one he still didn't seem eager to answer now. His jaw tightened slightly. Barely noticeable. But enough. A necessary outcome, he said. That doesn't mean anything. It means everything. Frustration flickered through her. You're asking me to marry you without telling me why. I'm telling you enough. No, you're not. Her voice trembled. Not from fear. But from something stronger. Conviction. If this is supposed to be some kind of agreement, she continued, then I deserve to understand what I'm agreeing to. He watched her carefully. As though reassessing. As though something about her response had shifted the balance slightly. You will be protected, he said finally. Provided for. Given a life that is easier than the one you have now. That's not the same as understanding. No, he agreed. It isn't. Another pause. Then. But it's all I can offer you right now. Elena looked down at her hands. At the quiet tremor she hadn't noticed before. She had come here for answers. But all she had found were more questions. And yet. She hadn't walked away. What happens after? She asked. After what? After we get married. His answer came without hesitation. We live our lives. That's it? That's enough. It sounded so simple. Too simple. Like a story missing its most important pieces. And if I change my mind? She asked. At any point, he said, you are free to leave. That surprised her. You wouldn't stop me? No. Why not? Because I don't want something that has to be forced. His voice was quieter now. Less rigid. And for a moment. Just a moment. She saw something beneath the surface. Something human. Elena exhaled slowly. This doesn't make sense. I know. And you're okay with that? Yes. She laughed softly. Not because it was funny. But because it felt unreal. You're asking me to step into something I don't understand, she said. To trust someone I don't know. Yes. And you think that's reasonable? I think it's necessary. The room felt smaller suddenly. The air heavier. As though the weight of the decision had finally settled fully between them. Why me? She whispered again. This time, he didn't answer. Not directly. Instead. Because you won't ask for more than I can give. Her heart tightened. You don't know that. I do. Silence again. But different now. More fragile. Elena stood slowly. I need time. You have it. She turned toward the door. Then paused. One more question. He waited. If I say yes, when would this happen? His answer was immediate. Soon. How soon? Within a week. Her eyes widened slightly. That's not much time. It doesn't need to be. She nodded slowly. Not because she agreed. But because she understood one thing clearly now. This wasn't impulsive. This was planned. Carefully. Deliberately. Long before she had even known he existed. Okay, she said softly. And then she left. The days that followed felt quieter than they should have. As though the world itself had softened, waiting for her to decide. Elena moved through her routines again. Work. Home. Silence. But now, every moment carried an undercurrent. A quiet tension. A question that refused to settle. On the third night, she made her decision. The call was shorter this time. Yes, she said simply. A pause. Not long. But enough to feel. Are you certain? Adrian asked. No pressure. No insistence. Just a question. Yes. Another pause. Then. I'll make the arrangements. And just like that. Her life changed. The wedding was quiet. Almost invisible. No grand ceremony. No guests. No music. Just a room. A few signatures. And a promise that didn't feel like one. Elena stood beside him. Wearing a simple dress she hadn't chosen herself. Holding a future she didn't understand. Her heart steady. Not because she was calm. But because she had accepted the unknown. Do you agree? The officiant asked. She glanced at Adrian. His expression was unreadable. Unmoved. As though this moment held no weight at all. And yet, something in his eyes flickered. Brief. Gone before she could name it. Yes, she said. And with that, it was done. Mrs. Elena. The name felt unfamiliar. Unfinished. That night, she stood in a new space. A new home. Large. Quiet. Cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. "This is your room," Adrian said. "Not our room. Your room." She stepped inside slowly. Everything was perfect. Too perfect. As though it had been prepared long before she arrived. "Dinner will be ready at 8, he added. Routine. Structure. Distance. "Thank you," she said softly. He nodded. Then turned to leave. "Adrian." He paused. "Why does this feel like I just stepped into someone else's life?" A long silence followed. "Because you did." And then he walked away. Elena stood alone in the quiet room, listening to the soft hum of a life that wasn't hers. Not yet. Maybe never. And somewhere, deep within the silence, a truth waited. Unseen. Unspoken. But inevitable. Because this marriage was never meant to be simple. And love was never part of the plan. Chapter 3, His Hidden Reason. The house was quiet in a way Elena had never known before. Not the quiet of poverty, where silence came only after exhaustion. Not the quiet of a narrow apartment at dawn, when the city still slept and the kettle had not yet begun to hum. This silence was different. It felt designed. It moved through the hallways like a patient, invisible presence, touching every polished surface, resting in every high corner, settling inside every room until the whole house seemed to breathe in measured, careful rhythms. She had lived there for 4 days. For days since the wedding. For days since she had signed her name beside Adrian's and stepped into a life that did not feel as though it had been waiting for her, but rather as though it had simply made room. That was the strangest part. Nothing in the house suggested a wife had been expected. Nothing suggested she had not. Her room had been prepared with understated precision. Her clothes had been moved in without disruption. Meals appeared at regular hours. Doors opened. Lights dimmed. The staff, when she saw them, were respectful and restrained, never curious, never familiar. It was as if the entire household had agreed to treat her presence as both important and unremarkable. She still did not know which hurt more. Elena stood at the tall bedroom window with a cup of tea in her hands, though the tea had cooled long ago. Morning haze softened the city below, turning the streets into silver threads and the moving cars into patient glimmers. From this height, everyone's life looked orderly. Purposeful. Comprehensible. She envied them. Her reflection hovered faintly in the glass. A pale face. A loose sweater. Hair braided over one shoulder. She looked like herself and yet not entirely. There was a stillness in her now she did not recognize. Not peace. Something closer to suspension, as if her life had been lifted gently out of one place and set down in another before she had time to understand what had happened. She pressed her fingertips to the cold glass. It grounded her. That mattered more than she cared to admit. Behind her, the room remained untouched in that almost ceremonial way expensive rooms often were. The bed was smooth, the cushions arranged, the books she had brought from her old apartment stacked neatly on the side table as if they were decorative rather than beloved. Even the air smelled faintly of cedar and linen, unfamiliar scents that still had not become hers. She missed the smell of her old kitchen. Tea leaves. Soap. Toast. Rain drying on a coat draped over a chair. She missed not having to think about every silence. A soft knock at the door interrupted the stillness. Elena turned. Yes? It's me. Adrian. There was something about the sound of his voice through a closed door that made her spine straighten without meaning to. It was never loud, never harsh, and yet it always seemed to carry absolute shape. Nothing blurred around him. Not his words. Not his presence. Not the strange and unsettling effect he had on the atmosphere of a room. She crossed the space and opened the door. He stood exactly as she expected he would. Dark coat over a charcoal shirt, one hand resting at his side, the other loosely holding a phone he had probably stopped looking at moments before she opened the door. His expression was composed, unreadable, and almost unnervingly calm. In the soft morning light of the corridor, he looked less like a husband than like an idea of control given human form. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning." His gaze moved briefly over her face, lingering just enough to make her aware of it. Not invasive. Not careless. More like assessment, though gentler than that word implied. "I didn't see you at breakfast," he said. "I wasn't hungry." It was not entirely true. She had been hungry. But it was hard to sit at the long dining table across from him in the cool quiet of the morning, with silverware laid out in perfect symmetry, and pretend this arrangement felt normal. She had done it twice already. Today, she hadn't had the energy. Adrian nodded once. "I'm leaving shortly. There are meetings I can't postpone." "Okay." He should have left then. Usually, he did. He informed her of practical things when necessary, asked whether she needed anything, and returned the conversation to silence before it could become personal. But this time he remained where he was, and the pause between them stretched. Elena felt something in herself tighten. This could be another morning of careful distance. Or it could be the moment she stopped accepting it. "Adrian," she said. He waited. Not impatiently. Not warmly. Simply with attention. "I want to understand something." There was the smallest shift in his expression, not visible in any obvious way, but present all the same. A subtle narrowing of focus. A brace. "You've said that before." "Yes," she replied. "Because I still don't." A breath passed between them. "What is it you think you don't understand?" She held his gaze. "You." It felt reckless to say it so plainly. It also felt necessary. For a moment, he did not respond. The quiet between them was not empty now. It had shape. Weight. It made the hallway feel narrower, the distance between them more deliberate. Elena continued before she could lose courage. I've been here for 4 days. We live in the same house. We eat at the same table. We share a name now. She heard the slight tremor in her own voice and hated it, but went on anyway. And still it feels like I don't exist in your world. That's not true. The answer came too quickly. She noticed. So did he. It feels true, she said softly. His jaw shifted almost imperceptibly. That may be different. It isn't to me. He looked at her for a long moment. Not coldly. Not with irritation. There was something more difficult than either of those things in his expression. Something like restraint. As though whatever he chose to say next would cost him more than he wanted to spend. You wanted this marriage, Elena continued. You said you needed it. You said it was necessary. But you won't tell me why. You won't tell me what it means to you. I don't know what I agreed to beyond the visible parts. She swallowed. And I don't know how long I can keep pretending that doesn't matter. His gaze did not leave hers. You're right, he said at last. She blinked. It was not the response she expected. I haven't been fair to you. The words were simple. Quiet. But they reached her with startling force. Elena searched his face for irony, for deflection, for anything that would make the admission less real. There was none. Then explain it to me, she said. He was silent for so long she thought perhaps he would withdraw again. She had begun to recognize the rhythm of that silence, the pause before he gave her a partial truth, the pause before he stepped back behind whatever wall he lived inside. This isn't something simple, he said finally. I'm not asking for simple. I'm not sure you're ready for complicated. That isn't your decision to make. The firmness in her voice surprised them both. Something changed in his eyes then. Not offense. Not anger. If anything, the opposite. A brief, unreadable acknowledgement. No, he said quietly. It isn't. He looked past her into the room for a moment, as though the answer might be resting somewhere over her shoulder. I'll be late tonight, he said. For a second she simply stared. That's not what I asked. I know. Then why are you answering a different question? Because I'm choosing the right moment. The frustration that rose in her was slow and hot, not dramatic but steady. And when exactly is that? When it won't change everything. She gave a short, disbelieving breath. It already has. This time he had no immediate reply. The silence that followed was not victory. It did not feel satisfying. It felt like having thrown a stone into still water and realizing the ripples might travel farther than intended. His expression altered so slightly she might have imagined it. A small fracture in composure. A shadow of something weary. I'll be back tonight, he said, and this time the words sounded less like dismissal than promise. Then he inclined his head once and turned away. Elena watched him walk down the corridor until he disappeared around the corner. Only when he was gone did she notice how tense her shoulders were. She closed the door and leaned back against it, letting out a slow breath. She had wanted answers. Instead she had something worse, the certainty that the truth existed, that he carried it with him at all times, and that he had decided she was not yet allowed to touch it. What hurt, unexpectedly, was not only that he was hiding something. It was that part of her had begun to care why. She crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. Her tea was still waiting by the window, untouched. She picked it up, tasted it, then made a face and set it down again. Nothing about this life had flavor yet. By noon she could no longer bear the room. The house, for all its beauty, seemed built to direct movement without encouraging occupation. Hallways curved toward sitting rooms that looked ready for guests no one had invited. Bookshelves held volumes arranged more by aesthetic than use. Fresh flowers stood in low vases on tables, changed daily, their scent gentle and impersonal. Elena wandered through the ground floor with no real destination. Sunlight spilled through the tall windows in pale bars, catching in the polished floors. The staff passed occasionally, discreet and almost silent. No one stopped her. No one asked whether she needed anything. The freedom should have felt generous. Instead it made her feel like an observer in a museum of someone else's life. At the back of the house she found a smaller room she had not yet entered. It opened onto the garden through French doors and held none of the formal chill of the other rooms. There was a worn leather chair near the hearth, shelves actually crowded with books, a lamp with a crooked shade, and an unfinished stack of papers on a side table. The room felt used. Lived in. Adrian's, she realized immediately. She should probably have left. Instead, she took a few steps inside. The shelves drew her first. Unlike the decorative collections elsewhere in the house, these books had marks of use. Bent spines. Folded corners. Slips of paper tucked between pages. History, philosophy, law, finance, architecture. Poetry, too, tucked in unexpected places. She stood before the shelves longer than she meant to, surprised by the mixture. The poetry felt especially revealing, though she could not have said why. It was hard to imagine him sitting in the leather chair, reading lines written for sorrow or beauty. On the desk near the window sat a framed photograph turned slightly away, as though set down in haste. She did not mean to look, yet her eyes found it anyway. There were two younger men in the picture. One was unmistakably Adrian, though several years younger and without the cool hardness he wore now. He stood beside another man who was smiling openly, one arm slung over Adrian's shoulder in the easy confidence of long familiarity. Adrian was not smiling broadly, but there was something lighter in his face, something unguarded. Elena stared at the image. Who was he before he became this version of himself? The question had barely formed when she heard footsteps in the hallway. She turned quickly, heart catching. But the steps passed by the room and continued elsewhere. Only then did she realize her hand had lifted slightly, as if to move the frame closer. She lowered it. No. Not like this. She backed away from the desk and left the room, closing the door more gently than necessary behind her. The rest of the afternoon passed slowly. She tried reading in the sitting room and retained nothing. She tried writing a letter she had no one to send it to and tore the page in half. She stood for a while in the garden, where trimmed hedges and winter bare branches enclosed the space with elegant severity. The air was cool, fragrant with damp soil and clipped rosemary. In another life she might have loved this garden. Now it seemed another beautiful thing she did not know how to belong to. By evening the sky had deepened to a velvety blue-gray. Lights came on throughout the house, one by one, soft pools of gold against the gathering dark. Elena changed into a long cream cardigan and returned to the living room with a book, telling herself she would not wait for him. She was still there 2 hours later when the front door opened. The sound traveled through the house in a low echo. A moment after that, Adrian appeared in the doorway. He removed his coat, handed it to someone waiting discreetly beyond the hall, and stepped into the room. He looked tired, though on him tiredness showed not as disorder but as a slight heaviness around the eyes. "You're still awake," he said. "I couldn't sleep." He glanced at the book in her lap. "You haven't turned that page in 10 minutes. She looked down, surprised, as though the evidence of her distraction had betrayed her. "No," she admitted. He stood there a moment longer, as if deciding something. "Is something wrong?" Elena almost laughed at the absurdity of the question. So much was wrong, and none of it was easily nameable. Yet his tone held no mockery. Only quiet attention. "Yes," she said. He waited. "I don't like feeling like I'm living in the middle of something I don't understand." "I know." "Then help me." The words came out more softly than she intended. Not anger now. Not accusation. Something closer to weariness. Adrian looked at her for a long second. Then he crossed the room and stopped beside the sofa. "Sit with me." She shifted automatically to make space, though there was already plenty. He sat at a measured distance from her. Not far enough to suggest aversion. Not close enough to imply intimacy. It was precisely the kind of distance he maintained in everything. The room was warmly lit, the lamp on the side table casting amber light over the dark wood and pale upholstery. Somewhere deeper in the house a clock ticked. Rain had begun again outside, so softly it sounded almost imagined against the windows. "You want to understand," Adrian said. "Yes." "Then I'll tell you part of it." Her breath caught. "Only part?" "For now." She wanted to protest. To insist. But something in his face told her that pushing harder would close him again. So she nodded. "Okay." He leaned back slightly, his gaze drifting to the rain-blackened window. "There was a man," he began. Elena stayed very still. "He built something powerful. Something admired. Something that affected a lot of people." His voice was calm, controlled, almost detached. But there was something under the surface now. A fine edge. "And?" she asked. And he made a decision. A calculated one. It protected what he had built. That doesn't sound unusual. It isn't, Adrian said. Until you look at what it cost. She turned toward him a little more. What did it cost? He was silent long enough that she thought he might stop there. Then he said, very quietly, everything. The single word settled into the room with surprising force. Who's everything? She asked. His eyes stayed on the dark glass. Someone who trusted him. Elena waited. When he did not continue, she spoke again. You knew that person? Yes. The answer was immediate. How? Another pause. Since childhood. She looked at him in surprise. He gave no sign of noticing. He was younger than I was by 2 years, Adrian continued. Though people often assumed the opposite because he was the one who talked his way into every room and I was the one standing beside him wishing he'd be quiet for 5 minutes. There it was again, that fleeting sense of someone else inside him, someone with memory and humor and a life before this cold precision. It vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, but not before Elena saw it. You were close, she said. Yes. The word was simple, but the quiet weight in it said more than a longer answer could have. What happened? Adrian folded his hands loosely, his gaze lowered now. He believed in the wrong person. She frowned slightly. The man who made the decision. Yes. He trusted him? Yes. In business? A humorless breath escaped Adrian. In life? Elena absorbed that. He was family. A longer pause. Close enough. She let that remain where he had placed it. Whatever relationship he meant, it was clearly one with roots too deep to name casually. And this man, she asked carefully, the one who made the decision, what did he do? Adrian's jaw tightened. He shifted blame. For what? A collapse. Not public. Not dramatic. His voice was so controlled now it seemed to hold anger by being precise. A series of internal failures that would have been survivable if acknowledged honestly. Instead, he protected himself. Protected his position. Protected his name. And he let responsibility fall where it should never have fallen. On your friend. Yes. Elena's hand tightened on the closed book in her lap. What happened to him? Adrian did not answer at once. When he finally did, his voice was lower. He lost his work first. Then his credibility. Then, little by little, everything attached to those things. She waited, sensing there was more. He had a fiancée, Adrian said after a moment. A wedding planned. An apartment. Debts that made sense only as long as his future still existed in the shape he believed it would. He paused. When that shape disappeared, everything else began to follow. Elena stared at him. The room seemed smaller now. What did you mean when you said it took his life apart piece by piece? Adrian's expression did not change, but his eyes became distant in a way that told her he was no longer seeing the room. I mean, he said, that some forms of destruction are quiet. There's no single dramatic collapse. No one moment people point to and say, there, that was the end. It happens in layers. Calls that stop coming. Invitations that stop arriving. People lowering their voices when you enter a room. The strange humiliation of knowing innocence matters less than perception. He swallowed once. The exhaustion of trying to prove what should never have had to be proven. Elena felt her throat tighten. And the fiancé? She stayed as long as she could. The answer hurt in ways that had nothing to do with her. As long as she could, Elena repeated softly. She loved him, Adrian said. But love does not pay lawyers. Or debts. Or keep people from believing the worst once a story has settled into place. There was no bitterness in the words. That made them sadder. What happened to him in the end? At that, Adrian finally looked at her. His eyes were calm. Too calm. He died. The room went still. Even the rain seemed to recede for a moment. Elena did not move. How? Adrian's gaze held hers for only a second longer before sliding away. It wasn't an accident, he said. She understood before he said more. A cold, sorrowful shock went through her. Oh, she whispered. He said nothing. Elena's voice was careful when it returned. He took his own life. Yes. The word was almost soundless. For several seconds neither of them spoke. The revelation sat between them like something sacred and terrible, demanding space. At last Elena asked, "And you think this man, the one who made the decision, is responsible?" Adrian's eyes lifted again. I know he is. There was no anger in his voice now. Not outwardly. Something worse than anger had taken its place. Certainty. Elena tried to fit the pieces together. Your marriage to me, this has something to do with him? Yes. How? He leaned back, the movement slow, as if the next part required its own separate effort. He has a daughter. The words settled into her with delayed force. Elena stared at him. Then she understood enough to go cold. Me, she said. Adrian did not answer. He didn't need to. She heard the rush of blood in her ears. Your revenge is against my father. Still he said nothing. Her hands had gone numb around the book in her lap. She set it carefully on the table beside her because she was suddenly afraid she might drop it. My father, she repeated, and the phrase felt strange in her mouth. Detached. Distant. You married me because of my father. Yes. There it was. No denial. No attempt to soften it. Just the truth, at last. Elena stood. The movement was instinctive. Sudden. She needed distance, air, some physical answer to the heaviness pressing into her chest. She took 2 steps away from the sofa and turned back to him. You knew who I was. Yes. You sought me out because of him. Yes. And all this time, she stopped, because the sentence dissolved under its own weight. All this time what? All this time she had been trying to understand him honestly, while he had begun with a purpose she had never seen. He rose too then, though more slowly. I knew who you were, he said. I did not know you. That's supposed to make this better? No. The honesty of that answer stopped her more effectively than defensiveness would have. She pressed a hand to her ribs as if to steady herself. You should have told me before we got married. Yes. You should have given me the chance to refuse. His silence was answer enough. Tears did not come. Not yet. What she felt was too sharp and too stunned for tears. My father and I barely speak, she said, the words spilling out before she could decide whether she wanted to reveal them. Do you understand that? I haven't lived under his roof in years. I don't see him unless I have to. I took my mother's surname because I wanted distance from him and everything attached to him. Her laugh came out thin and incredulous. And somehow I still became useful to this. Adrian's expression shifted. She couldn't name the emotion in it, but it was not satisfaction. I know you were distant from him, he said quietly. She stared at him. You knew that too? Yes. Then why me? This time the question rang through the room with force. Why me, if I wasn't even close to him? If I had nothing to do with whatever he did? His answer did not come quickly. And that delay told her more than she expected. Because he still cared what happened to you, Adrian said at last. She blinked in disbelief. No, she said. You're wrong. I'm not. You don't know him. A flicker passed through Adrian's face then, something dark and exhausted. I know him better than you think. The certainty in his voice chilled her. Elena shook her head, trying to reject not only the words but what they implied. He hasn't cared enough to ask how I'm living. He sends money through assistants when it suits him and thinks that means concern. He forgets birthdays. He remembers appearances. That isn't care. Perhaps not in the way you wanted, Adrian said. But enough. Enough for what? Enough to be hurt by this? Yes. The answer fell like a stone. Elena turned away from him, walking to the window. The rain had strengthened, tracing long silver lines down the glass. Her own reflection stared back at her, pale and stunned. She felt foolish suddenly. Not because she had married him. That choice was too large to reduce to foolishness. Because some part of her, however small, had begun to believe there might be something in Adrian's reserve that was not entirely strategic. Something wounded, yes, but honest. Something she could eventually understand. Now she did understand, and it was uglier than uncertainty. Behind her, his voice came carefully. I did not choose you because you deserved punishment. She laughed once, quietly and without humor. That's a low bar. I mean it. She turned halfway. Then what did you choose me for? His gaze held hers. At first. He paused. Because you were the one thing in his life that could not be explained away as business. The truth was brutal in its clarity. She looked down. Of course. A daughter was not a contract. Not an asset. Not a merger to be spun or losses to be hidden behind. A daughter was personal. A daughter made consequence visible. The thought made her stomach twist. And after at first, she asked before she could stop herself. The question lingered in the room, more vulnerable than anything else she had said. Adrian did not answer. That, more than any words, was dangerous. Elena looked at him fully now. He stood a few feet away, still and composed as ever, but the composure no longer looked effortless. It looked held together. You said there was more than revenge, she said quietly. Yes. What does that mean? It means, he said, that I told myself I was making a controlled decision. A necessary one. And then I met you. The air seemed to alter. Not warmer. Not softer. Simply charged. She felt her heartbeat in her throat. That doesn't explain anything. No, he said. Not neatly. Then say it plainly. Something in his face tightened, as if plainness cost him more than complexity. I expected someone ornamental, he said. Or someone indifferent. Someone who would see this marriage for what it appeared to be and settle into its conveniences. His gaze did not waver. I did not expect someone who notices silence. Who asks honest questions instead of strategic ones. Who still looks at the world as if it might be kind, even after it has been careless with her. Elena went very still. These were not the words of a man untouched by her. They were also not enough. You still married me for revenge, she said. Yes. The answer struck with the same painful force as before. And you still kept the truth from me. Yes. She held his gaze, forcing herself not to look away. Do you regret it? For the first time since she had met him, Adrian seemed to have no immediate defense against a question. He looked at her in silence. 1 second. 2. 3. Then he said, I regret that you're in it. The answer was careful. True, perhaps. But not complete. That's not the same thing. I know. Do you regret marrying me? His eyes darkened slightly, not with anger but with something harder to bear. No, he said. The room fell still again. Elena had not expected the answer to hurt. It did. Because it was impossible to know what he meant by it. No, he did not regret marrying her because the plan still mattered. Or no, he did not regret it because something had already begun to shift. Either possibility left her unsteady. She looked away first. Somewhere in the distance thunder murmured low over the city. When were you going to tell me? She asked. I don't know. That's not true. It is. She turned back, incredulous. You had to know this would come out. Yes. Then when? He exhaled slowly. When I had figured out whether telling you would destroy the last useful part of what I had started. The words were ruthless in their honesty. Elena flinched as though struck, and he saw it. She knew he saw it. Useful, she repeated. His expression changed at once. That was poorly said. It was accurately said. No, his voice sharpened for the first time. It was cruel, and you didn't deserve it. She stared at him. The sudden edge in his tone, directed at himself more than her, unsettled her further. Then what did you mean? He looked away briefly, then back. I meant that I don't know anymore where revenge ends and everything else begins. The confession moved through the room like a slow current. Elena's breath caught. Everything else. He had not named it. Perhaps he could not. But it stood there anyway. She crossed her arms, partly for warmth, partly because she needed something to hold. My father, she said after a moment. Does he know? No. He doesn't know you married me? No. Why not? Because timing matters. She almost smiled at the coldness of that phrase, except there was nothing funny in it. So what happens? You wait until it hurts the most? His silence told her enough. She closed her eyes briefly. God. I told myself, Adrian said quietly, that he deserved something irreversible. Something personal. Something that would remain after the public consequences faded. She opened her eyes again. And I was that something. At first, yes. She swallowed hard. The honesty was almost unbearable because it left no room for denial, no comforting illusion to retreat into. He was not lying to protect himself. He was not softening the shape of what he had done. He was placing it before her exactly as it was and allowing it to wound him too. She hated that she noticed. She hated that some part of her understood how rare that kind of honesty was, even now. I should leave, she said. The words surprised her as they emerged, but once spoken they felt real. Adrian's gaze sharpened. Tonight? I don't know. You can, if you want to. There it was again, no attempt to stop her. No plea. No command. She almost wished he would make it simpler by trying. Instead he stood there and let the choice remain hers, even now. That made it harder. Elena looked at the sofa, the lamp, the rain at the windows, all the ordinary elements of a room that no longer felt ordinary at all. Why did you say yes when I offered? Adrian asked suddenly. She turned to him, startled. What? When I proposed. Why did you say yes? She almost laughed at the absurdity of the question. You're asking me that now? Yes. She shook her head, but after a moment she answered. Because I was tired. Her voice was quiet. Tired of surviving so carefully. Tired of thinking one bad month would undo everything. Tired of pretending I didn't want security just because I didn't want to need it. She paused. And because some part of me thought you wouldn't ask unless you were serious. I was serious. That isn't the same as honest. No, he said. It isn't. She looked at him for a long moment. Did you ever intend to hurt me? The question seemed to reach someplace deeper than the others had. No, he said at once. Even though you knew I would be collateral damage. Yes. That doesn't make sense. I know. He looked exhausted suddenly, and not from work. I built the plan around the idea that damage could be aimed, he said. Contained. Controlled. I told myself that because I needed to believe it. And now? His gaze met hers. Now I know better. The answer filled her with no comfort at all. They stood in silence while the rain moved restlessly over the dark windows. Elena felt wrung out, as though the conversation had pulled threads from parts of her she had not intended to expose. Anger was there, yes. Hurt too. But beneath them was something more dangerous, sorrow. Not only for herself. For the younger man in the photograph she had seen on the desk. For the friend whose life had been dismantled quietly. For the version of Adrian who had lived through that and built a colder self around the ruins. It would be easier if she could hate him cleanly. Instead she understood too much and not enough. At last she said, "What was his name?" Adrian knew immediately whom she meant. His face changed in a way she had never seen before. It was subtle, but devastating. The control did not vanish. It thinned. "Luca," he said. The name seemed to alter the air. Elena nodded once. "I'm sorry." The words were insufficient. She knew they were. But they were the only true ones she had. Adrian looked at her as if he had not expected sympathy from her of all people. Perhaps he hadn't. After a moment he said, "So am I." She believed him. That was the problem. She was still standing in the middle of betrayal, and she believed him. The realization unsettled her more than anything else had. "I need time," she said. "You have it." "I don't know what happens next." "Neither do I." There was no strategy in his voice now. No carefully arranged certainty. Only a stripped-down truth she had not heard from him before. She gave a small, tired nod. Then she walked past him and left the room. He did not follow. The hallway felt colder than before. The quiet returned at once, but it was no longer the same silence as earlier. Now it felt full. Not of answers, exactly, but of revealed fault lines. Inside her room, Elena closed the door and leaned against it. Only then did she let herself shake. Not violently. Just enough to register the delayed shock. Her throat burned. Her chest ached with the effort of staying composed. She crossed to the bed and sat down slowly. "My father." The words circled back again and again. She had spent years trying to keep that relationship at a distance. His money, his influence, his selective concern, none of it had ever felt like love. And now, even in her distance from him, she had been dragged into a consequence meant for him. She thought of the rare dinners they had shared in expensive restaurants where he checked his watch more than her face. Of the gifts sent on birthdays by assistants who said, "Your father wanted to make sure this arrived." Of the years after her mother died, when his grief had turned not toward closeness but toward greater absence. Had he cared enough for this to hurt him? She didn't know. That uncertainty made everything worse. Because if Adrian was wrong, then she had been used for nothing. And if Adrian was right, then her father had cared in some hidden, selfish way that had never once reached her when it mattered. Either answer felt like a wound. She lay back without changing clothes and stared at the ceiling. The house around her settled into night sounds, a faint shift of pipes, the distant click of a closing door, the persistent hush of rain. In another part of the house, Adrian was awake too. She knew it without knowing how. She wondered whether he was relieved. Whether truth, once spoken, had lightened anything in him. She doubted it. Eventually she turned onto her side and pulled the blanket around her. Sleep did not come quickly. When it did, it was shallow and filled with blurred images, a wedding room with no faces in it, a photograph she could not quite reach, rain on glass, a man she had never met disappearing down a corridor while Adrian stood motionless beside an open door. Elsewhere in the house, Adrian stood alone in his study. He had gone there after she left, unable to remain in the living room where her shock still seemed to echo. The room was dim except for the lamp on his desk. Papers lay untouched before him. Beyond the windows, the garden gleamed black and wet beneath the rain. He rested both hands on the desk and lowered his head. It was done. The truth, or enough of it, had entered the house. He had imagined this moment often in colder versions. Disclosure as necessity, as strategic fallout, as one more piece moving into place. He had not imagined it like this, her voice shaking when she said "you should have told me," or the way she went pale not for herself alone but for a dead man she had never known. He closed his eyes briefly. Luca. He rarely said the name aloud anymore. Not because he had forgotten it. Because saying it kept grief from becoming usable, and for years usefulness had been easier to live with than grief. He looked toward the photograph on the desk. It still stood slightly turned from where Elena must have seen it earlier. He noticed the change at once now. He almost smiled despite himself. Of course she had noticed it. She noticed everything. That had been the beginning of the unraveling, though he had not known it at first. Not the marriage itself. Not even the choice. The unraveling had begun the moment she looked at him not as an instrument of power or a man to be managed, but as someone she expected to answer honestly. No one had expected that of him in a long time. He straightened and walked to the window. Rain traced the glass in silver lines. Somewhere in the city beyond, men still moved money, influence, blame. Men like the one he had sworn to break. The vow had once felt clean. Now nothing did. He thought of Elena standing by the window, saying "my father and I barely speak." Thought of the disbelief in her voice when he said the man still cared enough to be hurt. Thought of the sharper wound that followed when she realized Adrian had known that distance and used her anyway. A low, humorless breath left him. He had wanted consequence. Instead he had created a human life inside his vengeance and then been surprised when it bled. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he said to the empty room. But intention, he knew better than most, did not cancel damage. He remained there a long time, the lamp behind him throwing his reflection against the glass. Composed. Controlled. And beneath it all, no longer certain where the man who had begun this ended and the man now standing in the rain-shadowed room began. In the bedroom down the hall, Elena finally slept. In the study, Adrian did not. And between them, in the quiet architecture of the house, the truth settled into its new place. It did not explode. It did not shatter anything all at once. It simply changed the air. From this night forward, every glance would carry more weight. Every silence would hold more meaning. Every moment of kindness would be suspect, and every moment of distance would ache with what had already been spoken. He had married her for revenge. Now she knew. And knowing, he understood something he had refused to see before. The plan had never been as controlled as he believed. Because the moment truth entered it, revenge ceased to be abstract. It became a room with two people in it. A marriage with no love promised and no trust left intact. A wound that had finally spoken its name. Chapter 4: The Distance Between Them. Morning arrived quietly, but nothing about it felt gentle. Elena woke before dawn, not because she had slept well, but because sleep had never fully claimed her. The night had passed in fragments. A dream of rain. A blurred memory of Adrian's voice saying yes, not with pride, not with apology, but with a steadiness that had been somehow worse than either. The distant sound of the house settling around her. The ache in her chest each time she remembered that the marriage she had stepped into blindly had, from the start, been tied to a man she had spent years trying not to think about. My father. Even now the words felt cold. She lay still for a while, staring at the pale line of morning where the curtains failed to meet. The room was dim and silent. Her books rested in their careful stack. Her sweater hung over the chair by the window. The cup she had abandoned the previous day had been replaced sometime during the night with a fresh glass of water, condensation gathering against the side. Someone in the house had thought of it. Someone had entered quietly and left without disturbing her. The attention unsettled her. Everything in this house did. Eventually she pushed back the blankets and sat up. Her body felt heavy, as if the truth Adrian had given her had weight enough to settle into bone. She crossed to the window and drew the curtain aside. The city was silver with early light. A low fog blurred the rooftops. Cars moved below in patient lines. Somewhere, far beyond what she could see, people were beginning ordinary mornings, making coffee, buttoning coats, checking train times, calling distracted goodbyes into narrow hallways. The world had not changed because a hidden reason had finally been spoken aloud in a quiet room. That felt almost insulting. She touched the cool glass and closed her eyes. She should leave, she thought. The thought had already visited her during the night, again and again, each time arriving with the sharp clarity of instinct. Leave. Pack what she had brought. Walk out before the house had a chance to soften what it had done to her. Go somewhere small and known and hers. Reclaim the shape of her own life before it became unrecognizable. But each time the impulse rose, something stopped it. Not fear. Not indecision exactly. Something more complicated. Something irritatingly human. Questions. If she left now, what would she be leaving with? Anger, yes. Betrayal, certainly. But also only half of the truth. She knew the outline of Adrian's motive, not its full shape. She knew he had married her because of her father. She knew someone named Luca had died after being ruined by a calculated decision. She knew Adrian had built revenge around grief and called it necessity. She did not know whether any of it was true in the way truth mattered. She did not know what her father had actually done. She did not know why Adrian, for all his coldness, had sounded more exhausted than triumphant when he finally told her. And she did not know what she herself wanted now. That was the most unsettling part. There should have been a clean answer. Rage. Departure. Finality. Instead there was hurt threaded with curiosity, and beneath both, something softer and more dangerous that she did not want to name. A knock sounded softly at the door. Elena stiffened. Yes? Breakfast is ready, ma'am. One of the house staff. Not Adrian. Thank you, Elena said. She waited until the footsteps receded before moving. At the wardrobe, she chose a simple dark dress and a wool cardigan, wanting the plainness of familiar fabrics against her skin. She braided her hair with more force than necessary, washed her face in cold water, and looked at herself in the mirror. She looked composed. It felt like a lie. By the time she entered the dining room, Adrian was already there. He stood near the window, a cup of coffee in one hand, his back half turned toward her as if he had been watching the garden. At the sound of her footsteps, he faced her fully. "Good morning." His voice was even. Careful. Elena paused just inside the doorway. This was what hurt most, perhaps, how ordinary everything could still sound. "Good morning," she replied. The dining table had been set for two, as always. White porcelain. Silver cutlery. A basket of warm bread. Fruit arranged with quiet elegance. It looked like every other breakfast they had shared since the wedding, which made the room feel strange in a new way, as though last night's revelations had happened in a world separate from this one. Adrian set down his cup. "You slept?" he asked. "A little." He nodded, but there was a look in his eyes that suggested he knew that answer was thin. Elena moved to her chair and sat. He took his place across from her. For a few moments neither of them spoke. Plates were served and withdrawn with discreet efficiency. Tea was poured. The door closed softly when the last member of staff left them alone. Silence took the room at once. Elena looked down at the tea. Adrian broke first. "You don't have to stay here today." She lifted her eyes. "What does that mean?" "If you want to go out, take the car. If you want privacy, I can arrange for the house to be quiet." The measured practicality of the offer might have sounded considerate if not for everything beneath it. "And if I want to leave entirely?" He held her gaze. "Then you can." The answer came with no hesitation. She hated that she had expected him to make it difficult. Instead he sat there and placed choice before her again, calm and terrible in its openness. "You would just let me walk away?" "Yes." "After all this?" "Yes." Something sharp moved through her. "Why?" His gaze dropped briefly to the untouched coffee beside his hand, then returned to her. "Because keeping you here against your will would turn one wrong thing into another." Her mouth tightened. "So now you're worried about doing the right thing?" "No," he said quietly. "I'm worried about doing less damage." The honesty of it stripped the room bare. Elena looked away first. Outside, a bird landed on the stone edge of the terrace and flew off again almost immediately. She reached for the teacup, more for something to hold than because she wanted it. "You make everything sound so calm," she said after a moment, as if saying it quietly makes it easier to live with. "It doesn't," he said. She set down the cup. "Did you sleep?" The question seemed to surprise him. "Not much." She almost regretted asking. It implied concern she was not ready to admit, even to herself. But concern was there, annoyingly intact. It had survived truth. It had survived betrayal. It had survived the knowledge that she had been chosen because she could wound another person by existing in the wrong place at the wrong time. What she felt for Adrian was not forgiveness. It was not trust. It was not safety. But neither was it simple hatred, and that made everything harder. She took a piece of bread and tore it in half without appetite. "My father," she said. If what you told me is true, why didn't anyone know? Adrian's expression altered slightly, focusing. Some people did. Not enough. Why not enough? Because men like him know how to bury consequences. They spread them out. Reassign them. Dress them in respectable language until no one is certain where the harm began. She thought of her father's polished manners, his immaculate suits, the way he could speak warmly to someone while never truly looking at them. The image sat badly beside Luca's death. And Luca, she said. Why didn't he fight back? Something moved in Adrian's face then. Pain, perhaps, though on him pain looked like stillness. He did. 4 months. He gathered documents, names, records. He tried to force internal review. He thought facts would matter. And they didn't. No. The word landed heavily. Because my father was more powerful? Because power and timing usually decide which truth survives. Elena let that settle. She had grown up adjacent to power without ever feeling protected by it. It had always seemed less like strength and more like weather, something enormous that moved around her, shaping everyone's behavior while remaining beyond reach. She had learned early that it made people polite, obedient, and selectively blind. Still, hearing it spoken like this made something inside her shift. Did my father know Luca died because of what happened? Adrian was quiet for several seconds. Yes, he said at last. The room seemed to cool. And he did nothing. No. She closed her eyes briefly. A slow anger began to replace some of the shock inside her. Not only at Adrian. At the larger ugliness of what lay behind all of it. At the possibility that the man she had spent years avoiding had indeed left ruin in his wake while maintaining the polished surface of a respectable life. When she opened her eyes, Adrian was watching her carefully. What? She asked. You look like you're trying not to hate yourself for believing me. The observation was so precise that it stung. Maybe I am. You don't owe me disbelief. No, she said. But I owe myself certainty. He nodded once. That's fair. They fell silent again. Finally she said, I want proof. He did not look surprised. I assumed you would. Can you give it to me? Yes. The answer came too easily for it to be comforting. Then why haven't you already? Because once you see it, there's no going back to uncertainty. She gave a small, incredulous laugh. You say that like uncertainty is a kindness. Sometimes it is. Not this time. He seemed to accept that. I'll have the files brought to my study, he said. The thought of entering that room again brought back the image of the photograph on his desk. Adrian younger, unguarded, standing beside the man who had died. The memory sharpened her resolve instead of weakening it. Whenever you're ready. Elena looked at him for a long moment. I'm ready now. For the first time that morning, something unmistakably like hesitation crossed his face. Not because he wanted to deny her. Because he knew what she was asking to carry. Very well, he said. Breakfast ended soon after that. Adrian rose, but instead of leaving for work, He led her through the house in silence. The corridor to his study seemed longer than she remembered. Light pooled on the floors in pale rectangles. Somewhere a clock marked the hour with soft, measured chimes. At the study door he paused only briefly before opening it. The room held the same lived-in gravity as before. Books, papers, the worn leather chair, the lamp with the crooked shade. But now there was a thick folder on the desk, dark blue and neatly tied. Elena's stomach tightened. Adrian stepped aside to let her enter. "You can read here," he said. "I'll stay if you want me to." That surprised her. "And if I don't?" "I'll leave." She looked at the folder. Then at him. "Stay," she said. The word came before she could examine why. Perhaps because if she discovered that the truth was uglier than she had imagined, she did not want to do it alone. Perhaps because part of her needed to watch his face as she read, to see whether grief altered him, whether revenge satisfied him, whether any of this still looked righteous once turned into paper and names and dates. Adrian closed the door and moved to the window while she sat at the desk. Her fingers felt stiff as she untied the ribbon. Inside were copies of internal memos, legal correspondence, financial records, email printouts, statements with names partially redacted. The language was dry, corporate, efficient. But beneath that coolness a pattern emerged with chilling clarity. A project failure. Missing oversight. Budget deviations flagged and then rerouted. Responsibility redirected downward. Luca's signature appearing where it should not have. Adrian's notes in the margins of some pages, spare and sharp. Elena read slowly at first, then faster, as comprehension took hold. Each document alone could almost have been explained away. Together they formed a trap. At the center of it was her father's name. Not often. Never bluntly. Men like him rarely placed themselves in writing more than necessary. But there it was in the decisions, the authorizations, the careful insulation of one person at the expense of another. There in the legal strategy that followed. There in the refusal to reopen internal review after contrary evidence surfaced. There in the settlement language that protected reputation while acknowledging nothing. She turned a page and found Luca's appeal letter. The tone was restrained, factual, almost unbearably dignified. He wrote that he accepted scrutiny and welcomed review because the truth would clear him. He referenced conversations, decisions, dates. He asked only for a fair process. Elena's vision blurred. She blinked hard and kept reading. The response was attached behind it. Polite. Final. Regretfully insufficient grounds for reconsideration. She stared at the page until the words became shapes. Across the room, Adrian had not moved. Elena forced herself onward. A bank statement. Loan burdens escalating. Legal expenses. A cancelled wedding vendor invoice. A letter from a landlord. Another document she could not immediately make herself read because her chest had tightened too sharply. Then, near the bottom of the folder, a printed message with metadata. From Luca to Adrian. Time-stamped in the early hours of a winter morning. It was not a dramatic goodbye. That made it unbearable. It said he was tired. It said he had tried. It said he could no longer endure waking each day into a life that had been narrowed to humiliation and debt and disbelief. It said none of this was Adrian's fault, though Elena could see from the force of Adrian's pencil mark along the edge of the page that he had never accepted that sentence. At the end, Luca wrote, "I'm sorry you were right about what men like him can survive." Elena closed the folder. Her hands were shaking. For several seconds she could not speak. When she finally looked up, Adrian was still standing by the window. Not watching her directly now, but the tension in his posture made it clear he had been listening to every turn of every page. "It's true," she said. Her voice sounded distant. "Yes." There was no triumph in his answer. No satisfaction. Only tired certainty. She looked back down at the folder. He really did it. Yes. My father. Yes. A faint, bitter laugh caught in her throat and vanished. I kept hoping there was some angle I hadn't seen yet. Something that would make this less monstrous. Adrian said nothing. "There isn't," she whispered. At that, he crossed the room slowly and stopped on the other side of the desk. "No," he said. Elena stared at the papers. For years she had understood her father as remote, selfish, emotionally absent. A man capable of neglect, certainly. Vanity, easily. Cowardice in intimate matters, yes. But this was different. This was structured harm. This was the deliberate sacrifice of another human life to preserve one's own standing. It should not have surprised her as much as it did. Some part of her had always known there were rooms in her father's life from which tenderness had been excluded. She had simply never pictured the damage inside them so clearly. She pressed her fingers to her forehead. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this." "You don't have to do anything today." She looked up sharply. "That's generous." "It's not generosity." "No?" Her voice sharpened. "What is it then?" He met her gaze. "An acknowledgement that I've already placed too much in your hands." The words quieted her anger almost against her will. After a moment she asked, "Did you ever show this to anyone else?" "Yes." "Who?" "A lawyer. One journalist who wouldn't touch it without a witness willing to go public. 2 board members who preferred internal quiet to external scandal." His mouth tightened slightly. "And your father's people, indirectly, when it served them to know how much I knew." Elena's eyes narrowed. "He knows someone has these." "Yes. But not that it's you." "Not officially." She understood then that the marriage had not only been about hurting her father emotionally. It had also been part of a larger pressure campaign, a movement in a conflict that had been unfolding long before she entered it. "Was I just another tactic?" she asked. The question came out more tired than accusatory. Adrian answered with painful directness. "At first, yes." She flinched despite expecting it. He saw. "I know." "No," she said. "You know the words. That isn't the same as knowing what they do." A pause. "You're right." She closed the folder and tied it again, needing the papers hidden from sight. "What changed?" she asked. Something in his expression grew still. "You did." She looked up. The answer might have sounded manipulative from someone else. On him, stripped of embellishment, it sounded worse, because it sounded true. "That's not enough," she said. "No." "Then explain it." He was silent for a moment, as though choosing between honesty and self-protection and finding little difference left between them. "I expected resentment," he said. "Or greed. Or indifference. I expected someone who would treat this marriage as a transaction because that would have made everything easier." He looked at her steadily. "Instead, you kept treating it like it involved actual human beings." Elena let out a soft, disbelieving breath. "It did involve actual human beings." "Yes," he said. "I know that now in a way I did not allow myself to know it before." She hated how much the answer moved something inside her. Because it did not absolve him. But it did make him legible. And legibility is dangerous. It is far easier to turn away from a villain than from a human being who has done something terrible for reasons that ache. She stood abruptly, unable to sit with that realization another second. "I need air." Adrian stepped back at once, giving her room. She left the study and walked quickly through the house, out the rear doors, and into the garden. Cold air hit her face. It felt clean. Necessary. The garden spread in winter restraint around her, stone paths dark from last night's rain, clipped hedges, bare rose canes, herbs silver-green beneath the pale sky. She followed the path without direction, hands tucked into the sleeves of her cardigan. Her father had done this. The thought changed shape as she repeated it internally. Her father had ruined a man. Her father had watched consequences spread and chosen silence. Her father had built a life in which Elena herself had become useful, even in estrangement, to the grief of another man. And Adrian, cold, careful Adrian, had taken that grief and turned it into a marriage. She stopped near a low stone wall and looked out toward the iron gate at the far end of the property. If she kept walking, she could leave. Nothing physically stopped her. Adrian had made that clear. But leaving no longer felt simple, because now she carried knowledge too. If she walked away, did she become another person who knew and did nothing? The question lodged painfully in her. She had spent years believing the best thing she could do with her father was distance. Withdraw. Refuse dependence. Build a life outside his orbit. But distance was not innocence. Not anymore. Footsteps sounded behind her on the path. She turned, expecting maybe one of the staff. It was Adrian. He had left enough space between them not to startle her. He stopped several feet away. "I wasn't following you," he said. "I didn't think you were." A faint breeze lifted a strand of hair across her cheek. She tucked it back. He looked at the wall, the gate beyond, then at her. "You could leave through there." "Yes. I told security not to question you if you decide to." She stared at him. The gesture was so quietly sincere that it almost made her angry. "You keep making it easier for me to go." "I should." "Why?" "Because I took away your ability to choose freely once already." She held his gaze. "And if I stay?" His expression altered by a fraction. "Then you stay." That's all? No, he paused. Then I answer whatever I can. And I stop asking you to live inside half-truths. The wind moved through the garden again, carrying the scent of damp earth and rosemary. Elena looked away first. You make promises like someone who doesn't trust promises. I don't. That much is obvious. Silence settled between them, but it was different out here. Less oppressive. The sky was wide enough to hold it. After a moment she said, "Tell me about Luca." Adrian went very still. Not outwardly. Any stranger might have missed it. But Elena was no longer a stranger to his stillness. She had begun to learn its meanings. You don't have to, she added, though part of her desperately wanted him to. I know. He looked past her toward the bare branches near the wall. He was louder than I was, Adrian said at last. That was obvious to everyone. Less obvious was that he was braver. Elena waited quietly. He believed people when they said they meant well. Not because he was naive. Because he preferred that version of the world. He thought expecting decency encouraged it. A faint, sad line touched Adrian's mouth, not quite a smile. It infuriated me when we were younger. Because you didn't believe the same thing? Because I wanted to. The answer moved through her more softly than she expected. Adrian kept his gaze on the winter garden. He was better with people. Better at forgiving. Better at walking into rooms and making them feel less cold just by being there. Elena thought unexpectedly of the photograph. Were you brothers? She asked. A pause. No. Then what? His jaw tightened once. My mother married his father when I was 13. Understanding settled into place. Stepbrothers. Yes. The title felt insufficient for the grief she had seen in him. You loved him. Adrian did not answer immediately. Then, yes. No hesitation now. No distance. Just truth. It changed the air between them. Elena folded her arms more tightly around herself, not from cold. I'm sorry, she said. I know. He looked at her then, and something in his face made her think that perhaps very few people had ever said those words to him in a way that reached. She wished, suddenly and sharply, that things were simpler. That grief could excuse what he had done. That betrayal could cancel her sympathy. That one emotion could be clean enough to stand on. Instead she was suspended between them. After a while she asked, Did he know what you were planning? No. Would he have wanted this? Adrian's silence answered before his words did. No, he said finally. The honesty made her chest tighten. Then why do it? He looked away again. Because I wasn't trying to be him. The line was so bare, so stripped of defense, that for a moment Elena had no reply. She understood, painfully, what he meant. Grief does not always turn people toward the virtues of the dead. Sometimes it drives them in the opposite direction, toward whatever feels strong enough to survive. She looked back at the gate. I don't know what to do, she said. Adrian said nothing. He seemed to understand that this was not a question for him to solve. She drew a slow breath. I don't want to stay because I'm trapped. I know. I don't want to leave because I'm running from what my father did. He nodded once. And I don't know how to exist near you right now, she admitted. Because part of me wants to never look at you again, and part of me, she stopped. He waited, but did not press. Elena shook her head. It doesn't matter. His voice was quiet when he answered. It matters. She almost laughed from sheer exhaustion. Of course now you say that. Something like regret crossed his face. I'm late, he said. In many ways. That, absurdly, was the closest thing to humor she had heard from him. It nearly undid her. They remained in the garden a few minutes more, saying nothing. Then Adrian's phone vibrated in his coat pocket. He checked the screen, his expression flattening into something more guarded. I have to go into the city. Work? Yes. She nodded. He hesitated, then said, I'll be back this evening. There was a question under the words. Not permission. Not expectation. Something gentler and less certain. Will you still be here? Elena heard it. Pretended not to. All right, she said. He inclined his head once and walked back toward the house. She watched him go until he disappeared inside. Only then did she release the breath she had been holding. The rest of the day moved strangely. Elena returned indoors, but the house no longer felt exactly the same. It was not more welcoming. It was, if anything, more honest. She knew now what kind of grief had shaped its master. Knew that the controlled stillness of every room was not simply wealth or temperament but also defense. By afternoon she found herself standing again at the window of her room, looking down at the city and wondering whether her father was in one of those buildings at that very moment, signing papers with the same composed hand that had let Luca drown beneath respectable language. She should confront him. The thought came suddenly, with enough force to make her step back from the glass. She should call him. Ask him directly. Hear what he would say. But what? Denial, almost certainly. Controlled offense. Perhaps concern manufactured just convincingly enough to force self-doubt. No. Not yet. She needed to understand more before stepping into his version of reality. As dusk approached, the house deepened into shadow and gold. Lamps were lit. Rain returned in brief passing spells. Elena wandered, finally, into the kitchen, not the formal service corridor, but the warm inner space where bread was cooled and vegetables were chopped and quiet domestic work went on whether lives were falling apart or not. The cook, a woman with kind eyes and capable hands, looked up in mild surprise. Mrs. Vukovic. Elena almost flinched at the name. I'm sorry, she said. I didn't mean to interrupt. You're not interrupting anything. Would you like tea? The simplicity of the offer felt almost miraculous. Yes, Elena said. The woman set water to boil and, after only a brief hesitation, asked, Chamomile? Elena nodded. They did not speak much after that. Elena stood near the counter and watched steam rise. The ordinariness of it steadied her. Cups. Saucers. A spoon. Honey in a small dish. The sounds of the kitchen were humble and familiar, and for the first time since the wedding, the house felt less like a stage set and more like a place where people actually lived. When the tea was ready, Elena thanked her and carried it away herself. That was where Adrian found her an hour later, in the small sitting room off the back hall, curled in the corner of a sofa with a blanket over her legs, the untouched cup on the table beside her. He stopped in the doorway. For a second neither of them spoke. "You stayed," he said. The words were so quiet they were almost nothing. Elena looked up at him. "I haven't decided what that means." He nodded once. "Understood." He looked tired again. More than that, drawn thin by some difficult day she did not ask about. She was not ready to ask. He seemed not to expect it. After a pause he said, "Did you eat?" The domesticity of the question startled her. "A little." "You should eat more." Somewhere under the strain of the day, she found a small reserve of dry irritation. "Are you always this controlling, or only when people are furious with you?" A flicker passed through his eyes. Not amusement exactly, but something near it. Mostly the first. The answer caught her off guard. Despite everything, a faint, unwilling smile touched her mouth and vanished. Adrian noticed. His expression softened by a degree so slight another person might not have seen it. "I'll take that as progress," he said. "It isn't." "No. No." But the room had changed. Not much. Only enough to make both of them aware that some thread of ease, however frayed, still existed between them. That might have been the most dangerous thing of all. Dinner was quiet. Less brittle than breakfast, but no less careful. They spoke only of practical things. Whether she needed anything sent from her old apartment, whether she preferred the car available in the mornings or afternoons, whether the heating in her room had felt too high the night before. The conversation should have been absurd in the wake of what they now knew. Instead it felt strangely merciful. Afterward, as they left the dining room together, Elena said, "Did you ever imagine this part?" Adrian glanced at her. "Which part?" "The part after I knew." He considered the question. "No." "Why not?" "Because in the versions I imagined, I was less affected by the answer." She stopped walking. He did too. The corridor was softly lit, quiet except for the distant hush of rain against the windows. "What does that mean?" she asked. His gaze held hers, steady and serious. "It means I thought truth would feel strategic. And it doesn't." "No." The honesty of that single syllable moved through her like a current. She looked down, then back up. "What does it feel like?" He answered after a pause. "Like I handed you a weapon and deserved whatever happens if you use it." Elena's throat tightened unexpectedly. "I don't want to be a weapon," she said. "I know." "Then stop turning me into one." The words landed between them with quiet force. Adrian bowed his head slightly, as if accepting a verdict. "I'm trying." She searched his face. There was no performance in it. No polished manipulation. Just a man who had built something ruthless and was now living inside the human cost of it. That did not excuse him. but it made it impossible to dismiss him. "I'm tired," she said. "Then sleep." As if that's simple. "No," he said softly. "It isn't." She turned toward the staircase, then paused. "Adrian." He waited. "If I stay, I need honesty. Even when it makes things worse. You'll have it." She held his gaze a moment longer, testing the promise, then nodded and went upstairs. That night she slept a little better. Not because anything had been resolved. Because uncertainty had shifted into something else. A painful clarity. A new, trembling understanding of the distance between them and what lay inside it: grief, betrayal, anger, pity, and the first dangerous hints of something more intimate than either of them wanted. Downstairs, in the study, Adrian sat alone long after midnight. The folder lay on the desk where Elena had left it. Her fingerprints would still be on the pages if anyone cared to look. He found himself staring at the tie she had loosely retied around it, slightly crooked where his own had always been exact. He should have felt relief. The truth was no longer entirely his to carry. Instead he felt exposed. Luca's photograph watched from the corner of the desk, a younger ghost from a different life. Adrian looked at it for a long time. "You wouldn't forgive me for this," he said quietly. The room, of course, did not answer. He already knew. Luca would have told him that pain did not become justice simply because it was directed well. That grief could sharpen a person into someone unrecognizable. That using another wounded soul to punish the powerful was still a form of cowardice, even if the target deserved ruin. Adrian had known all of that from the beginning. He had done it anyway. And now Elena remained under his roof, no longer blind, no longer harmless to the architecture of his revenge. He should have wanted her gone. Instead, the thought of waking and finding the house emptied of her quiet presence brought with it a sharpness he did not want to examine. He leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes briefly. Distance, he reminded himself. Distance was the only thing left that resembled mercy. But distance had already begun to fail them. In the morning they would wake again in the same house. Cross the same halls. Sit across the same table. Speak with greater honesty and less safety. The space between them would remain, but it would no longer be empty. It would be full of everything they knew now. And that, Adrian understood with a certainty that felt almost like dread, was far more dangerous than silence had ever been. Chapter 5: The First Crack in His Plan. For 3 days after the truth entered the house, nothing visibly changed. That was what made it dangerous. The routines remained almost the same. Breakfast at the long dining table. Adrian leaving early, returning late, his coat always slightly cold from the outside air when he stepped through the door. Elena moving through the rooms with a quietness that no longer came from uncertainty alone, but from thought. The staff continued their discreet work. The clocks chimed. The lamps came on at dusk. Rain came and went in soft intervals, washing the city windows in silver. Anyone watching from the outside might have called it peace. It was not peace. It was adjustment. A private, careful recalibration of distance. Elena noticed it most in the way Adrian looked at her now. Before, His gaze had often seemed to rest on her only long enough to assess whether she needed anything or whether a conversation was likely to become inconveniently personal. Now his attention lingered differently. Not warmly, not openly, but with an awareness he no longer concealed. As if he were always conscious of the fact that she knew. As if every ordinary moment between them had become fragile because it stood on top of truths that could split it open without warning. She did not know what to do with that awareness. She did not know what to do with any of it. On the fourth morning, she woke to a pale wash of sunlight instead of rain. It surprised her enough to make her smile before she remembered herself. The smile faded, though not entirely. She sat up slowly, the blanket sliding into her lap, and looked toward the window. The city beyond it glimmered under a cold blue sky. Rooftops were clear. The glass held no silver streaks. The light was almost too sharp after so many gray days, as if the world had decided without asking her that clarity was preferable to softness. She dressed without hurry, choosing a cream sweater and dark trousers, clothes that felt less like the wife of a wealthy man and more like herself. In the mirror she looked rested, which irritated her. Betrayal should have left more obvious marks. Instead, her face revealed only what she now felt too often, thoughtfulness mistaken for calm. At breakfast Adrian was already seated, reading something on a tablet set beside his coffee. He glanced up as she entered, and for a moment his expression lost its usual distance. Something quieter moved through it, relief, perhaps, that she had come down at all. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning." She took her seat across from him. The servants withdrew after pouring tea, leaving the room in the familiar hush Elena had begun to recognize as its true atmosphere. Morning light spilled over the tablecloth and caught at the silver edges of the cutlery. Adrian's coffee stood untouched. Her tea smelled faintly of bergamot. For several moments they said nothing. It was not the old silence. That one had been built from concealment. This one was built from awareness. Adrian set down the tablet. "You have no plans today?" The question was ordinary. Still, Elena looked up sharply, surprised by the softness of the tone behind it. "No," she said. "Unless being confused counts as an appointment." A faint change touched his face. Not amusement exactly. The idea of amusement on Adrian always seemed to approach the room and then stop at the threshold. But something close enough to it passed over him to alter the atmosphere. "Usually that takes up most of the day," he said. She stared at him. Then, despite herself, let out a short breath that was almost a laugh. It startled both of them. The moment disappeared quickly, but not before it left something behind. "I was going to go into the city for a few hours," Adrian said after a pause. "There's an event this evening I'm expected to attend." She reached for her cup. And spouses are expected." The words settled between them. Spouses. The title still felt unreal when applied to them. Too intimate in language. Too neat for what actually existed. Elena lowered the cup again without drinking. "You want me to go?" "Yes." She waited. When he didn't elaborate, she said, "Is this another tactic?" His gaze held hers steadily. "No." "Then what is it?" "A public obligation." That sounds colder, not better. It's the most honest answer. She looked away toward the window. A public obligation. A room full of polished people. Controlled smiles. Her father's world, adjacent if not directly inhabited. The thought tightened something in her chest. Will he be there? She asked. Adrian knew immediately whom she meant. I don't know, he said. He wasn't listed among the primary guests. That was not the same as no. He saw her understand the distinction. If you don't want to come, he added, I won't ask again. Again, that impossible thing, choice offered without pressure. She hated how disarming it was. What kind of event? She asked. A foundation dinner. Donors, board members, people who believe elegance compensates for emptiness. She looked at him. You sound fond of them. I'm not. The dryness of the reply almost coaxed another smile from her. Almost. She folded her hands in her lap. Why do you want me there, really? This time his pause was longer. Because if we don't appear together soon, people will start inventing reasons. And that matters. Yes. To the plan? His expression altered by a fraction. To several things. Not an answer. Not quite. Elena considered him. The old instinct to refuse simply because he was asking rose quickly. But it was tangled now with other instincts. Curiosity, stubbornness, the need to see the world from which both he and her father had emerged as if from opposite ends of the same machine. Fine, she said. He studied her briefly, perhaps measuring whether she meant it. Fine, he repeated. I said yes. I heard you. Then why do you look surprised? Because I expected you to say no. Maybe I wanted to disappoint you. A quieter version of that near amusement flickered again in his eyes. In that case, he said, you've already succeeded. Breakfast should have ended there. But something had shifted. The room no longer felt as brittle. Elena broke a piece of toast and asked, do I need to wear something expensive enough to make strangers think I'm happy? Adrian's gaze sharpened with something that might actually have been humor this time. No, he said. Though they'll assume it anyway. I'm glad wealth can simplify emotional complexity for them. It usually does. She looked down to hide the strange softness that had entered the morning. It unsettled her more than anger would have. Anger at least was clear. This uncertain ability to still speak with him, still almost smile, even after what she knew, felt like standing too close to the edge of something she had no business approaching. After breakfast Adrian left for the city. Elena remained in the dining room a while longer, staring at the sunlight on the tablecloth. Public obligation. Spouses are expected. The idea of standing beside him in a room full of people who would see only surface made her uneasy in ways she could not easily sort. It was not just that the marriage had begun as an act of revenge. It was that any public performance of intimacy would be, by definition, partly false. And yet not entirely false, which was the part she could not forgive herself for noticing. That afternoon a dress arrived in her room. Not extravagantly ostentatious, but unmistakably expensive. Deep midnight blue, with long sleeves and a shape that looked elegant without trying too hard. There were no notes attached, only a garment bag and a pair of understated silver earrings in a velvet box. Elena stared at them for a long moment. She should have been annoyed. In fact, she was annoyed. But beneath the annoyance was reluctant recognition. Adrian had chosen something that felt close enough to her taste that it was impossible to dismiss as mere display. No jewels that demanded attention. No color too bright. No silhouette that turned her into an ornament. He had paid attention. That made the gift more dangerous, not less. At 6, she dressed slowly. The fabric fell beautifully, of course. The dress fit as if someone had known her measurements exactly. Which, she supposed, someone had. The realization made her stomach twist and then settle. She left her hair loose, brushed into soft waves, and wore almost no makeup beyond what was needed to keep her from looking pale. When she added the earrings, the silver caught light at her throat and made her look more finished than she felt. In the mirror she looked composed, elegant, and almost serene. She felt like an actor about to step into a role she had not auditioned for. A knock came at the door. Yes? Adrian entered only after she answered. He stopped just inside the room. The silence that followed was brief, but it held. For the first time since she had met him, his composure visibly shifted because of her. Not dramatically. Adrian was not a man prone to obvious reaction. But she saw it, the stillness tightening, the breath that seemed to pause before being released, the slight change in his eyes as if something expected had arrived in a form more real than expected things usually did. "You found the dress," he said. It was an absurdly insufficient response to the look on his face. "So it was from you?" "Yes." She turned slightly, glancing at herself in the mirror again. "You have terrifyingly accurate estimates." There was help. "I'm relieved." He moved further into the room, dressed in a black suit so precisely tailored it almost seemed unfair. There was nothing showy about him. There never was. Yet he had the sort of presence that made extravagance unnecessary. His gaze returned to her. "It suits you." The words were simple. Still, Elena felt them more than she wanted to. "Thank you," she said. Another pause. Then, because she needed to disrupt the atmosphere before it became too charged to bear, she asked, "And what exactly do I need to do tonight?" "Very little. Smile when necessary. Endure small talk. Leave whenever I tell you the evening has become unbearable." That sounds grimly manageable. It's meant to. He stepped back toward the doorway, giving her space to take whatever she needed, as he always seemed to when the air between them threatened to become too intimate. "We should go," he said. The drive into the city was quiet at first. Streetlights came on as dusk deepened, blurring into gold against the windows of the car. The city moved around them in polished reflections and gliding traffic. Elena watched people on sidewalks disappear and reappear between buildings, each absorbed in the private center of their own evening. She wondered what it must be like to live in a world where a dinner was simply a dinner, not an arrangement of masks. Adrian sat beside her, one hand resting loosely against the dark leather seat, the other checking messages that seemed to multiply faster than he dismissed them. "You don't have to be tense," he said suddenly. Elena looked at him. That's helpful. I'll tell my nerves immediately. A quiet breath left him. Again, that almost laugh. He set the phone aside. You don't owe anyone here warmth, he said. Only courtesy. And if someone asks how we met? Say something vague and elegant. People prefer romance in summary form. She tilted her head. You've had practice with this world. Yes. You sound bored by it. I am. Then why stay in it? His gaze shifted briefly to the city beyond the window. Because leaving it would mean surrendering too much to men who shouldn't keep winning. She held his profile in silence a moment. There it was again, that place where his coldness opened suddenly onto something deeper. Not goodness exactly. Something more complex and perhaps more fragile. A code built from injury. A persistence shaped by anger and sharpened into discipline. She looked away before he could notice how closely she was studying him. The venue occupied the top floors of a renovated historic building overlooking the river. By the time they arrived, the lobby was alive with muted elegance, dark marble floors, polished brass railings, flowers arranged in tall pale displays, people in evening clothes moving with the calm entitlement of those accustomed to being welcomed everywhere. Elena's heels clicked softly as they crossed the floor. Adrian offered his arm. It was such a traditional gesture that she hesitated. Then took it. The contact lasted only seconds while they moved toward the elevator, but it altered her awareness completely. His arm felt warm through the sleeve of his jacket. Steady. Real. Not symbolic, not strategic in the abstract, but immediate enough to send an unreasonable flutter through her chest. She hated that. Inside the elevator, mirrored walls reflected them from every angle. They looked convincing. That was perhaps the cruelest part. The ballroom above was a study in tasteful excess. Crystal light, polished wood, linen draped in soft neutral tones, tall windows opening onto a river full of fractured city lights. Music drifted at exactly the right volume to seem elegant without demanding attention. Waiters moved through the room with silver trays balanced effortlessly in one hand. Conversation paused almost imperceptibly when Adrian entered. Elena felt it more than saw it. The subtle recalibration of a room noticing someone important. Then came smiles. Greetings. Nods. Someone approached at once, shaking Adrian's hand, congratulating him warmly on the marriage. Elena stood beside him, composed, her expression polite, her body learning quickly how to perform stillness. This is my wife, Elena. He said it easily. The word wife moved through her like a quiet echo. The older woman greeting them turned to Elena with the bright appraisal of someone who prides herself on reading people quickly. What a pleasure. We were beginning to think Adrian would remain impossible forever. Elena smiled the way one smiles at strangers who are trying to be charming. I suspect some things remain unchanged. The woman laughed, delighted. Adrian glanced at Elena, and in that glance she saw surprise and approval. For the next half hour they moved through clusters of conversation. Elena met donors, board members, 2 art patrons, 1 politician's spouse, and a man who spoke at length about philanthropy while wearing a watch that could likely have funded a small hospital wing. Adrian handled each exchange with effortless control, his manners precise, his warmth measured just enough to keep doors open without inviting anyone too far in. He never left her unsupported. That was the first crack. It happened so quietly that Elena almost missed it. He checked, always subtly, whether she was being cornered by someone tedious. Redirected conversations when they drifted toward anything personal enough to make her uncomfortable. Refreshed her drink without asking. Introduced her not as an accessory, but with a gravity that implied her presence mattered. It should have been expected. It was not. A man driven only by revenge would not have noticed when her smile became strained. He would not have stepped close enough to rescue her from a donor explaining maritime investment with breath smelling faintly of whiskey and self-importance. He would not have said, in that calm, unreadable tone of his, "You promised me a dance before dessert," when no such promise had been made. Elena blinked at him. The donor retreated at once, all gracious apologies and jokes. When they were finally alone near the edge of the room, she looked at Adrian sharply. "There is dancing?" "Somewhere in the schedule, probably." "You lied." "Yes." "Without even consulting me." "You looked like you wanted an escape." "I did." Then we're both satisfied. She should have been annoyed. Instead, she found herself staring at him with an expression dangerously close to warmth. The music shifted to something slower. Couples began moving toward the cleared space at the center of the room. Adrian looked at the floor, then back at her. "We can stand here and make them wonder, or we can dance badly for 2 minutes and reduce the gossip by half." Elena almost laughed. "Do you dance badly?" "No." Arrogant. Accurate. She should have refused. Instead, perhaps because the room already watched them, perhaps because she wanted to see whether he would feel as controlled with one hand at her waist as he did across a breakfast table, she said, "Fine. But if I step on you, remember that you chose this." His hand extended, palm upward. "Noted." She placed her hand in his. The contact was not dramatic. It was worse. It was immediate, simple, impossible to dismiss. He led her onto the floor with understated confidence. When his other hand settled at her waist, Elena felt a wave of awareness so sharp she nearly lost the rhythm altogether. Adrian's gaze dropped briefly to her face. "You're thinking too much. That's rich coming from you." Something almost like a real smile touched his mouth. Small. Gone quickly. But real. Around them the room blurred into low music and polished movement. Elena became acutely aware of his height, the controlled strength in the hand holding hers, the heat of him through layers of formal fabric. He moved with the same quiet precision he brought to everything else, but dancing introduced something dangerous into that precision: fluidity. Ease. "You've done this before," she said. "Often enough." "With women you married for revenge?" His gaze held hers, and for a beat the world seemed to still. "No." The answer went through her unexpectedly hard. She looked away first, focusing on the lights reflected in the windows. "This should feel absurd," she murmured. "It does." "That's not what I mean." "I know." She swallowed. Then asked the question that had lodged itself quietly in her mind since he rescued her from the donor. "Why are you being kind to me tonight?" He didn't answer immediately. The pause mattered. When he finally spoke, his voice was low enough that only she could hear it. I'm trying to stop making you pay for things that were never yours. The honesty of that answer nearly undid her. She made herself maintain the shape of the dance, the composure of a wife in a ballroom, even as something inside her shifted with painful force. This was the crack. Not attraction. That had already begun to make itself known in treacherous, unwelcome moments. Not forgiveness. They were nowhere near that. This was worse. This was Adrian ceasing to behave like the man his own plan required. The dance ended. Applause rose lightly somewhere near the stage as an MC prepared to thank sponsors and praise generosity in a room full of people for whom generosity was often another form of reputation. Adrian guided Elena off the floor. "Do you need air?" he asked quietly. She almost said yes. Before she could answer, a voice behind her said her name. Not Elena. Her childhood nickname. The one almost no one used anymore. She froze. Then turned. Her father stood 3 steps away. Everything in her went cold. He looked exactly as he always had at public events, silver at the temples now, impeccably dressed, posture relaxed with the confidence of a man accustomed to being respected. Time had softened nothing essential in him. His face carried the same composed charm, the same careful warmth that never quite reached the eyes unless someone useful was watching. And someone useful always was. "Elena," he said again, smiling with the practiced brightness of paternal surprise. "What a way to learn my daughter is married." For a second she could not speak. Beside her, Adrian went utterly still. Not visibly to others, perhaps. But Elena felt it, like a wire pulled taut. Her father's gaze shifted to him. "Adrian," he said. "Congratulations are clearly overdue." The 2 men shook hands. If Elena had not known the history between them, the gesture might have seemed perfectly civil. Knowing changed everything. She saw what surface concealed, the perfect grip, the measured eye contact, the unbearable containment of violence refined into etiquette. "Thank you," Adrian said. Her father turned to Elena again. "You might have told me." The words were light. Affectionate, almost. But Elena heard the accusation hidden beneath them, control lost, information withheld, narrative disrupted. "You might have asked how I was," she said. The smile on his face did not vanish. It hardened invisibly. A lesser observer would have missed it. Her father gave a soft laugh, as if she had made a mildly rebellious joke. "You always did prefer difficult timing. And you always did prefer appearances." The air around them changed. Subtly. The sort of change only people trained in social rooms know how to detect, not enough to make a scene, enough to make danger. Adrian spoke before her father could. "We were just stepping outside for a moment." "A rescue." Again. Her father looked at Adrian with interest sharpened by something darker. "Of course. I won't keep family." Family. The word made Elena feel sick. She let Adrian guide her away before she did something public and irreversible. They moved through the ballroom, into a side corridor, and finally out onto a terrace overlooking the river. The night air struck her face, cold and immediate. She breathed it in too quickly. For a moment neither of them spoke. Then Elena laughed once, the sound brittle. He came. Yes. You said he probably wouldn't. I said he wasn't listed. You're very careful with language. I have to be. She turned toward him, anger and humiliation and old childhood wounds rising all at once. He looked at me like I'd embarrassed him, she said. As if I had done something to him. Adrian's expression tightened. He does that. How do you know? The question came out sharper than she intended. Because suddenly she needed to know everything. Not the documents. Not the abstract pattern. The personal reality. How well Adrian understood the private mechanisms of the man who had failed her in every way except financially. Adrian looked out over the river. I watched him do it to other people, he said. And eventually I understood he was incapable of seeing injury that wasn't his. Elena folded her arms tightly across her chest. You hate him. Yes. There it was. No softening. And yet the word did not frighten her as much as it should have. She looked back through the glass doors into the ballroom. Her father still stood among people, smiling, one hand resting lightly around the stem of a champagne glass. Untouched. Admired. Entirely himself. He shouldn't get to look like that, she said. Adrian's gaze followed hers. No. The silence between them deepened. Elena's pulse had begun to steady. The cold air helped. So did standing beside someone who, whatever else he had done, understood exactly what kind of man her father was. That realization brought a fresh ache with it. When you first approached me, she said slowly, still looking through the glass, did you think this was what it would feel like? No. What did you think it would feel like? He answered after a pause. Satisfying. She let out a small breath. And does it? His reply came so quietly she almost didn't hear it. No. She turned. The terrace lights cast him in soft shadows, the river behind him fractured with gold and black. He looked composed still, but something in him had shifted. Not broken. Exposed, perhaps. As if seeing her father speak to her with that easy false warmth had cracked open the abstract logic of revenge and forced him to confront the living people inside it. That was the second crack. She saw it happen. Saw the plan stop behaving like a structure and start behaving like a wound. You regret tonight, she said. He looked at her. Yes. Because he was here? Because I brought you into a room where you had to stand in front of him before you were ready. The answer struck her harder than she expected. Not because it was kind. Because it was not strategic. It was sincere, and sincerity from Adrian felt almost physically dangerous. She looked away first. I don't know if I was ever going to be ready. No, he said. Probably not. From inside came the muffled sound of applause. They should go back in. Neither moved. Finally Elena said, if I asked you to leave now, would you? Yes. The response was immediate. Without calculation. She studied him a moment. Even though staying would be better for appearances. Yes. That, more than anything else, made her believe him. She looked through the glass doors one last time at her father's polished profile, then exhaled slowly. Not yet, she said. I don't want him to think he chased me away. Something changed in Adrian's eyes then, not triumph, not approval exactly. Respect, perhaps. And something softer beneath it. All right, he said. When they returned to the ballroom, the evening resumed with deceptive smoothness. But Elena was different now. She no longer moved through the room as a reluctant guest. She moved through it as someone who had seen the machinery under the silk. When people smiled at her, she smiled back with just enough grace to keep them satisfied and just enough distance to remain herself. When her father approached no more than twice after that, each time with bystanders close enough to enforce civility, she answered him with politeness so cool it bordered on elegance. Adrian stayed near. Not possessively. Not theatrically. Simply present. It mattered too much. At one point an older board member drew Adrian away into conversation, and Elena found herself momentarily alone near the dessert table. She reached for a glass of water and heard a woman beside her say, "You handle yourself well." Elena turned. The speaker was perhaps in her 60s, silver-haired and beautifully dressed in a way that suggested she had long ago stopped needing approval. Her eyes were clear, intelligent, and not unkind. "I'm sorry," Elena said. "With them," the woman replied, glancing lightly around the room. "These rooms can be tiresome if one still notices things." It was such an odd and precise observation that Elena almost smiled. "Do you know Adrian?" she asked. "For a very long time." The woman lifted her own glass. "He was more severe at 25, if you can believe it." This time Elena did smile, faintly. "I can." The woman's gaze rested on her with quiet interest. "And yet you came." I'm beginning to suspect there are many versions of that sentence. There usually are. She did not introduce herself, and Elena did not ask. The exchange lasted less than 2 minutes before someone summoned the woman elsewhere. But as she left, she said, almost casually, "He does not look at many people the way he looks at you." Elena stood very still after that. When Adrian returned, she was no longer certain her pulse had fully settled. "What happened?" he asked. "Nothing." His gaze sharpened in that way that suggested he knew the answer was incomplete. She refused to elaborate. The evening ended shortly after 11. Back in the car, the city slid by in tired gold reflections. Elena leaned her head lightly against the window and watched bridges pass over black water. Neither spoke for the first several minutes. Then Adrian said, "You were very calm." The comment pulled her attention back to him. "Was I?" "Yes." She gave a tired breath. "I felt like I was made of glass." He was quiet for a moment. "He knows that now," Adrian said. She frowned. "Knows what?" "That you're not." The words settled softly between them. It should not have mattered that Adrian had noticed. It mattered too much. She looked down at her hands. I don't know what he knows. I don't know whether he's angry or amused or simply rearranging me into whatever version of the story suits him best. Probably all three. The bluntness made her look up. Adrian's gaze remained on the city ahead. He's rarely only one thing. She absorbed that. Then, before she could stop herself, she asked, "Were you watching me the whole time?" The question was dangerous the moment it left her mouth. Adrian turned his head slowly. "Almost," he said. The car felt suddenly too small. Elena looked away at once, but the answer had already entered her and begun doing damage. She should not have asked. He should not have answered like that. They reached the house in silence. Inside, the halls were dim and still. The staff had mostly retired for the night. Only a few lamps remained lit, gilding the quiet with pools of amber. Elena removed her shoes in the entryway with a small sound of relief and carried them in one hand as she walked toward the sitting room. Adrian followed more slowly, removing his cufflinks one at a time. At the doorway she stopped and turned back. He almost walked into her. For a moment they stood too close. Not touching. Close enough that it felt chosen even though it wasn't. "Elena," he said softly. She had not heard him say her name like that before. Without distance. Without formality. Just her name, carried low through the quiet of the house. Something in her chest tightened. "Why did you really want me there?" she asked. The room seemed to still around them. He did not answer immediately. She could see the calculations he did not want to make anymore, the instinct to choose caution and the growing inability to hide inside it. "At first," he said. She almost flinched at the phrase, because she already knew what it meant. "Yes. At first. So he would see us. The truth. Expected. Brutal in its consistency." She held his gaze. "And tonight?" His face changed. "Only slightly. Enough." "Tonight," he said, "because I didn't want you to face that room alone." Her breath caught. This was the crack splitting wider. No strategy. No guarded half-truth. Just care, spoken too plainly to be mistaken for anything else. She should have stepped back. Instead she stayed where she was. The shoes hung forgotten from her hand. The silver earring still caught dim light at her throat. Adrian stood before her with one cufflink removed and the other still at his wrist, as if even his usual completeness had been interrupted by the honesty of the moment. "You're making this difficult," she whispered. "I know. That isn't fair." "No." The old answer, and yet not old at all now. Because he was no longer using unfairness to keep her distant. He was naming it because he had become incapable of pretending he wasn't crossing into something neither of them had planned. Her throat felt tight. "I should hate you more than this." He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. "Yes," he said. The agreement undid her more than denial would have. Without thinking, she set the shoes down on the floor beside the doorway. Adrian's gaze dropped to the movement, then returned to her face. "Why are you still here?" he asked quietly. It was not a challenge. It was the most vulnerable question he had ever asked her. Elena could have answered in many ways. Because leaving would feel like surrender. Because now she knew what her father had done. Because the house had become entangled with truths she didn't yet know how to carry elsewhere. Because some reckless, foolish part of her wanted to see what Adrian looked like when he stopped hiding. Instead, she told the truth that frightened her most. Because when I'm with you, she said softly, I understand what the silence means now. His expression shifted as if something inside him had given way. Neither of them moved. The distance between them had become almost unbearable precisely because it was still there. Adrian lifted his hand as though he meant to touch her, then stopped halfway and let it fall. That restraint affected her more than touch might have. You should sleep, he said, but his voice had lost its steadiness. Elena nodded. Neither moved. Then, before she could think better of it, she asked, if Luca had known me, what would he have thought of all this? The question struck him visibly. A shadow crossed his face. He would have told me to let you go, Adrian said. She swallowed. And what do you think now? The silence that followed felt endless. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, roughened by a restraint she had never heard fray before. I think, he said, that letting you go may be the only decent thing left. The words hurt in ways she could not immediately name. Because they sounded noble. Because they sounded like distance. Because they sounded like care arriving too late. Because some part of her, traitorous and tender, had not wanted him to say them. She took a step back first. Then another. All right, she whispered. His face changed at once, as if he understood he had wounded something fragile by trying to do the opposite. Elena. But she shook her head. Good night. And she walked away before the look in his eyes could make her stay. Upstairs, in the quiet of her room, she leaned against the door and stood very still. Her pulse had not settled. Her thoughts had not settled. Nothing in her felt orderly enough to name. She crossed to the mirror and slowly removed the earrings, placing them on the table. Then the dress, folded with more care than she intended. Then the last traces of the evening from her face. By the time she changed into a soft nightgown, she looked again like herself. Except she did not feel like herself at all. Letting you go may be the only decent thing left. She sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the dark window. Why should that sentence hurt? It should have brought relief. It should have confirmed what Reason already knew, that whatever was growing in the quiet spaces between her and Adrian was dangerous, compromised, and born under the worst possible circumstances. Instead, it felt like loss arriving before anything had truly been possessed. That frightened her more than the ballroom had. More than her father's smile. Because it meant the first crack in Adrian's plan had not been kindness in public. Not the dance. Not the rescue on the terrace. Not even the careful honesty. The first real crack was this. He no longer seemed certain revenge mattered more than she did. And she no longer seemed certain she wanted him to choose otherwise. Downstairs, Adrian remained in the darkened hall long after Elena had gone. The shoes she had left by the doorway still stood where she had set them, small and elegant on the polished floor. He looked at them as if they belonged to a scene he no longer knew how to survive. He should have said less. He should have held the line. He should have remained the man who could still believe control was possible. Instead, he had watched her all evening, watched the way she held herself before her father, the cool steadiness she gathered out of pain, the refusal to be diminished in front of a man who had spent her whole life doing exactly that. And somewhere in the middle of the ballroom, with music and glass and false warmth all around them, something in Adrian's carefully built structure had cracked beyond repair. It had not happened when he danced with her. Not even when she looked up at him on the terrace with that terrible, searching honesty. It had happened when he realized he wanted to protect her even from the parts of his own plan that still remained intact. That desire had no place in revenge. It belonged to something else. Something he had no right to feel. He bent, picked up the shoes, and carried them to the foot of the staircase without calling for anyone to move them. The gesture was absurdly small. Still, it felt intimate enough to accuse him. By the time he reached his study, the house had gone fully still. He loosened his tie and stood by the window, looking out at the dark garden. Luca would have seen it instantly. The flaw. The weakness. Or perhaps not weakness at all, but humanity intruding where it had been systematically excluded. Adrian had built the marriage as leverage. Now he found himself measuring rooms by whether Elena had eaten, whether she seemed tired, whether her smile reached her eyes. He found himself noticing when she chose silence because she was hurting rather than because she wished to wound him. He found himself remembering the exact moment she laughed in the car, the exact expression she wore when she said she should hate him more than she did. That was the crack. Not merely in the plan. In him. And cracks, once begun, do not politely stop where they are told. He closed his eyes briefly. Somewhere upstairs, behind a closed door, Elena was awake. He knew it with the same certainty he knew his own unrest. The house held them both. Distance remained between them. But it was no longer the safe kind. It was the charged distance between confession and surrender, between damage and desire, between the man Adrian had intended to be and the one he was becoming despite himself. And for the first time since this began, he was not afraid that the plan would fail. He was afraid of what would remain when it did. Chapter 6, Moments He Couldn't Ignore. The morning after the dinner began with rain again. It tapped softly at Elena's window before dawn, a patient sound that seemed to belong to another life, one where mornings were simpler and weather was only weather. She woke slowly, tangled in the remains of shallow sleep, and for a few seconds she did not remember why her chest felt tight. Then she did. The ballroom. Her father's smooth voice. Adrian on the terrace saying he had wanted to spare her. Adrian in the hall saying that letting her go might be the only decent thing left. The sentence had followed her into sleep and back out of it again. She rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling. The room was gray with weak early light. The curtains shifted faintly in the draft from the window. Somewhere deeper in the house, pipes murmured and settled. Everything was exactly as it had been the day before, and yet some balance had changed. That had happened often since the wedding. Small emotional earthquakes beneath a perfectly composed surface. She pushed the blankets back and sat up slowly. The air was cool. Her bare feet flinched at the polished floor as she crossed to the window and pulled the curtain aside. Rain silvered the city beyond. Cars moved like dark beads along the streets. Rooftops blurred softly at the edges. People hurried with umbrellas and bent heads, carrying coffee cups and briefcases and invisible little burdens of their own. No one looking up at this house would guess how much unspoken weight it held. Elena rested a hand against the glass. She should leave, she thought again. The thought no longer arrived in anger. It arrived in logic. This marriage had begun in deceit. The truth had come late and painfully. Adrian's motives were changing in ways that neither of them trusted. Her father had finally stepped out from behind abstraction and into the center of the room, and nothing about that encounter had made her feel stronger, only older. Leaving would be sensible. Leaving would be clean. Leaving would be the action of a woman who still knew how to preserve herself. And yet she remained where she was, hand against cold glass, pulse slow and troubled, unable to make the choice feel possible. It was no longer only the truth about her father that held her there. It was Adrian. Not because she trusted him fully. She did not. Not because she had forgiven him. She had not. But because the man he was becoming in front of her, despite himself, against his own design, had become harder to leave than the man who first proposed to her ever would have been. That frightened her. A soft knock came at the door. She closed her eyes briefly. Yes? Good morning, ma'am, came the gentle voice of one of the staff. Would you like breakfast sent up, or would you prefer the dining room? Elena hesitated. Ordinary questions. Ordinary choices. How strange that life kept offering them. The dining room, she said. Of course. When the footsteps retreated, she let out a slow breath and turned from the window. She dressed simply, choosing a dark skirt, a cream blouse, and a pale cardigan soft enough to feel like comfort. She braided her hair loosely and left off jewelry. She did not want to look like a wife in a polished house that morning. She wanted, as much as possible, to look like herself. By the time she reached the dining room, Adrian was already there. He stood at the sideboard pouring coffee. The sight of him, black trousers, white shirt, sleeves buttoned neatly at the wrist, posture straight even at this hour, sent that same quiet jolt through her she had become so unwillingly familiar with. He looked up as she entered. For a moment neither of them moved. Then he said, "Good morning." His voice was lower than usual, as if sleep had not fully left it. "Good morning," she replied. He set the coffee pot down carefully and came around to the table. There was no sign in his expression that the night before had unsettled him as deeply as it had unsettled her. But Elena had learned enough now to see past the surface. The composure was there. Beneath it, something was held very still. She sat. He took the seat across from her. The servants moved quietly, setting out breakfast, pouring tea, then retreating with their usual discretion. Once the door closed, the room settled into silence. Neither reached immediately for food. The rain touched the windows with soft irregular sound. Adrian folded his hands lightly beside his coffee. "You slept?" The question was ordinary enough to almost hurt. "A little," she said. He nodded, but the tiny tension at the corner of his mouth suggested he knew the answer was incomplete. "And you?" she asked. His gaze met hers. "Not much." The honesty disarmed her before she could prepare for it. She looked down at her teacup. Steam rose gently. The scent of black tea and citrus curled into the cool air between them. Finally Adrian said, "I'm sorry about last night." Elena looked up again. He didn't add conditions. Didn't say if that upset you. Didn't try to define which part he meant. The apology sat there without self-defense. "For my father being there?" she asked. "For all of it." Something moved in her chest. The straightforwardness of it. The refusal to hide. She wrapped both hands around her cup for steadiness. "You didn't know he'd come?" "No. But you knew it was possible." "Yes." "And you still brought me?" "Yes." There it was again, that unbearable honesty. Not excusing himself. Not denying fault. She almost wished he would. It would make him easier to withstand. Adrian looked at the rain-dark window before speaking again. "If you want to leave today, I won't stop you." Elena had expected the sentence eventually. Still, hearing it in the quiet of morning changed its shape. "Why are you saying it like an offer?" she asked. "Because it should be one." She leaned back slightly in her chair. "And what if I say I'm not leaving?" His expression shifted by a degree so slight most people wouldn't have seen it. "Then you stay. That's all?" "No," he said quietly. "Then I try to deserve the fact that you did." The room seemed to still around that sentence. Elena looked at him for a long time. He meant it. That was what made it dangerous. Not because it erased anything. It did not. But because it meant the distance between them was no longer defended by his indifference. It was defended, increasingly poorly, by restraint. She lowered her eyes first. "You make difficult things sound calm." "I know. I'm beginning to think that's one of your most irritating qualities." A shadow of something like warmth passed through his face. "I've been told worse." Breakfast should have unfolded after that in ordinary fragments. Instead the air remained charged. They ate little. The rain continued. The silence between them no longer felt like avoidance. It felt like both of them standing at the edge of something and refusing to name it. Halfway through the meal, Adrian's phone vibrated on the table. He glanced at the screen, and Elena saw his expression harden almost invisibly. He silenced it without answering. "You have to go," she said. "Not immediately." It looked immediate. His gaze rested on the phone a moment longer, then returned to her. "There's a meeting that can probably survive my absence for another hour." There was something so unexpectedly human about the sentence that Elena stared at him. "You're staying here because of me?" "Yes." She did not know what to do with that answer. The rain seemed louder suddenly. She tore a piece of toast she didn't want and said, not looking at him, "You don't have to." "That isn't the point." "What is the point, then?" He was silent for a moment. "The point," he said, "is that this house feels different after last night, and I don't want you to carry that alone." The words entered her so quietly they almost escaped notice. Almost. She felt them all the way down. Unable to bear the directness, she reached for practical ground. I'm not fragile. No, Adrian said. You're not. There was no patronizing softness in it. No argument. Only recognition. That moved her even more than concern would have. They finished breakfast slowly. Adrian remained long enough to walk with her into the main hallway before putting on his coat. He paused there, one hand on the dark wool lapel, watching her with that careful, impossible attention he no longer seemed capable of hiding. If you need anything, call me, he said. I know. I mean it. The urge to say I know that too rose in her and frightened her enough that she let the sentence die unsaid. Instead she nodded. He hesitated, then said, I'll be back earlier tonight. Why? The question fluttered at the edge of her tongue. Because he expected trouble after the dinner? Because he didn't want to leave her alone with her thoughts? Because he wanted, for reasons neither safe nor sensible, to return to a house where she was waiting? She did not ask. All right, she said. He inclined his head once and left. The house changed the moment the front door closed behind him. It always did. The silence widened. The rooms regained their stillness. The sense of being watched. Carefully, quietly, almost tenderly, disappeared, and Elena became aware of how much she had begun to feel it in his presence. That awareness unsettled her all morning. She tried reading in the small sitting room and absorbed nothing. She wrote down 3 possible versions of what she might say if she called her father, then tore the page into thin, careful strips. She wandered through the library, touching the spines of books she had not yet opened. Finally, unable to sit with herself any longer, she took a coat from the entryway closet and went out into the garden. Rain had softened to mist. The stone paths were dark and shining, bordered by clipped hedges and leafless branches wet with fine silver drops. The air smelled of rosemary, damp soil, and cold iron from the distant gate. Elena followed the path she had taken before, this time without urgency, her hands in her pockets, her thoughts restless. She kept hearing the woman at the foundation dinner. He does not look at many people the way he looks at you. The sentence had stayed with her despite every effort to push it away. What had the woman seen? Not affection, surely. Adrian guarded himself too well for anything so obvious. Not even longing in any straightforward sense. Something else. A concentration. Attention. The strange, almost reverent carefulness of a man who knows he has no right to feel what he feels and feels it anyway. Elena stopped near the low stone wall. Rain beaded on its surface. Beyond it the city looked blurred and distant. No. She should not think like that. To believe that Adrian cared for her in any meaningful sense would be to step onto ground so unstable it could only end badly. The marriage had been built on revenge. Whatever tenderness had entered after could not erase the foundation. And yet people do not always live according to foundations. Sometimes they ruin themselves by growing toward light in the wrong places. The thought was so dangerously close to poetry that she almost laughed. Instead she turned at the sound of a car in the drive. At first she assumed it must be one of the staff receiving a delivery, or perhaps some ordinary service of the house. Then she saw the dark sedan stop near the front steps and a familiar figure emerge. Her father. Everything in her went cold. He stood beneath a black umbrella held by his driver for only a moment before dismissing it and walking briskly toward the door. Even from the far side of the garden she recognized the contained confidence of his movements. The way he inhabited expensive spaces as though they had been built to confirm his existence. Elena's pulse beat once, hard. No. Not here. Not like this. She did not think. She moved. By the time she reached the terrace doors and crossed the back hall, her heartbeat was loud enough to drown the softer sounds of the house. One of the staff had already answered the door. Her father stood just inside the entry, coat damp at the shoulders, gloves in one hand, expression politely determined. "Elena," he said, and the satisfaction in his voice made her want to flinch. "I was hoping we could talk." "No." The word came out flat and immediate. The staff member glanced between them. Elena did not look away from her father. Her father's smile adjusted itself into patient paternal concern. "I didn't come to argue." "Then you came to the wrong house." Something unreadable flickered in his eyes. "I think we've both had enough public scenes for 1 week." The audacity of that nearly stole her breath. "What scene?" Elena asked. "You mean the part where I existed in the same room as you?" "I know that's usually a burden." The staff member was still there. Elena became aware of it only enough to say, without taking her eyes from her father, "Please leave us." A pause. Then the staff member withdrew, closing the nearby door softly and leaving them alone in the wide, quiet entry hall. Rain moved against the distant windows. Somewhere a clock marked the quarter hour. Her father removed his gloves with neat deliberate motions. "You seem angry." She laughed once, sharp and joyless. "Do I?" "Adrian has been speaking to you." There it was. "Not has anything upset you?" "Not what happened." Immediately the assumption that influence flowed from somewhere else because Elena's own anger could not be self-generating. "He has," she said. "Though not as much as I think you should be worried about." Her father's gaze sharpened. "What has he told you?" The need to protect something came over her suddenly, not Adrian, exactly, but the truth itself. Her father had moved through years rearranging truth for convenience. She could feel him reaching for the edges of the narrative already. "What he told me matters less than what the papers said," she replied. The stillness that followed was subtle, but it was there. A tiny break in polish. So he had not known she had seen evidence. Good. What papers? She looked at him in disbelief. Then, more softly than before, because softness sometimes cuts deeper, she said, "You really think you can do that? You really believe if you say it calmly enough, the world resets around your version?" Her father's mouth tightened. "I don't know what Adrian has shown you, but I do know he has every reason to twist old events to his advantage." "Old events?" "Yes. A man died." The word struck the hall like something dropped. Her father did not react as she wanted him to. No visible shame. No shock. Only a quiet recalculation. "Luca made his own choices," he said. Elena stared at him. For a second she thought she had misheard. Then the meaning landed in full, and with it came such a wave of disgust that she had to grip the back of a nearby chair to steady herself. "That's what you say?" she whispered. "That's what you say about him?" He was under pressure. He handled it badly. That is tragic, but it is not the same as blame. The carefulness of the language made her want to scream. Instead she said, "You destroyed him." Her father shook his head once, almost regretful. "No. I made decisions during a crisis. Decisions other people later found useful to resent." Useful. There it was. The same bloodless vocabulary as the memos and letters. Elena felt suddenly, horribly, that she understood something essential about him. He had not buried guilt over the years. He had dissolved it into abstraction. Shifted it into language until it no longer resembled a human act. "Did you ever once think about him as a person?" she asked. "Beyond his usefulness? Beyond his role in protecting you?" Her father's expression cooled. "You're speaking like a child. Then answer me like I'm not one." He was silent a moment. When he did speak, his tone changed, not louder, but harder. Less charm. More command. "You have no idea what those years were like. No idea what was at risk. Entire divisions, livelihoods, families. And his life wasn't one of them?" "That is not what I said." "It is exactly what you said." "No," he replied. "What I said is that leadership sometimes requires decisions that cannot satisfy everyone." Elena looked at him with something beyond anger now. This was the man who had raised her after her mother died. Not closely. Not tenderly. But enough that his blood and her memories were linked whether she liked it or not. And here he stood in Adrian's house, speaking of a dead man as collateral in a difficult season. Something inside her quieted. Not softened. Clarified. "I used to think," she said slowly, "that you were selfish because you were empty in certain ways. That you didn't know how to love properly. That grief made you colder after Mama died." Her father's face changed almost imperceptibly at the mention of her mother, but she kept going. "Now I think it's worse. I think you know exactly what people cost, and you decide whether they're worth paying." The entry hall fell still. Her father's expression flattened. "You've become dramatic." "No," Elena said. "I've become certain." That landed. She saw it. Not because he looked guilty. Because he looked inconvenienced by the fact that one of his own carefully peripheral attachments had stepped out of passivity and into judgment. His gaze shifted briefly around the hall, as if becoming aware again of where he stood. "Whatever this marriage is," he said, "you should understand that Adrian did not choose you out of integrity." "I know that." The answer came so quickly it startled him. He looked at her more sharply. "Then you know he married you to get to me?" "Yes." A small pause. "And you stayed?" "Yes." The silence that followed felt almost volatile. Her father's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why?" It was the same question Adrian had asked in another hallway under another night, and hearing it from this man made Elena understand something with sudden force. The difference between them. Adrian asked because the answer mattered to him. Her father asked because he could not make sense of a variable he did not control. She straightened. That's none of your concern. Everything about you is my concern. The sentence was spoken in that old tone he used when he wanted to sound protective and authoritative at once. Once, years ago, it might have made her ache for a father she could still hope to reach. Now it only made her tired. No, she said. It isn't. It never really was. He took a step toward her. It was not an aggressive move. It was worse. Familiar. Assumptive. Elena, whatever resentment you have toward me, don't be foolish enough to let that man use it. She stared at him. Then, because the truth had become too obvious to ignore, she said, "You still think you're the center of this." His expression darkened. "I am the reason this began." "Yes," she agreed. "But you are no longer the reason I'm standing here." He went very still. She almost hadn't meant to say it so plainly. But now that it was spoken, she understood it was true. Whatever this house had become to her, wound, refuge, trap, impossible place, it was not reducible to her father anymore. The front door opened. The sound cut through the charged silence like clean metal. Adrian stepped inside, rain-dark coat over one arm, his expression unreadable until he saw her father. Then everything in him changed without moving. Not outwardly enough for anyone else to name. Internally enough that Elena felt the shift like weather. The driver behind him disappeared at once, the door closing softly. For one beat no one spoke. Then Adrian said, in a voice calm enough to be dangerous, "You weren't invited." Her father turned toward him with controlled surprise. "Neither, technically, was I stopped." Adrian set his coat aside with careful precision. "You should leave." "Should I?" "Yes." The two men stood facing each other in the wide entry hall, and Elena felt, more keenly than ever before, that she was seeing not simply a conflict but two entire philosophies of power arranged in human form. Her father smiled faintly. "You brought my daughter into this house under false pretenses and you want to lecture me on what's proper." Adrian's gaze did not shift. "Whatever else is true, I am not the one who should have stayed away from her." The sentence landed harder than shouting might have. Elena looked at Adrian. He did not look at her. Her father's smile vanished. "You are becoming sentimental." "No," Adrian said quietly. "Only tired of your presence." "That makes two of us." The air tightened. Elena stepped forward before either man could take another inch of ground from the other. "Enough." They both looked at her. The immediate obedience of that, two men like these stopping because she said one word, would have been satisfying under other circumstances. Now it only sharpened her exhaustion. She looked at her father first. "You came here to regain control of a story." His expression remained composed, but the pulse at his neck flickered once. "You do not have it." Then she turned to Adrian. "And you do not get to make this into a duel because you hate him." Something changed in Adrian's face at that. Not anger. Recognition, perhaps, that she was right. She drew a breath and said to her father, "Leave." He stared at her. "Elena." "Leave." The word echoed lightly in the hall. For a moment she thought he might refuse. He had refused her in 1,000 smaller ways over the years, refused attention, tenderness, accountability, memory. Refusal was his native language when it came to real things. But this was Adrian's house. This was Elena standing before him with eyes no longer asking for anything he might one day choose to give. This was a scene too dangerous to his self-image if it escalated further. At last he put his gloves back on, one finger at a time. "You will regret letting anger rearrange your judgment," he said. Elena looked at him steadily. "I learned that from you." Something almost human crossed his face then, pain, perhaps, or only wounded vanity. It was gone too quickly to trust. He glanced once at Adrian, a look sharp with old animosity, then turned and walked to the door. When it opened, rain and cold air rushed briefly into the hall. A second later he was gone. The door closed. Silence settled at once. The house seemed to exhale. Elena stood motionless, the echo of the confrontation still running through her body like aftershock. Across from her Adrian remained still as well, gaze fixed on the now closed door as though he could keep the moment from returning by the force of looking. Neither spoke. Finally Elena became aware that her hands were shaking. Not violently. Just enough. Adrian saw it. He crossed the distance between them without haste and stopped close enough that she could feel the warmth of him in the cool hall. "Sit down," he said softly. It was not a command. Not in the way his voice used to make commands sound inevitable. This carried concern stripped bare. "I'm fine." "No," he said. "You're not." The answer undid her more than sympathy would have. She laughed once, but it came out thin. "That's annoying." "I know." He guided her, not touching, only directing with presence, toward the nearest sitting room. Elena let him, because the room had begun to tilt slightly around the edges and sitting seemed suddenly less negotiable than pride. She lowered herself onto the sofa. Adrian crouched briefly by the low table, pouring water from the carafe into a glass, then handed it to her. Their fingers brushed. The contact was fleeting. It still sent a current through her. Elena took the glass and drank, more because he needed her to than because she was thirsty. Adrian straightened but did not move far. He stood near the fireplace, one hand resting against the mantel, watching her with an intensity that was no longer purely restraint. After a few moments she said, "You came back early." His jaw shifted slightly. "I got a call that your father had arrived." "From whom?" she almost asked. Then remembered the staff, the discreet and practical loyalty of a house that had clearly been instructed not to disturb her unless necessary and yet knew exactly when necessity had arrived. "And you left the meeting?" "Yes." "Because of him?" "Because of you." The room quieted around the answer. Elena set the glass down carefully before she dropped it. "You keep saying things like that," she whispered. A faint line appeared between his brows. "Would you prefer I stop?" She looked up at him. This was the impossible thing. He would, if she asked. Not because he did not feel them. Because he did, and because some part of him still believed distance was the nearest thing to goodness he had to offer. "No," she said before she could think better of it. His expression changed. Only slightly. Enough. The rain tapped softly at the windows. Elena looked at the carpet, then back at him. I believed, for years, that if I ever confronted him properly, something in me would feel clearer after. Stronger. As if naming what he is would clean the air somehow. And? She let out a slow breath. It doesn't. It just makes me feel like I was raised by someone who talks about death like paperwork. Adrian said nothing for a moment. Then he crossed to the sofa and sat at the far end, leaving space between them. Not too much. Enough to make the choice visible. I'm sorry, he said. The words were quiet, but they held more than apology. They held recognition. Grief. Anger on her behalf. The strange tenderness he kept trying and failing to confine. Elena turned to look at him fully. Why does it matter so much to you? She asked. The question was dangerous and both of them knew it. Adrian looked down briefly, then back at her. Because watching him hurt you feels different now. Her pulse quickened. Different from what? From what I told myself this was. He did not say the rest. He did not need to. Elena looked away first. Outside, rain moved lightly over the garden. Inside, the room held them in a silence that no longer felt empty. It felt full of all the things they could not say safely. After a while Adrian spoke again. What did he say before I came in? She leaned back slowly against the cushions. That Luca made his own choices. That leadership requires decisions not everyone likes. That you're using me. Adrian's face went still in that particular way she had learned to fear. And you? What about me? What did you say? She looked at him. That he still thinks he's the center of this. Something in Adrian's gaze softened then, not with satisfaction, but with an almost painful kind of respect. And I told him, she added quietly, that he was no longer the reason I'm here. The room seemed to narrow. Adrian did not move. Neither did Elena. She had not planned to tell him. The words had simply crossed the space between them before she could stop them. Now they existed there, bright and irreversible. At last Adrian said, very softly, Elena. The way he said her name made it feel like a question and a warning at once. She swallowed. This is a bad idea, she said. Yes. That's becoming a pattern with us. Yes. A fragile, disbelieving smile touched her mouth and vanished. Adrian saw it. His own expression altered by a fraction, as though the existence of that smile hurt him and healed him at the same time. She folded her hands tightly in her lap. I don't know what this is. Neither do I. That isn't reassuring. No. There it was again. The old answer in its new and impossible form. Elena closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, Adrian was still looking at her with that unbearable concentration, like a man trying to memorize something he had already lost. Tell me something true, she said. He went very still. About what? About you. A pause. Long enough that she thought perhaps he would refuse. Then he said, I started sleeping with the light on after Luca died. The admission hit her with startling force, not because of the content alone, but because of its shape. So specific. So private. So unlike the polished truths he usually offered. Elena's throat tightened. Why? His gaze drifted briefly toward the rain-streaked window. Because the dark felt crowded. She stared at him. No grand confession. No dramatic revelation. Just a sentence that opened onto grief so human she had no defense against it. That's true, she said quietly. Yes. She nodded slowly, as if confirming some internal weight. Then mine, she said. His eyes returned to her face. When I was 13, she continued, I stopped waiting for my father to come to school performances. Not because he had missed all of them. Because he came to one and spent most of it taking calls in the hallway. The room held very still. Adrian did not speak. He listened. That alone made the memory hurt differently. I remember thinking, Elena said, looking not at him but at the edge of the rug, that it would have been easier if he'd simply never promised. Then disappointment could have been clean. But half attention is worse than absence. It keeps hope alive long enough to humiliate it. When she finally looked up, Adrian's expression had changed completely. No composure now, not really. Only quiet devastation on her behalf. He doesn't deserve you, he said. The certainty in his voice nearly broke her. She laughed softly to save herself from tears. That sounds dramatic. It's accurate. There was that word again, accurate, as if truth could be steadied by naming it properly. Elena shook her head, but warmth and ache had already begun to blur together inside her. No. This could not happen like this. Not after everything. Especially not after everything. She stood abruptly and walked to the window, needing space, needing movement, needing the physical fact of rain and glass and distance. Behind her, she heard Adrian rise too, but he did not come close. That's the problem, she said, staring out at the garden. Moments like this. They make it too easy to forget what this started as. Yes. The simplicity of the answer made her close her eyes. I don't want to forget, she whispered. I know. Do you? When she turned, he was standing near the sofa, hands at his sides, face unguarded in a way that felt almost intimate. No, he said. But I understand why you're afraid of it. The truth of that sat between them. Elena looked down at the rain-silvered terrace stones. Then she said the thing she had not wanted to admit even to herself. I'm not only afraid of forgetting. His silence invited the rest. She forced herself to meet his gaze. I'm afraid I'm starting to understand you too well. The effect of the sentence on him was immediate and quiet and devastating. He did not step closer. He did not look away. He simply stood there as if everything held inside him had drawn tight around one impossible point. Understanding me, he said at last, will not make this safer. I know. It may make it worse. I know that too. Rain moved against the windows like whispered applause for bad choices. For a second, one dangerous suspended second, it felt possible that he might close the distance between them. That she might let him. That every careful line would finally fail under the weight of all that had accumulated unspoken between them. Instead, Adrian said, with visible effort, "You should have lunch." The abrupt return to practicality startled a breath of incredulous laughter out of her. Now? Yes. She leaned her forehead lightly against the cool glass. You're impossible. Frequently. She turned back, and for one fragile moment they both smiled, real smiles this time, brief and tired and almost tender in their shared absurdity. That was the moment he couldn't ignore. Not the confrontation. Not her father's presence. Not even her confession that he was no longer the reason she stayed. This. Elena laughing despite everything, because he had offered lunch as a shield against a truth too dangerous to touch directly. Something in Adrian's face changed as he looked at her. Not desire alone, though that was there. Not merely affection. Something deeper and less manageable. The dawning recognition of attachment in a form he could no longer honestly deny. He looked away first. I'll have something sent in, he said. Adrian. He paused. She had not meant to stop him. Yet his name had come out with enough softness to make the room shift. When he looked back, she said only, "Thank you." He inclined his head once. Then, because leaving was suddenly the only thing preserving either of them, he went to the door and stepped out, closing it softly behind him. Elena stood alone by the window, breathing slowly. Her heart felt too large for her ribs. The room still held the shape of him. That afternoon passed strangely. Lunch arrived on a tray she barely touched. The rain deepened, then softened. The house resumed its elegant routines as if nothing had happened in the sitting room, as if fathers did not come uninvited to justify dead men, as if women did not stand at windows and realize the most dangerous person in a house was no longer the one who had first lied to them, but the one who was beginning to tell the truth. Elena spent an hour in the library with a book open and unread on her lap. She kept hearing his voice. I started sleeping with the light on after Luca died. He doesn't deserve you. Understanding me will not make this safer. None of those sentences should have mattered as much as they did. Each one slid past reason and lodged somewhere more difficult to govern. By evening the rain had nearly stopped. The house settled into dusk, lamps coming on one by one. Elena changed into a soft gray dress for dinner, though appetite still felt distant. When she came downstairs, Adrian was waiting in the hall outside the dining room as if he had not trusted himself to sit alone at the table until she arrived. The sight moved through her like warmth and warning. "How are you?" he asked. She considered the question with more care than it deserved. "Tired," she said. He nodded once. "Me too." Dinner was quieter than breakfast, but easier than it should have been. They spoke of simple things at first. The weather, a book on architecture he thought she might like, whether the roses in the south garden would recover well after such a wet season. The ordinary shape of it all felt almost surreal after the day they had had, and yet it was exactly that ordinariness that began to soothe her. At one point the cook sent in a dessert Elena had once mentioned liking in passing during her first week in the house. Adrian noticed her surprise. "You remembered that?" she asked before thinking. He set down his fork. "I didn't arrange it," he said. But yes. The room went still around the answer. He remembered. Of course he did. Moments he couldn't ignore, she thought suddenly. And just as quickly she realized the phrase belonged to both of them now. After dinner they drifted, without planning it, into the small music room near the back of the house. Elena had passed it before but never stayed long. Tonight the lamps were low, and the rain-polished windows reflected the room back softly. In one corner stood an upright piano, old enough to be elegant without being fragile. She crossed to it almost absently, running her fingertips over the polished wood. "Do you play?" Adrian asked from the doorway. "A little." "That usually means yes." She glanced back at him. "And you?" "No." The answer amused her for reasons she couldn't explain. "You sound annoyed by that." "I prefer skills that obey." She sat on the bench and lifted the fallboard. "Music doesn't?" "Not reliably." That brought a small smile from her. Without really deciding to, she let her fingers rest on the keys. Then she played. Nothing formal. Just a simple piece her mother used to hum while cooking on rainy evenings when Elena was small and the apartment windows fogged with warmth. The melody was quiet, repetitive, gentle enough to feel like memory more than performance. When she finished, the room remained still. She turned. Adrian had not moved from the doorway. But his face had changed in a way that made her breath catch. Not because he looked impressed. Because he looked as if the music had reached somewhere unarmored in him. "My mother liked that one," she said softly, suddenly feeling the need to explain. He nodded slowly. It sounded like her. She looked at him in surprise. "You never met her?" "No," he said. But it sounded like someone who made rooms warmer. The tenderness of the observation went through her like light through thin fabric. She closed the piano gently. "Did Luca play anything?" she asked. Adrian stepped fully into the room and came to stand near the piano, one hand resting lightly on the edge of it. "Guitar," he said. "Badly. Loudly. As if volume could compensate for missing chords." Elena laughed. The sound lifted into the dim room and changed it. Adrian looked at her then with such quiet astonishment that she realized he was still learning the shape of her laughter, still filing it somewhere among the details he had no business treasuring and could not stop treasuring anyway. "He sounds impossible," she said. He was. And lovable. A pause. "Yes." They stood in silence afterward, close enough that Elena could feel warmth from him, far enough that the distance still ached. "I wish I'd met him," she said. Adrian looked at her. "He would have liked you." The certainty in his voice made the room go suddenly tender around the edges. "You can't know that." "Yes," he said quietly. "I can." The air between them tightened. Elena looked down at the piano keys, at her own reflection faintly blurred in the polished black. She did not trust herself to meet his eyes just then. "Everything keeps becoming personal," she whispered. It already was. She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, Adrian was still there, still watching her with that unbearable mix of restraint and feeling. The whole house seemed to have narrowed to this room, this hour, this impossible closeness. She should step back. She did not. He should leave. He did not. Instead he said, so softly she almost didn't hear it, "Elena, if you ask me to go, I will." The offer was both mercy and plea. She lifted her gaze to his. "And if I don't?" He exhaled once, unsteadily enough that it startled her. "Then I stay," he said. The answer spread through the room like a second silence. Neither moved. Then, from somewhere deeper in the house, a clock began to chime the hour. The sound broke the spell without breaking the feeling. Elena stepped back first. "Then stay," she said, though what she meant was not simply in this room, not simply tonight, and both of them heard that. Adrian's expression changed with painful clarity. He said nothing. Because anything he might have said would have been too much. They remained in the music room another half hour, speaking quietly now, more gently than before. About trivial things at first. The stubborn piano, a chandelier Elena thought looked as if it disapproved of joy, whether the rain would finally end by morning. Then, as if drawn there by gravity, about things that mattered more. Her mother's habit of humming while she cooked. Luca's infuriating optimism. The shapes grief had taken in both their lives. The way's absence could become architecture if it remained long enough. Nothing dramatic happened. No touch beyond the accidental brush of fingers when Elena closed the piano bench and Adrian moved to steady it at the same time. No confessions grand enough to change the structure of the night. And yet everything changed. Because by the time they finally parted, at the foot of the staircase, with soft light on the walls and midnight settling gently over the house, both of them knew that whatever stood between them now was no longer something either could pretend not to see. Moments he couldn't ignore. That was the truth of the day. Her father in the entry hall, proving once again what kind of man he was. Elena in the sitting room, saying he was no longer the reason she stayed. Elena at the piano, turning memory into sound. Elena laughing when he deflected danger with concern over lunch. Elena telling him to stay. Upstairs, long after she had gone to bed, Adrian stood alone in his study and understood that the plan he had built so carefully was no longer merely cracking. It was failing in the most dangerous way possible. Not because outside pressure had weakened it. Because inside it, something human had begun to live. And once that happens, destruction is no longer simple. Because you are no longer deciding what you are willing to ruin. You are deciding who. Chapter 7, the truth begins to surface. By the end of the week, the house had developed a new kind of quiet. Not the old quiet of distance and carefully measured absence. Not the brittle quiet that had followed revelation, when every room seemed to hold its breath around what had finally been spoken. This was something more complicated. A living quiet. A listening quiet. The kind that forms when two people have stepped too close to a truth to ignore it, yet still do not know what to call it. Elena felt it everywhere. In the way Adrian paused at the doorway now instead of leaving too quickly, as though he no longer trusted himself to pretend the room did not matter once she was in it. In the way dinner conversations had begun to lengthen, sometimes drifting from practical things into memory, then stopping suddenly when memory grew too intimate. In the way he looked at her when she wasn't meant to notice, with an attention so steady it made her aware of her own breathing. She noticed, of course. She noticed everything now. And because she noticed, she also understood that she was changing too. She had begun to recognize the sound of his footsteps in the corridor and to know, before he spoke, whether he was tired or merely guarded. She had begun to understand the different silences he kept. The professional one he wore after difficult meetings, the restrained one he retreated into when emotion threatened to make him reckless, the exhausted one that belonged only to the late hours, when the house was dim and the distance between them felt both necessary and unbearable. It should have frightened her enough to leave. Instead, it frightened her enough to stay alert. That was the most dangerous arrangement of all. On Saturday morning, sunlight spilled pale and clean over the breakfast table. No rain for once. The city beyond the windows looked newly washed, its rooftops bright beneath a crisp blue sky. The table had been laid with almost indecent beauty: fruit, warm bread, honey, eggs, tea, coffee, all of it glowing in the cold, clear light. Elena stood for a moment just inside the dining room, taking in the ordinary luxury of the scene, and had the strange thought that grief and betrayal should have no place near such brightness. But life did not arrange itself according to emotional logic. Adrian was already seated, jacket removed, shirt sleeves buttoned neatly, a newspaper folded beside his untouched coffee. He looked up as she entered. There it was again. That flicker in his expression that had become more visible over the past few days. Relief, perhaps, or something close to it. A small softening that existed only in the second before composure reclaimed his face. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning." She sat across from him. One of the staff poured tea and withdrew. The room settled around them. For a moment neither spoke. Then Adrian said, "You slept better." It was not a question. Elena looked at him over the rim of her cup. "That sounds very certain." "It is." "How?" His gaze dropped briefly to the untouched newspaper, then returned to her. "You look less tired." She almost smiled. The answer was careful enough to be polite, but not so careful that she missed what lay beneath it, that he had noticed. That he always noticed. "I did sleep better," she admitted. Something unspoken moved between them. Better, perhaps, because the previous evening had ended gently rather than sharply. Better because the music room still seemed to hold some echo of laughter and low conversation. Better because, for one night at least, she had been able to fall asleep without hearing her father's voice as the loudest thing in her mind. She tore a small piece of bread. "And you?" Adrian took up his coffee at last. "A little." "You say that about sleep the way other people say they've been to the moon." A quiet warmth touched his face. "Rarely, and with some inconvenience?" "Yes." "I'm glad I project consistency." She looked down to hide the smile that arrived too easily. It was strange, how often this happened now. These brief slips into dry humor. These moments when the air between them loosened and they nearly seemed like something they had never really been given the chance to become honestly. It would have been easier if he were only cold. It would have been easier if she were only angry. Instead, there were mornings like this one, all sunlight and tea and the impossible gentleness of noticing each other too well. "What are your plans today?" Adrian asked. Elena considered. None that feel respectable. That sounds promising. I might read. Or walk in the garden. Or decide, very dramatically, to reorganize a bookshelf that doesn't belong to me. Any shelf you reorganize here will immediately become your political territory. She lifted a brow. You sound threatened. I am deeply protective of structural order. That explains a lot. His mouth almost curved. The moment might have stayed light if not for the soft buzz of his phone against the table. He glanced at the screen. The change in him was instant. Not visible to anyone who did not know him. To Elena it might as well have been thunder. What is it? She asked. He silenced the phone, but did not put it away. Nothing urgent. She waited. His eyes met hers. Then he said, that wasn't true. She set down her cup. Adrian. He was silent for a moment, as though deciding whether to preserve the morning a little longer or let reality enter at once. My legal advisor wants to meet, he said finally. About my father? Yes. The brightness of the breakfast room altered immediately. The sunlight remained. The food remained. But the warmth drained from the center of things. Elena's fingers tightened lightly around the handle of her cup. Why now? He leaned back slightly in his chair. Because after the foundation dinner, there's movement. What kind of movement? Questions. Calls. A few people trying to understand why your father looked less comfortable than usual in a room he normally controls. She absorbed that. Because of me? In part. And because of you? Yes. It was strange to hear it laid out so directly. As if the dinner had not simply been an uncomfortable social obligation, but an event with consequences already rippling outward. Adrian watched her carefully. We don't have to discuss it now, he said. Yes, we do. His gaze shifted minutely, recognizing her tone. Elena looked out toward the window, where the garden held its winter stillness under sunlight. You said the truth would start moving once it reached the right people. I did. And now it is. Yes. She turned back to him. Do you still want that? The question landed harder than she expected. Adrian did not answer immediately. There, she thought. There it is. The hesitation. It no longer belonged to strategy. It belonged to something far more dangerous. At the level of principle, he said at last. Yes. That isn't what I asked. I know. Then answer what I asked. The silence that followed was soft, but heavy with all the things they had not yet resolved between them. Finally Adrian said, I want the truth to exist outside of private rooms. Elena held his gaze. That's still not the same thing. No, he said quietly. It isn't. The honesty of it made her breath catch. Because now she understood what he could not quite bring himself to say, that the machinery of revenge, once so clear to him, had become entangled with her in ways that made every next step morally unstable. She had known it, of course. But hearing the edges of it from him made it real. She looked down at the tablecloth, at the spill of sunlight across the white linen. If this becomes public, I become part of it publicly too. Yes. My name. Yes. My connection to him. Yes. There was no gentleness in the answers. No attempt to spare her by pretending otherwise. And somehow that bluntness was kinder than comfort would have been. She nodded slowly. What does your legal advisor want? To know whether I'm prepared to move from private documentation to formal complaint. Elena looked up sharply. Against my father? Yes. The room seemed to contract. A formal complaint. Not rumor, not leverage, not strategic pressure behind closed doors. Something real enough to carry legal and public consequences. She felt, suddenly, that they had arrived at the edge of the thing. Until now the truth had existed in files, in memory, in grief, in carefully guarded hatred. Now it wanted shape in the world. What would happen? She asked. Adrian folded his hands loosely on the table. An investigation, if it holds. Media attention if it leaks. Board review. Possibly criminal scrutiny, depending on what else surfaces. And me? His expression changed almost imperceptibly. You would be pulled into the story whether you wanted it or not. The words hung between them. Elena's stomach tightened. Not because she feared scandal. Not exactly. Because scandal would turn something already painful into spectacle. Because strangers would reduce lives to narrative. Because her father, who had ignored her so casually for years, would suddenly remember her existence with strategic intensity. Because Adrian would be standing at the center of it too, and whatever lay between them would not survive public scrutiny unchanged. She took a breath. Do you want me at that meeting? No. The answer came too fast. She blinked. No. No. Why not? He met her gaze. Because you've already carried enough. Anger rose. Not entirely at him, but close enough to borrow his face. You don't get to decide that for me. His jaw tightened slightly. I know. Do you? Yes. Then why answer for me? A pause. Then, more quietly, because I can't tell where protecting you ends and controlling the situation begins. The admission stunned her into silence. Not because it absolved him. Because it was one of the clearest things he had said since this began. Elena stared at him. The sunlight had shifted just enough that one side of his face lay in brightness and the other in shadow. He looked tired suddenly, not with lack of sleep alone, but with the exhaustion of a man no longer able to pretend his motives remained singular. She set down the cup. I'm going, she said. His eyes sharpened. Elena. I'm going. This is not a room you owe anyone your presence in. That's not why I'm going. Then why? The question was quiet, but there was strain under it now. Because I'm tired of truths being kept around me instead of with me. Because I'm tired of being managed by men who think they understand the cost better than I do. Because if my father is finally going to be named for what he did, I will not be standing outside the room while it happens. She could have said all of that. Instead she said only, because it concerns my life now too. Adrian was silent. Then he gave a single nod. All right. The simplicity of his surrender unsettled her more than resistance would have. Just like that? No, he said softly. Not just like that. But yes. He looked down at the table for a moment, then back at her. If you come, you hear everything. I know. No softened version. Good. No ability to step back into uncertainty. She held his gaze. I don't want uncertainty. The room went still. He believed her. She could see it. Breakfast ended soon after. Not because there was nothing left to say, but because too much had already been said for that hour of morning. Adrian went to dress for the city. Elena remained in the dining room for a few quiet moments, one hand resting on the back of her chair, watching sunlight shift across the table. The truth begins to surface, she thought. Not dramatically. Not all at once. But in papers, in meetings, in the refusal to keep naming harm as if it were only bad luck with better tailoring. By 10, they were in the car. The city moved around them in clean winter light. Pedestrians hurried past storefronts and office towers and cafes where people sat with laptops and pastries, living small manageable stories. Elena watched the world through the darkened glass and tried to steady herself around the fact that she was driving toward a room in which her father's name would be spoken plainly alongside legal words and dead consequences. Adrian sat beside her, one hand resting lightly against the seat, the other occasionally checking his phone with the quiet efficiency of habit. Neither spoke much. The silence was not hostile. It was bracing. At a red light, Elena said, "What is your lawyer like?" Adrian glanced at her. Unpleasantly perceptive. That sounds reassuring. It is. Does she like you? He almost smiled. No. This time Elena did smile. Then I already trust her more. A flicker of warmth passed through his face, brief and real. But then the light changed, and with it the moment. The law office occupied the upper floor of a modern building overlooking a gray river and a run of bare winter trees. Everything inside was glass, pale wood, and quiet expensive precision. The receptionist spoke softly. The elevator moved soundlessly. The waiting area held art that clearly meant something to someone. Elena stood near the window while Adrian checked in. He looked as he always did in professional spaces, composed, self-contained, made sharper by them rather than diminished. Yet she knew now that the surface concealed more than it once had. Beneath the control lived grief, conflict, and a strain of feeling that had become impossible for both of them to dismiss. "Mr. Vukovic," said a voice from the corridor. "And this must be Elena." The woman who approached was perhaps in her 40s, impeccably dressed in dark navy, with intelligent eyes and a face that suggested she had long ago stopped wasting emotion on anyone who wanted to be lied to. She offered her hand first to Elena, then to Adrian. "I'm Mara Kovac," she said. "I apologize in advance. I'm good at my job and not especially gentle." "I appreciate the warning," Elena said. That earned the faintest shift at the corner of Mara's mouth. "Good. Come in." The conference room was bright and almost aggressively orderly. Files waited on the table in slim neat stacks. A large screen rested dark on one wall. Water had been set out in glass bottles. Nothing about the room invited comfort. It was a place for clarity, not shelter. Elena sat beside Adrian, not quite touching, aware of him in the way one is aware of heat from a nearby fire. Mara opened a file and looked first at Elena. "I'm glad you came," she said. "Not because this will be pleasant. Because men like your father tend to benefit when women connected to the damage are kept outside the room in the name of protection." Elena blinked. Then glanced at Adrian. He did not look away. Mara noticed the exchange, of course. "Good," she said dryly. "We're all honest enough to survive an afternoon." The meeting began. It moved carefully at first. Timelines, names, dates, the original financial collapse, internal reporting failures, Luca's position, the chain of decisions that had led responsibility to settle where it should not have. Mara spoke without drama, but the lack of drama made it worse. The facts did not need emphasis. They were devastating enough on their own. Elena listened, her hands folded too tightly in her lap. Some documents she had already seen. Others were new. Internal testimonies gathered quietly over the years, messages suggesting pressure from above, indications that the settlement process had been manipulated not merely to silence Luca but to insulate several senior men from future scrutiny. Among them, always circling at the center without placing himself too bluntly on paper, was her father. Mara clicked to another file and said, "The difficulty is not whether there was wrongdoing. There was. The difficulty is whether we can prove direct executive knowledge and intentional scapegoating strongly enough to survive counterattack." Elena looked up. "Counterattack?" Mara's expression remained calm. "Yes. This does not stay polite once it leaves rooms like this." Adrian's hand shifted slightly against the table. Not enough to touch hers. Enough that she became intensely aware of the choice not to. "What would he do?" Elena asked. Mara answered without hesitation. "Discredit. Delay. Reframe. Suggest personal vendettas. Suggest emotional instability in the original victim. Suggest financial confusion, policy ambiguity, procedural complexity. Wealthy institutions rarely admit harm directly if they can instead drown truth in process." The words came clinically, as if she were describing weather patterns. Perhaps she was. Elena absorbed them with a strange coldness. She had known, in some abstract way, that her father would fight. But hearing the method spoken so plainly made the future feel like something with teeth. "And me?" she asked. "What would he do with me?" This time Mara was quiet for a beat. He would likely attempt contact through personal channels first. Regret. Concern. Private explanations. If that failed, he might present you publicly as estranged, misinformed, or manipulated. Elena felt her jaw tighten. Adrian spoke for the first time in several minutes. "He will not go near her without us knowing." The sentence came quiet and hard. Mara looked at him briefly, then back at the file. "That depends on whether we are speaking legally or emotionally." The rebuke was so subtle it might have been missed by anyone less familiar with sharp intelligence. Adrian did not respond. Elena noticed, though, the way his shoulders had gone still. The meeting went on. Mara outlined pathways. Complaint first and controlled disclosure later, or private pressure toward formal settlement with public risk held in reserve. Neither option was clean. Neither promised justice in any complete sense. There is no perfect outcome, Mara said at one point. Only choices about what kind of damage you are willing to enter in order to prevent older damage from remaining unexamined. Elena looked at the polished table surface. That sentence seemed to describe not only the case, but everything. At last Mara closed one of the files and said, "There is one more issue." Something in Adrian changed before she even continued. "Elena's marriage to you," Mara said, looking at him. Then at Elena. "If this becomes public, that marriage will not remain a private fact. It will be interpreted as leverage, retaliation, obsession, manipulation, romance, strategy, and weakness, depending on who is telling the story." No one spoke. Mara folded her hands. "I need to ask directly. Was the marriage initiated with retaliatory intent toward her father?" The room seemed to drop into stillness. Elena's pulse thundered once. Adrian did not look at her. "Yes," he said. The truth landed exactly as heavily as it always did, no matter how many times it had already been spoken between them. Mara nodded once, unsurprised. And now? That question changed everything. Not what happened. What existed now? Elena turned her head slowly. Adrian's profile was still, precise, almost carved in restraint. For a long moment he did not answer. Mara waited. So did Elena. Finally Adrian said, "Now the marriage exists beyond the intent that began it." The words went through Elena like a low electric current. They were not a confession. They were perhaps more dangerous than one. Mara's expression did not change, but some sharper intelligence in her gaze deepened. "That is not a legal answer," she said. "No," Adrian replied quietly. "It isn't. It may, however, be the truest one." He said nothing. Mara looked at Elena then, and Elena felt the weight of professional discernment turn briefly human. "And for you?" Mara asked. The question was not fair. It was also unavoidable. Elena sat very still. She could lie. She could say it remained purely practical. She could refuse to answer and preserve whatever fragile protection ambiguity still offered. Instead she heard herself say, "For me, the truth arrived after the marriage." But it did not erase the marriage. It changed it. Silence followed. No one moved. No one looked away. Mara nodded once, slowly. "Then understand this clearly," she said. "If we proceed, no one outside this room will grant your emotions complexity. They will flatten them into headlines. You will need to decide whether you can survive that." Elena drew a breath. The answer should have required more time. It came anyway. "I'm beginning to think survival isn't the same as silence." Something moved through the room at that. Mara leaned back slightly. "All right," she said. "Then we prepare accordingly." The meeting ended 2 hours later. By the time they stood, Elena felt as though she had crossed some invisible threshold and could not return. The facts were no longer merely tragic. They were active, directed, gathering force. Mara walked them to the door herself. Before they left, she said to Elena, "Do not let either grief or love make you imprecise." Elena blinked. Mara held her gaze. Both are capable of turning smart women into soft targets if they are not careful. Only then did she look at Adrian. "And you," she said, "stop pretending moral conflict is the same thing as moral repair." He received that without protest. Outside, the air felt colder than before. The sky had clouded over while they were inside. The river was dull gray. Wind moved between the buildings in clean bitter currents. Elena stood on the pavement a moment longer than necessary, drawing air into lungs that felt too tight. Adrian did not hurry her. He stood beside her, close enough that she could feel his presence without being pressed by it. Finally he said, "We can go home." Home. The word startled her. Because some part of her had already started to think of the house that way. She turned to him. The city moved around them. Cars. Steps. Distant sirens. People wrapped in coats against the cold. "You said yes too easily in there," she said. His gaze sharpened slightly. To what? To Mara's question. About the marriage. About retaliatory intent. About now. He was quiet a moment. She already knew the answer. "That isn't what I mean." "I know." The wind caught a strand of hair across her face. She pushed it back impatiently. "The marriage exists beyond the intent that began it," she repeated. "What does that mean, Adrian?" The question hovered between them like visible breath. He looked at her fully then, no shield of a conference table between them, no lawyer to force clarity and absorb the shock of it. "It means," he said slowly, "that whatever I thought I was building no longer explains what this is." Elena felt her heart beat hard once, then harder. "That still isn't an answer. It's the only one I can give without saying too much in the wrong place." The wrong place. On a city pavement. In daylight. Beneath the indifferent windows of offices. In the world where truth was beginning to surface and could turn tender things into weakness in an afternoon. She understood. That didn't make it easier. She looked away toward the river. "Mara thinks this is love." "No," Adrian said quietly. "She thinks it might become it." The sentence struck her with frightening precision. Because it did not claim too much. Because it claimed enough. They drove home mostly in silence. But it was not the old silence. It was the full silence that follows after a door has been opened and both people know exactly which room lies beyond it, even if neither has stepped through yet. That evening the house felt different again. Not because anything physical had changed. The lamps still glowed softly. The staff still moved like discreet shadows. Dinner still arrived with quiet elegance and left no trace of labor behind it. But the truth now existed outside the boundaries of the house. Mara had seen it. Named it. Structured it. Prepared to move it into systems larger than private hurt. And because of that, everything between Elena and Adrian seemed newly vulnerable. At dinner they talked little. Not from avoidance. from thought. At one point Elena lifted her glass and realized her hand was unsteady. Adrian noticed at once. "You don't have to do this," he said. She looked up sharply. "Do what?" "Proceed." The words sat heavily on the table. She set the glass down. "You mean with the complaint?" "Yes." A pulse of something hot moved through her. "You asked me for honesty," she said. "Then don't insult me by pretending this is only about your choices." His expression altered at once. "I wasn't." "Weren't you?" "No." He looked down briefly, then back at her. "I meant you don't have to carry this because of me." The anger went out of her as quickly as it had come. Of course that was what he meant. He was always, now, trying to locate the line where his motives ended and her free will began. It exhausted him. It exhausted her too. After a moment she said, more softly, "I'm not doing it because of you." His eyes held hers. "I know. I'm doing it because he did what he did, and because silence has protected him for too long." A pause. Then Adrian said, with something almost like reverence in the quiet of his voice, "Yes." The single syllable moved through her. Dinner ended early. Later, unable to sit with her thoughts any longer, Elena wandered into the library. Lamps cast warm pools of light over shelves and rugs and polished wood. The room smelled of old paper and cedar, calming in ways she desperately needed. She selected a book without checking the title and sat in the deep chair near the fireplace. She did not read. The words blurred. Her mind kept circling the same things: Mara's warning, her father's likely reaction, the terrible public simplification of complex truths. Adrian saying the marriage now existed beyond the intent that began it. At some point she became aware of Adrian standing in the doorway. He had changed out of his suit. Dark trousers, charcoal sweater, no tie, no jacket. In softer clothes he looked less like the architect of difficult choices and more like the man who had once stood in a music room listening to her play a simple melody as if it had altered the weather. "May I come in?" he asked. The formality of the question moved her. "Yes." He entered quietly and sat on the sofa opposite her. For a moment neither spoke. Firelight shifted softly across the room. Then Adrian said, "Mara was right about one thing." Elena looked up from the unread book in her lap. "Only one?" A faint shadow of warmth touched his face. "Possibly two. But one is relevant." "Which one?" "That I'd mistaken conflict for repair." She looked at him. The admission was not dramatic. It was worse. It was true in a way that made the room seem to sharpen around it. Adrian rested his forearms lightly on his knees, hands loosely linked. "For a long time," he said, "I believed exposing what happened to Luca would be enough. That if the right people knew, if the right structures were forced to answer, something inside me would settle." The fire clicked softly in the grate. "It hasn't," Elena said. "No." He lifted his eyes to hers. "And somewhere along the way," he continued, "I built something with your life inside it and called that justice because I needed not to examine it too closely." The words hurt because they were no longer self-protective. They were indictment without excuse. Elena closed the book and set it aside. You keep doing that. Doing what? Speaking as if naming the harm fully should be enough. A brief pause. I know it isn't. Do you? Yes. The certainty in his voice made her chest tighten. Because she believed him. And that belief was becoming its own danger. She stood and walked to the mantel, needing movement. The fire warmed one side of her while the rest of the room remained cool. Behind her, Adrian did not move. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all of this, she said. With the complaint? With you. Silence answered first. Then, very quietly, neither do I. She turned. He was still seated, but something in his expression had changed. No armor now. Only exhaustion and feeling and the visible effort not to say more than he should. She looked at him for a long moment. Then asked the question that had lived under everything since the meeting. If this becomes public, she said, and the marriage is dragged into it, will you regret staying in it? His gaze did not leave hers. No. The answer came without hesitation. Elena felt it all the way through. Even if it ruins things for you? Yes. Even if people think, she stopped. What? That I'm weak. Or manipulated. Or worse, that I stayed because I wanted some version of this. Adrian stood then. The movement was slow, deliberate, as if he were crossing into ground neither of them had agreed was safe. He stopped a few feet from her. If anyone thinks that, he said, his voice low and steady, they will be wrong. Something in her throat tightened painfully. You can't control what people think. No. Then why say it like that? His expression shifted. Because there are some things I'm no longer willing to let be defined by other people's convenience. The room fell very still. Firelight moved across the dark fabric of his sweater. Elena became acutely aware of the distance between them, not large, not small, simply exact enough to be a choice. Mara also said not to let love make me imprecise, she whispered before she could stop herself. The effect on Adrian was immediate. Not dramatic. Just visible enough to break her heart a little. He looked at her as if the room itself had changed shape. That was a warning, he said. Yes. Do you think it applies? She could not answer at once. Because if she answered honestly, there would be no place left to hide inside implication. She looked down. Then back up. Yes, she said softly. The word entered the silence and made it impossible to step backward cleanly. Adrian closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, whatever was in them had grown quieter and deeper and far less safe. Elena. He said her name like he was afraid of it. She drew a breath. I'm not saying this because I trust how it started, she said. I don't. I'm not saying it because I've forgotten what you did. I haven't. I know. I'm saying it because the truth is surfacing in more than one place now. The sentence trembled between them. For a moment it seemed he might reach for her. He didn't. That restraint hurt more than contact would have. Finally he said, very carefully, if you ask me what I feel right now, I won't lie to you. Her pulse quickened. The fire shifted softly behind her. She should tell him not to say it. She should preserve whatever was left of their balance. Instead she asked, barely above a whisper, "What do you feel?" Adrian looked at her for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was lower than she had ever heard it. "I feel," he said, "that somewhere between trying to use your life and trying to protect it, I became unable to imagine mine without it." The world seemed to go silent. No fire. No distant house sounds. Nothing. Elena stared at him. The confession was not ornate. It did not need to be. It was devastating precisely because it was simple. Precise. Without defense. She could feel her own heartbeat everywhere. Adrian. He shook his head once, the smallest movement. "I know," he said. "I know how wrong it is. That isn't. I know what began it. I know what damage it sits on top of. I know I have no right to ask anything of you." His voice remained steady. That made it worse. "Then why say it?" "Because you asked." The honesty of that almost undid her. Of course he would answer if asked. That was the bargain between them now. Truth, however badly timed. Truth, even when it opened wounds rather than closing them. Elena looked away toward the fire because looking at him had become too much. "He loves me," she thought with a strange detached clarity. Or something close enough to love that the difference had become unimportant. The room felt too small to hold it. When she finally spoke, her voice was fragile with restraint. "I don't know what I feel fully yet. I know. But I know it matters." A long silence followed. Then Adrian said, with visible effort, "That is already more than I deserve." She turned back to him at once. "Stop saying things like that." His brows drew faintly together. "Why?" "Because guilt isn't humility. And because if we keep speaking as if you are beyond redemption, then all this truth means nothing." The word surprised both of them. Something moved through Adrian's face, pain, perhaps, and something like hope twisted together until neither could remain cleanly separate. "Elena," he said softly, "you should not be the one teaching me how to be decent." "No," she said. "But I seem to be doing it anyway." To her shock, he laughed. A real laugh this time. Quiet, brief, disbelieving. It changed him completely. For one astonishing instant she saw not the controlled man he had become, but some younger echo of him, the man from the photograph, perhaps, before grief had sharpened him into restraint. The sight of it was so tender it hurt. And then, because tenderness was now as dangerous as any other truth, the room fell still again. Neither of them moved closer. Neither stepped away. The fire burned low. Outside, somewhere beyond the windows, the city continued with its indifferent evening. Inside the library, the truth had finally surfaced in full. Not just about her father. Not just about Luca. About them. About what had grown despite wrong beginnings and unresolved grief and the ruins of motive. It did not solve anything. If anything, it made the future far more complicated. But it was real. And because it was real, neither of them would ever again be able to call what lay between them merely circumstance. At last Elena said, quietly, I'm still afraid. Adrian's gaze softened. So am I. The answer steadied her more than reassurance would have. She looked at him, at the man who had once stood under rain and asked her to marry him for reasons he had refused to name, at the man who had built revenge into architecture and now stood in its center, changed by the very person he had meant to use. What happens now? She asked. The question was small. Enormous. Adrian looked at her as if he wished he had an answer worthy of the room. I don't know, he said. But whatever happens next, I won't hide the truth from you again. She believed him. That was everything. That was terrible. That was, perhaps, the beginning of whatever came after fear. They left the library together a little while later, not touching, not speaking much, moving through the quiet house as though sound itself had become too fragile to handle carelessly. At the staircase they paused. This had become their threshold, Elena realized. The place where evenings ended and other things nearly began. Good night, Adrian said. Good night. He did not move. Neither did she. Then, with all the gentleness of someone setting down something breakable, he added, Thank you for asking. The words moved through her. Because she knew what he meant. Not just for the question in the library. For all of it. For insisting on truth. For making him answer it. For not leaving before he had the chance to become answerable in a way he had not expected. Elena gave the smallest nod. Then she went upstairs. In her room, she did not undress immediately. She stood at the window, looking out over the dark garden where lamps made soft circles on the wet stone paths. Her reflection hovered faintly in the glass. Changed and not changed, the same face carrying a life she could not have imagined only weeks before. The truth begins to surface. It had surfaced in meetings and files and legal language. It had surfaced in the library too, in a voice low with restraint saying I became unable to imagine mine without it. Tomorrow would not be easier because of that. The complaint still waited. Her father would fight. Public life, once entered, would flatten and bruise whatever private complexity remained. And yet, standing there in the dark quiet of her room, Elena understood something with absolute certainty. Truth, once surfaced, does not politely return underground. Not in institutions. Not in families. Not in the human heart. And downstairs, in the study, Adrian stood alone with one hand braced against the desk and let himself feel the full consequence of what he had said. He should have kept silent. He should have protected her from the burden of loving a man who had first entered her life through cruelty disguised as necessity. He should have remained within the strict borders of remorse and let her move freely toward whatever future would least damage her. Instead he had answered honestly. Because she had asked. Because she had insisted from the beginning that truth mattered more than comfort. Because somewhere along the way her voice had become the only one before which his self-deceptions no longer held. He lifted his eyes to the dark window. Below, the garden lamps made pale islands of light. Above, in a room separated from his by floors and walls and everything still unsolved, Elena knew. Not suspected. Not guessed. Knew. And that knowledge did not feel like relief. It felt like standing at the edge of something too deep to see the bottom of, aware that stepping forward might save him or drown them both. Still, he did not regret saying it. That was the final truth of the night. Not because love had absolved anything. Because it had made evasion impossible. And whatever came next, complaint, scandal, confrontation, the breaking open of old systems and older wounds, would come now into a world where two people had finally stopped lying about the thing that most endangered them. The house settled into midnight around him. No rain. No wind. Only stillness. The kind that comes just before everything changes. Chapter 8, The Night Everything Changed. The next day moved with the strange clarity that sometimes follows confession. Nothing outside the house appeared different. The city remained winter bright, then softened toward evening. Staff moved quietly through the halls. Meals appeared and vanished with their usual unobtrusive grace. The clocks marked their hours. Doors opened, closed, and held back drafts with practiced gentleness. And yet everything had changed. Not because Elena and Adrian had touched. Not because anything dramatic had happened in the library. Because something that had lived between them in fragments and implications had finally been named aloud, and naming has a way of altering the air even when behavior remains careful. Elena felt it from the moment she woke. It was there in the silence of her room before dawn, in the soft gray light pressing at the curtains, in the awareness that somewhere else in the house Adrian existed not as a man she was trying to decode, but as a man whose feelings she now knew. The knowledge did not comfort her. It did not panic her either. It moved through her in quieter, more troubling ways. She could no longer pretend that whatever drew her toward him was one-sided, accidental, or purely born of proximity. Nor could she pretend that knowing changed what had begun between them. Both truths now lived side by side. And because they did, every ordinary moment felt newly unstable. She dressed more slowly than usual. A dark green dress, soft at the waist. A pale sweater. Hair pinned loosely back because she did not trust what her own face might reveal if left entirely unguarded. When she looked in the mirror, she saw not serenity but effort. The kind required to carry emotion without spilling it in plain view. Downstairs, breakfast was quiet. Not strained. Not cold. Just impossibly aware. Adrian was already seated when she entered, a file closed beside his plate, coffee untouched. He rose slightly when she came in, an old-fashioned courtesy that had become second nature with him, then sat once she had taken her place. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning." The words were ordinary. They sounded anything but. A member of staff poured tea and withdrew. Sunlight lay in pale rectangles across the tablecloth. Outside, the sky was clear but thinly clouded, the sort of winter morning that looked clean from indoors and sharpened the air the moment one stepped into it. Elena reached for her cup because it gave her hands something to do. Neither spoke for several moments. Then Adrian said, "You don't have to avoid me." She looked up. The directness of the sentence, offered so early and without warning, startled her. "I'm not avoiding you," she said. One brow lifted just slightly. "No? No." He inclined his head once, accepting the answer and not believing it entirely. Heat rose to Elena's face. This was the problem with truth. Once honesty became the rule between two people, even their smaller evasions took on shape. She tore a piece of bread she did not particularly want. "You're very calm this morning." "I'm making an effort." "At what?" He looked at her, and there was no humor at all in his face now. Only steadiness. "At not turning last night into something you have to recover from alone." The answer moved through her so quietly it took a second to land. Then it did. Elena lowered her eyes to the table. There it was again, that unbearable thing he kept doing now. Speaking with care so unadorned that it reached her before she could defend herself. After a moment she said, "Maybe I don't know how to have a morning after a confession like that." A slight pause. "That seems reasonable." She let out a breath that was almost a laugh. When she looked up again, something in Adrian had softened in response. "Not much." "Enough." He took a sip of coffee at last. "I have to go into the city for part of the day," he said. "I may be back late." Something small and unwanted in Elena's chest sank. She hated how immediate it was. "Work?" "Yes. And one meeting I would rather not have." "With Mara?" "No." That single syllable changed the atmosphere of breakfast at once. "With who?" she asked. His gaze rested on her a moment longer than necessary, as if deciding whether morning was the right place for another difficult truth. "Your father requested a conversation through an intermediary last night," he said. The bread in Elena's hand stilled. "You're meeting him?" "Yes." "No." The word came out before she chose it. Adrian said nothing, but his eyes sharpened with attention. Elena set the bread down more carefully than she felt. "No." "Why?" "Because there is nothing he could possibly say to you that isn't strategy." "I know." "Then why go?" "Because men like him reveal more when they believe they still have room to negotiate." The calmness of his tone made the answer harder to bear. This was a language Adrian understood too well. Pressure, leverage, strategic conversation. He moved through it with the ease of long practice. She hated that she understood the logic. She hated more that logic did nothing to steady her. "What if he threatens you?" she asked. A brief silence followed. "He already has, indirectly." And I'm still going." The old Adrian might have said it more coldly. The man across from her now said it with quiet certainty, but not indifference. He was watching her too closely for indifference. Elena turned her cup slowly between her hands. "I don't like this." "No," he said. "Neither do I." That surprised her enough to lift her gaze again. He held it. "I'm not going because I trust the meeting," he said. "I'm going because I want to know how much he thinks he can still control." A pulse of fear moved through her then, sharper than she expected. Not fear for the case. For Adrian. For the possibility of her father standing across from him, smiling that controlled smile, saying things designed to bruise and bargain and provoke, and Adrian having to absorb it all without giving away the truth of what now existed between them. "You shouldn't go alone," she said. He was quiet for a beat. "I won't." "With who?" "Two people from legal will be nearby." "He knows that." That steadied her only slightly. She looked toward the window, where bare branches traced patterns against a pale sky. He'll mention me. Yes. And you'll let him. A faint tension appeared at Adrian's jaw. I may not have much choice. That answer did not comfort her either. Breakfast ended slowly after that. Conversation dissolved into practical things neither of them absorbed. When Adrian stood to leave, Elena rose too, following him almost without deciding to. In the entry hall he put on his coat while one of the staff waited at a respectful distance. He dismissed them with a glance, then turned fully to her. You look like you want to say something, he said. I do. He waited. Elena folded her arms, partly against the chill in the hall, partly to contain herself. Don't let him make you cruel again. The words hung between them. For 1 second Adrian did not move at all. Then something in his face changed. Not offense, not shock, but the kind of stillness that comes when a truth is placed carefully and exactly where it hurts. I won't, he said quietly. You don't know that. Yes, he said. I do. There was such certainty in the answer that her throat tightened. Not because she believed he could no longer be cruel. Because she believed that around her, increasingly, he did not want to be. That was far more dangerous. He looked at her a moment longer, then said, softer still, I'll come back tonight. It should have been a practical statement. It did not sound like one. Elena nodded once because anything more would have shown too much. He inclined his head, turned, and was gone. The house felt larger after that. More echoing. She spent most of the afternoon trying not to watch the clock and failing with such consistency that by 2 o'clock she gave up all pretense of usefulness. She wandered into the library, then out of it. Tried reading in the small sitting room, then stood at the window without turning a page. Went to the music room and touched the closed piano without lifting the cover. Even the garden, visible through the long windows, seemed too still for her restlessness. At 3:30, she finally did what she had been resisting since breakfast. She called her father. Not because she hoped for honesty. Because she wanted to hear whether his voice would sound different now that so much lay on the edge of becoming public. His assistant answered first. Of course. Smooth, efficient, almost warm. Elena asked to speak to him and heard the brief pause on the line in which the request was assessed, redirected, granted. Then her father's voice. Elena. He sounded unsurprised. That alone told her something. You expected me to call. I hoped you would. She closed her eyes briefly. There it was. The language of plausible concern, smooth enough to make anyone who had not lived inside its emptiness mistake it for care. Did you? She asked. A light pause. You're upset. That wasn't an answer. No, he agreed. It wasn't. She turned away from the window and began to pace, the phone pressed too tightly to her ear. Are you meeting Adrian today? Silence. Not long. Enough. I am, he said. Her grip tightened. Why? To assess whether this can still be contained privately. The frankness of it stunned her. Not because he was suddenly honest. Because he was honest in the specific way powerful people sometimes are when they believe their interests align with clarity. Contained, she repeated. Yes. As if Luca's life was a spill on a polished floor. Elena. Don't. Something hardened at the edge of his voice. I'm trying to protect you. She laughed, and the sound came out rawer than she intended. You don't know how. That is unfair. No, she said. It's accurate. A beat of silence. When he spoke again, his tone had shifted. Less paternal warmth. More irritation controlled into civility. This is bigger than you understand. She stopped pacing. There it was. The oldest move. Diminish the daughter. Elevate the system. Suggest that resistance is naivete dressed as morality. Then explain it, she said. I tried to stabilize a situation that would have destroyed far more than one man. The words entered her like cold metal. One man, she repeated. Yes. That's who he is to you even now. She could hear his exhale across the line. You are making emotion the measure of something that was structural. No, she said. I'm making humanity the measure. That's what you keep refusing. He said nothing. And in that silence she heard something that angered her more than argument would have. Impatience. Not sorrow. Not regret. Impatience at being asked, again, to account for a human cost he had already metabolized into abstraction. Did you ever think about what he wrote before he died? She asked quietly. This time the silence was longer. When her father answered, his voice had become very careful. You should not be reading things that were gathered through a man obsessed with vengeance. The world seemed to stop around the sentence. Not because of what he said about Adrian. Because he had not denied knowing there was something to read. Elena stood very still. So you did know, she whispered. Know what? That he wrote. That there was something after. Her father did not answer at once. Then, I knew there had been communication. Not I knew there was a final message. Not I knew the details. Communication. Always the bloodless word. Elena felt something in her go cold and solid. You don't get to meet Adrian alone, she said. That is not your decision. It is if this is about me too. No, he said more sharply now. It is about men handling consequences you do not have the experience to evaluate. For one bright instant all her childhood condensed into that single sentence. Every dinner where she had been politely dismissed. Every careful answer that concealed contempt. Every quiet lesson that her thoughts were tolerable until they became inconvenient. When she spoke again, her voice was low and clear. Then hear mine anyway. If you try to use me in that room, I will stop being private about what I know. The line went silent. Then her father said, softly and with far more danger than raised volume would have carried, you are speaking emotionally. Yes, she said. And for the first time in your life, you should be afraid of that. She ended the call before he could answer. Her hands shook afterward. Not violently. Enough to make the phone feel suddenly heavier than it was. She set it down on the side table and stood looking at nothing for several long seconds, breathing too quickly. Then, because the house was too quiet and she could not bear her own pulse in the silence, she walked through the hall, into the library, out again, past the music room, down the back corridor to the garden doors, where late afternoon light had faded to a colder blue-gray. Beyond the glass, the first signs of evening were gathering. She almost went outside. Instead, she remained where she was, hand on the brass handle, thinking. Her father was afraid. Not morally shaken, perhaps, but aware enough of risk to call, to meet, to bargain. He would try to reduce, redirect, reframe. That was what men like him did. And Adrian would be sitting across from him in some cold office or discreet restaurant or private room, hearing her father speak of Luca as a structural casualty and Elena as emotional liability, and somehow choosing not to let all his old hatred become the loudest thing in him. She trusted Adrian more than she trusted her father. That realization should not have come as quietly as it did. But it settled into place with almost no resistance at all. Twilight deepened. The house glowed softly from within, all amber lamps and shadowed corridors and the gentle hush of work being done in distant kitchens. Still Adrian did not return. By 7, Elena was in the small drawing room with a book open and unread in her lap, listening for the sound of a car in the drive. By 8, she had stopped pretending to read at all. By 8:30, she went to the window. The garden lay in darkness, broken only by the low lamps along the stone path. Their pale circles of light made the place look almost theatrical, as though any figure stepping through them would be entering not a garden but a scene. At 9:15, a car finally pulled into the drive. Elena's breath caught so sharply she had to steady herself against the window frame. The front door opened moments later. Voices, muted in the hall. A coat being taken. A pause. Then Adrian appeared in the doorway of the drawing room. He looked as if the evening had cost him more than time. Not disordered. Adrian was rarely visibly disordered. But something in his posture had changed. The control remained. It had simply become heavier, as though it now required effort rather than instinct. His tie was loosened. His coat was gone. One hand still held his phone, though he seemed unaware of it. For a moment neither spoke. Then Elena said, "You're late." The sentence was gentler than it sounded. "I know." He remained by the door. She stood. "How did it go?" A faint, humorless breath left him. "That depends what standard we're using." Something inside her tightened. Adrian. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. "Badly enough that I should probably tell you sitting down," he said. Fear moved through her then. Not abstract. Immediate. She crossed the room without thinking. "What happened?" His gaze flicked to her face, then lower, taking in the fact that she had come so close without seeming to notice. That awareness entered the silence between them but did not become the center of it. He spoke quietly. "He knows about the complaint." "From whom?" "I don't know yet." "But he knows." "Yes." The room seemed to contract. Elena felt the edges of fear sharpen further. And he didn't try to deny the substance of it. That startled her enough to break through the fear for a second. What? He denied intent. Not the pattern. She stared at him. The cold practicality of that was somehow worse than outright denial. Adrian's mouth tightened. He called Luca unstable. He called the situation unfortunate. He called my continued pursuit of it an inability to distinguish grief from obsession. A pulse moved visibly in his throat, then disappeared. Elena swallowed. And me? The question came softer than all the others. Something in his face changed at once. He looked away briefly, then back. He said I mistook access for attachment. For one beat Elena did not understand. Then she did. Her stomach turned. He talked about me like that? Yes. She stepped back a fraction, not because of Adrian, but because the room had suddenly become too small to contain the humiliation. Her father, who had barely behaved like a father for years, had sat across from Adrian and turned her into a category. A weakness. A means. A thing men might confuse. What did you say? She asked. Adrian was silent. That silence frightened her more than any answer. What did you say? She repeated. When he finally replied, his voice was quieter than before. I told him there are things in this life he has already destroyed and I won't let him define this as one of them. The words entered her with such force that she had to look away. Outside, wind moved faintly through the trees. Somewhere in the house a door closed softly, far away. You shouldn't have defended me to him, she whispered. Yes, Adrian said. I should have. She shook her head. That's not what I meant. I know. Their eyes met again. The room had gone very still. What else happened? She asked. He looked tired. Not simply from the meeting. From holding himself too tightly for too long. He offered terms. Elena laughed once in disbelief. Of course he did. Yes. What kind of terms? A withdrawal of the complaint in exchange for a private settlement, mutual silence, and an arrangement that would allow the marriage to end discreetly. The world seemed to tilt, just slightly. Allow the marriage to end discreetly. She repeated it internally before she could stop herself. Her father had spoken of her life as if it were a contract with an exit clause. Something in her face must have changed, because Adrian stepped closer without seeming to mean to. Elena. What did you say? He answered without hesitation. No. A breath moved through her, though it did not settle anything. Immediately? Yes. The simple certainty of it undid her more than she expected. Because there had been no strategic pause. No bargaining. No calculation about optics or damage. Just no. She looked down, then back up. And then? His expression altered. Not with anger, but with the memory of it. Then he said I'd eventually understand that love is only another name for leverage if you wait long enough. The words struck Elena like a slap. Not because they were clever. Because she could hear her father saying them in that calm, measured voice that always made cruelty sound like experience. And you stayed after that? Yes. Why? Because walking out would have given him the last word. The answer was so Adrian that despite everything, a small painful breath of almost laughter escaped her. He noticed. Of course he noticed. And some of the strain in his face eased for the briefest second. Then it returned. He also said something else, Adrian added. Elena's stomach tightened again. What? A long pause. He said you'd leave when you understood fully what this cost. For a moment she could not speak. Not because the sentence was surprising. Because it was precisely the kind of thing her father would say. Not a threat, but a prediction designed to place itself inside someone else's certainty and begin dissolving it from within. And do you believe him? She asked. Adrian looked at her for a long time before answering. No, he said. Then, more quietly, I believe I'm afraid of giving him reasons to be right. The honesty of that landed deep. This was no longer the man who lied first and apologized later. This was a man so altered by truth that even his fear came without disguise. Elena sat down because her knees had begun to feel unreliable. The sofa cushions gave softly beneath her. Adrian remained standing for only a moment longer, then came to sit on the chair opposite, as if distance still mattered, as if he did not trust what might happen to both of them if he chose proximity too easily on a night like this. She folded her hands together. I called him today. His head lifted slightly. You did? Yes. What did he say? That I was speaking emotionally. A shadow moved through Adrian's face. She let out a tired breath. I told him he should be afraid of that. For the first time since entering the room, something unmistakably like warmth appeared in Adrian's eyes. I'm sorry I missed that. She almost smiled. Then the moment softened and broke. Adrian leaned back slightly, but not into comfort. More into visible fatigue. Elena. The way he said her name told her something difficult was about to follow. What? If this turns uglier quickly. And I think it may, you need to decide whether you still want to stand publicly anywhere near me. The sentence hurt more than she expected. Because of the logic in it. Because of the care in it. Because he was offering distance as protection again, and because some part of her was beginning to hate protection when it came at the cost of him. She looked at him steadily. Is that what you want? His answer came at once. No. The room seemed to narrow around the word. Then don't ask me like it is. He was silent. Then, very quietly, all right. They remained there a long time after that, not moving, not touching, the conversation ebbing into something softer and more dangerous. Adrian told her more in fragments, not legal strategy, but the shape of the meeting. The location, a private room at an old hotel near the river. Her father arriving 5 minutes late on purpose. The way he sat without removing his coat at first, as if he wanted the conversation to feel temporary and beneath him. The way his courtesy sharpened rather than softened what he said. Elena listened. Not because she needed every detail. Because in hearing Adrian describe it, she was hearing too the shape of his restraint, the effort it had cost him not to let old hatred drive the room. At one point she said softly, he wanted you to become exactly what he thinks you are. Yes. And you didn't? No. She sat with that. Then asked, why? His gaze rested on her. Because you asked me not to become cruel again. The answer moved through her like warmth entering cold water. There it was. The quiet proof that her words mattered in him now. That he carried them into rooms she never entered. She looked down because she did not know what her face might reveal if she kept looking at him. After a while the staff brought in tea and left it untouched between them until the steam thinned and disappeared. Neither seemed hungry enough for the tray of late supper that followed, though Adrian insisted she eat something and she did, if only because refusal would have turned his concern into another kind of ache. By 10 the house had deepened fully into night. The lamps were low. The windows had become mirrors. Every room felt gentler than it had in daylight, as though darkness softened edges that sunlight insisted on revealing. In the drawing room, Adrian had loosened his tie entirely now. He sat with one forearm resting against the chair arm, fingers curled once, loosely, as if still holding something invisible from the meeting he had not yet fully put down. Elena watched him in the silence. He looked older tonight. Not in years. In burden. Some impulse, tender and dangerous, rose in her before she could reason with it. You're tired, she said. A small pause. Yes. You're holding yourself like it hurts. That surprised him. She saw it. He glanced down at his own posture, as if he had not known it was visible. It's nothing. She gave him a look. That almost smile flickered and faded. No, he said. That isn't true either. He lifted a hand briefly to the back of his neck, pressing there as if against a lingering tension. The gesture was so unguarded that it altered him completely. For 1 second he looked not like Adrian Vukovic, the controlled man everyone deferred to, but simply like someone exhausted by carrying too much and too little at once. Come here, Elena said. The words left her before she could stop them. Silence. He looked at her. She felt heat rise immediately to her face, but there was no taking it back now, and perhaps part of her did not want to. I mean, she said, more quietly, you can't sit all evening like you're made of stone. A slow, almost incredulous breath left him. Then, after a moment that felt like the hinge of something larger, he stood and crossed the room. Not quickly. As if each step required permission he was not certain he possessed. He stopped in front of the sofa. Elena looked up at him. The room held still. Then she shifted slightly, making space beside her. Adrian sat. Not too close at first. Enough that she could feel the warmth of his presence, the nearness of him no longer across a table or framed in a doorway, but here, on the same sofa, within reach. Her heart beat too hard. This was a mistake, she thought. This was the inevitable shape of all their bad ideas. Yet she did not move away. Turn this way, she said softly. He obeyed with the quiet attentiveness that had become, somehow, one of the most affecting things about him. He angled slightly toward her, still careful, still as if waiting to be told he had already come too far. Elena lifted her hand. Paused. Then touched the side of his neck. The contact was slight. The effect was not. Adrian went utterly still. Not recoiling. Not leaning in. Simply becoming motionless under the shock of being touched by her deliberately for the first time. The warmth of his skin beneath her fingers startled her. So did the tension she found there, hard and tightly held. "You really do hurt," she murmured. His eyes closed briefly. "Yes." The single word sounded unlike any she had ever heard from him, lower, rougher, unguarded by habit. Elena moved her hand slightly, careful, unsure, smoothing her thumb once over the tight line of muscle at the side of his neck. He exhaled as if that simple gesture had gone through him more deeply than it should have been able to. The room seemed to narrow to almost nothing. No house. No case. No father. Only this. The quiet hum of a lamp. The dying fire. The warmth of his skin under her hand. "Elena," he said, not as warning this time, but as if her name itself had become difficult to carry. She should have stopped. Instead she asked, "Is this all right?" His eyes opened. Whatever was in them made her breath catch. "Yes," he said. "If you want it to be." The answer undid something in her. Because even now, even here, he was still giving her the choice first. Her hand remained where it was. The space between them shifted further, becoming charged in a way neither politeness nor restraint could neutralize anymore. Adrian lifted one hand slightly from his knee as if he meant to touch her too, then let it hover there. The visible effort of that restraint affected her more than if he had simply taken what was being offered. "Touch me," she whispered before she could think better of it. The words hung in the room with terrible clarity. For one breathless second he did not move. Then his hand rose slowly and came to rest against her wrist, where it still touched his neck. Not possessive. Not forceful. Only warm. Trembling, almost imperceptibly. Elena felt it all the way down. He turned his head slightly, just enough that his cheek brushed the inside of her palm. The intimacy of the movement was so quiet it nearly shattered her. No one had ever looked at her with so much care and so much restraint at the same time. No one had ever seemed so aware that tenderness itself could be dangerous. Her other hand tightened in the fabric of her skirt. "Adrian." His name came out almost as a question. He leaned closer by no more than an inch. Still waiting. Still making it possible for her to stop this. She did not stop it. And that, more than the touch, more than the nearness, more than the confession in the library, was the night everything changed. Because choice entered it fully now. Not circumstance. Not proximity. Not emotion left unnamed. Choice. Elena lifted her free hand and touched the line of his jaw. His eyes closed again. The expression on his face at that small contact was not desire alone. It was something quieter and more devastating, relief, reverence, disbelief that this was happening at all. Then he opened his eyes and looked at her, close enough now that she could see the fracture lines in his control. "If I kiss you," he said softly, "nothing about this stays unclear." The truth of it moved through her with frightening calm. "I know." "Say it again." His voice was lower now, not because he wanted to press her, but because he wanted certainty to be something spoken, not assumed. "I know," she repeated. He looked at her for one long suspended second. Then he kissed her. Not abruptly. Not hungrily at first. Gently, as if even now he could not quite believe he was allowed. The first touch of his mouth against hers was so careful it felt almost reverent. Elena had not known a kiss could contain so much restraint, so much asking. It undid her more completely than urgency would have. Her fingers curled softly at his jaw. He made a sound so quiet she might have imagined it, except she felt it too, in the way his hand tightened once around her wrist before easing again, in the slight deepening of the kiss when she did not pull away. Everything in her went warm and unsteady. This was wrong, some rational part of her said. Wrong in timing, in history, in complication. Wrong because the foundation beneath them remained cracked. Wrong because public scandal was already gathering and grief still lived under all of it. And yet nothing had ever felt more honest. When he drew back, it was only far enough to look at her. Neither spoke. Both were breathing harder. Something had changed not just between them, but in the room itself. In the house. In the future. Adrian touched his forehead lightly to hers. The intimacy of that nearly hurt. "Elena," he whispered. She closed her eyes. "No," she said softly. The word made him tense at once, as if preparing to step away. She lifted her hand from his jaw to the back of his neck. "Don't apologize for that." The strain in him changed. Not gone. Altered. He exhaled once, shakily enough to startle her. Then he kissed her again. This time with less restraint, though no less care. The carefulness remained in everything. Where he touched her, how he waited for each response, how he seemed to be relearning the line between wanting and taking under the discipline of what she freely gave him. Her hands slid from his neck to his shoulder. His found the curve of her waist, slow enough that she felt every inch of awareness in the movement. Heat moved through her at the contact, deeper and more immediate than before. The night everything changed. Not because they crossed every boundary. Because they crossed the one that mattered most. The one between feeling and action. At some point she drew back, not far, just enough to breathe. They sat there in the low lamplight, close enough that the space between their mouths was still warm. "This is a terrible night for good decisions," she murmured. A broken laugh escaped him. "Yes. And yet." "And yet," he echoed. She looked at him, really looked at him. At the man who had sat across from her father that evening and refused to let her be reduced. At the man who had once used her life as strategy and had now become incapable of treating it as anything but precious. At the man whose first kiss had felt less like conquest than surrender. "I don't know how to do this cleanly," she said. "There may not be a clean way." "No." His thumb moved once at her waist, almost absently, then stilled as if even that had said too much. "We can stop," he said. She stared at him. The fact that he could say it now, after that, with his mouth still carrying the warmth of hers and his eyes darker than she had ever seen them, moved through her with almost unbearable force. "We can," she agreed. Neither moved. Then Adrian smiled, very faintly, with something like sadness in it. "That seems to answer its own question." Elena laughed softly, and this time the sound carried relief and fear and affection all tangled together. He closed his eyes briefly at the sound, as if even her laughter had become too much to bear easily. Eventually they did step apart. Not because either wanted distance again. Because the hour had grown late, the room too intimate, and some fragile part of wisdom still survived in both of them. When Adrian rose from the sofa, he looked steadier than when he had first come in, but far less defended. Elena remained seated a moment longer, fingertips pressed lightly to her lips as if the truth of what had just happened might still be there physically, impossible to argue with. He offered her his hand. She took it. The simple act of standing with his help felt suddenly far more intimate than many grander gestures might have been. At the staircase they stopped, as they always did. But not like always. Now everything in that pause had changed shape. "Good night," he said. His voice had lost some of its formal calm. "Good night." She should have gone upstairs then. Instead she asked, "Do you regret it?" He looked at her as if the idea itself were impossible. "No." The answer came instantly. Steadily. She nodded once. Neither moved. Then Adrian lifted her hand, the one he was still holding, and pressed a kiss to her knuckles so gently it nearly undid her. Not passion. Not performance. Promise, perhaps. Or reverence. Or simply the only form of tenderness he trusted himself to offer before they said goodnight for real. Elena drew in a breath that felt too thin. Then, because staying there any longer would have led them back into each other with no clear stopping point, she let go and went upstairs. In her room she stood in the dark a long time before turning on the lamp. The house around her was silent. Not empty. Full of what had just happened. She touched her lips again, then dropped her hand as if catching herself in something too private. The night everything changed. She had expected, if it ever happened, that it would feel like surrender. It did not. It felt like truth, finally becoming physical enough that neither of them could hide from it anymore. And downstairs, Adrian stood alone at the foot of the staircase long after she was gone. His pulse had not settled. His mouth still held the memory of her. The house, the case, the threat gathering around both their names, none of it had disappeared. If anything, the danger had multiplied. Her father would fight harder. The complaint would move. The marriage would become story, weapon, evidence, scandal. And still, in the middle of all that, Elena had touched him like something worth holding carefully. He should have been thinking of consequences. Instead, the only coherent thought left in him was devastatingly simple. She had kissed him back. He closed his eyes once. When he opened them again, the hall was still empty. But nothing in it felt the same. Because for the first time since this began, the future was no longer dangerous only because of what might destroy them. It was dangerous because of what they now wanted to protect. Chapter 9, Love or Revenge. Morning did not arrive gently after the kiss. It arrived with light too clear, silence too aware, and a kind of fragile stillness that made every object in Elena's room seem to hold its breath along with her. She woke before the first knock from the staff, before the clocks in the hallway marked the hour, before the house fully rose into its careful routines. For a few suspended seconds she lay still beneath the blankets, staring at the pale outline of the curtains and feeling as though she had awakened inside a different life. Then memory returned in full. The drawing room. Adrian sitting beside her at last. Her hand at his neck. His voice, low and changed, asking for certainty. The first kiss, careful enough to break her heart and strong enough to rearrange it. The second, deeper, more impossible. The softness of his mouth against her knuckles at the staircase. The way he had looked at her afterward, not triumphant, not relieved, but almost stunned by the fact that something beautiful had been allowed to happen to him at all. Elena closed her eyes. This was dangerous, she thought. The thought had become so familiar it almost no longer meant anything. Everything between them was dangerous now. The public complaint was coming. Her father was preparing to fight. The marriage remained built on a wrong beginning no confession could erase. And now, on top of all that, there was the warmth still lingering in her body like an afterimage she could not reason away. She touched her lips with the back of her fingers, then let her hand fall, almost embarrassed by herself even in solitude. What had changed? Everything. What had been solved? Nothing. That was the problem. Love, or whatever lived close enough to it now to make the distinction useless, had not arrived into a clean life waiting to receive it. It had arrived into a field of broken motives, unburied grief, public threat, and moral uncertainty. It had bloomed in the middle of damage and insisted on being real anyway. She sat up slowly. Morning light had begun to gather in soft gray layers at the window. Outside, the garden was still half-shadowed, its winter branches drawn in delicate black against the sky. The stone paths were damp from a night mist rather than rain. Everything looked suspended, as if the world itself had paused before deciding what came next. The night everything changed, she thought. And now the morning after had to exist. She rose, crossed to the window, and drew the curtain aside. The glass was cold beneath her palm. Down below, one of the staff crossed the garden path carrying a basket of clipped herbs toward the service entrance. Somewhere farther out, beyond the estate walls and the softened city beyond, her father was awake too. Her father, who had sat across from Adrian and tried to reduce her to leverage. Her father, who would not stop. Her father, whose shadow still hung over every decision she made in this house. The contrast struck her with bitter force. One man had tried to use her. One man had actually used her. And somehow, impossibly, they were not the same. That was the part of the story no outsider would ever understand if things turned public. They would flatten it all into headlines, exactly as Mara had warned. A revenge marriage. A scandal. A daughter caught between powerful men. They would not understand the private complexity of a man who began in cruelty and changed under the burden of loving the person he had wronged. They would not understand how tenderness can grow inside moral wreckage and still be real. Perhaps that was why the morning hurt. Because the truth between her and Adrian was now both more solid and more vulnerable than it had ever been. There was a knock at the door. Elena turned. Yes? Good morning, ma'am, came the soft voice from the hall. Would you like breakfast in the dining room? She almost said no. Almost asked for a tray in her room, Some extra hour of distance in which she could pretend last night had happened in another version of the house, to another version of herself. Instead, she heard herself say, "Yes." Her voice sounded steady. She was grateful for that. By the time she finished dressing, cream blouse, charcoal skirt, a soft wool cardigan, nothing that felt too revealing of inner disorder, her heartbeat had become merely noticeable rather than impossible. She pinned her hair back, then undid it and tried again. In the mirror she saw a woman who looked composed, maybe even rested. She did not trust mirrors. When she entered the dining room, Adrian was already there. He stood at the window instead of sitting, one hand resting lightly against the frame, coffee untouched on the table behind him. At the sound of her footsteps, he turned. For one brief moment everything else disappeared. Not the room. Not the morning. Not the danger. Only the look on his face. He did not smile, not exactly. Adrian's emotions still rarely moved in such simple directions. But something passed through his expression with the unmistakable force of relief and awareness, and something quieter beneath both. Something that said he had not slept much either. Something that said he had thought about the kiss not as an accident, not as a weakness, but as a truth that would now have to survive daylight. "Good morning," he said. The words were ordinary. His voice was not. "Good morning." They stood like that for another second too long, each aware of the other's awareness, until Adrian moved first and came around the table. He pulled out her chair. A small courtesy. This morning, it felt intimate enough to shake her. "Thank you," she said. He inclined his head. When the staff entered to pour tea and serve breakfast, Elena could feel their discretion like another presence in the room. Did they know? Of course they knew nothing concrete. And yet houses always know when something has shifted in the people who live inside them. Silence changes shape. Movements alter by degrees too subtle for the mind and too loud for instinct to miss. When the staff withdrew, the room grew quiet. Elena reached for her cup. Adrian did the same with his coffee. They moved almost at the same time and both noticed. A small thing. Still, it changed the air. Neither of them spoke immediately. At last Adrian said, "You slept." Elena looked up over the rim of the cup. "Poorly," she admitted. His mouth shifted almost imperceptibly. "So did I." That should have eased something. Instead it deepened the strange vulnerability of the morning. She set the cup down carefully. "This part is difficult." "Yes. Do you have any advice?" A shadow of warmth touched his face. "Not yet." She almost smiled. Then the smile faded under the return of reality. Adrian saw it. His own expression settled into something more serious. "Elena." She lifted her eyes. "If you want to say last night should not have happened, say it now." The directness of it stunned her. Not because she hadn't thought of the possibility. Because he had offered her the cleanest exit he could without pretending his own feelings were less than they were. He would let her retreat. He would hate it, she realized. But he would let her. The knowledge moved through her with painful tenderness. "I don't want to say that," she said softly. Something in his posture altered. Not dramatically, Just enough that she knew the answer had entered him somewhere deeper than composure reached. "All right," he said. She should have left it there. Instead she asked, "Do you?" His gaze held hers steadily. "No." The certainty in that answer made it impossible to breathe quite normally for a second. Breakfast remained mostly untouched. Not because appetite had vanished entirely, but because every ordinary act seemed newly charged by the memory of his mouth on hers and the knowledge that what existed now had crossed a threshold no strategy could push it back behind. At one point Elena reached for the honey and found Adrian doing the same. Their fingers brushed lightly against the silver spoon. Both stilled. Neither drew back at once. Then Elena did, hand returning to her lap. Adrian took the honey, set it by her plate without comment, and the gesture, so small, so measured, carried more intimacy than some declarations might have. The quiet between them after that was not empty. It was full of all the things neither could yet safely name in morning light. Finally Elena said, "What happens now?" She had asked him the same question in another room, another hour, another emotional climate. Then it had been about truth. Now it was about what truth does after it becomes touch. Adrian looked down at his coffee for a moment before answering. "In the practical sense?" "Start there." In the practical sense, Mara begins drafting the complaint in full. Your father starts preparing his response, if he hasn't already. People around him begin deciding whether they protect him or themselves. Elena nodded slowly. And in the less practical sense? He lifted his gaze to hers again. The question seemed to settle visibly into him. In the less practical sense, he said quietly, we decide whether last night becomes something we regret or something we have to be brave enough to mean. The words went through her like a low flame. She looked away first, toward the bright cold window. Those aren't easy options. No. A pause. Which are you hoping for? He did not answer immediately. When he finally did, his voice had dropped low enough that the room itself seemed to lean closer. I think you know. The answer was not evasive. It was, if anything, too honest. She did know. That was what frightened her. Because to continue meant not simply admitting feeling, but choosing it in the face of what might destroy it. Love or revenge. The choice was no longer abstract now. It did not belong only to Adrian, though perhaps it had begun there. It belonged to both of them, because the path ahead would force a reckoning with the original motive and with whatever had grown beyond it. After breakfast Adrian left for calls in his study. Elena remained in the dining room a while longer, then wandered slowly toward the library, one hand trailing lightly over polished wood as she went. The house felt more intimate now, and therefore more dangerous. Every threshold seemed to remember something. Every pause in a hallway held the possibility of another look, another confession, another moment that would deepen what reason kept trying to measure and failing to contain. In the library she stood before the shelves without seeing them. Love or revenge? She thought of Luca's message. Of Adrian at the window saying he had once mistaken conflict for repair. Of the first moment under the bookstore awning when he had asked her to marry him and she had heard only cold necessity in his voice. He had not been pretending then. He had truly intended to use her life as the point where his revenge entered another man's heart. How does someone love a person who once planned that? The question had lived quietly inside her from the moment she truly understood the shape of what Adrian had done. Last night's kiss had not answered it. It had only made the question more urgent. And yet there was another question too, equally unavoidable. How does someone not love the man who refused, once he knew her, to keep treating her as a means? That question was more dangerous because it left less room for moral clarity. She drew a book at random from the shelf, stared at the title without processing it, and slid it back again. By noon, the house had become impossible to sit still inside. She went out into the garden. The air was cold enough to sting her lungs slightly. Winter sunlight washed the stone paths in pale brightness. Rosemary and lavender lay low and silver-green beneath the season. Bare branches traced fragile shadows on the ground. Elena walked slowly, arms folded against the cold, her thoughts following no straight line. When she reached the low stone wall near the far side of the property, she stopped and looked toward the gate. She could still leave, she thought. At any moment. The house was not a prison. That fact had always mattered. Even when Adrian had hidden the truth, he had never truly trapped her. Not physically. Not materially. It was precisely because she remained free to go that staying now felt so enormous. She was still standing there when she heard footsteps behind her on the path. Not hurried. Not hesitant. She turned. Adrian. He had changed out of his morning jacket. Dark trousers. A charcoal coat open over a black sweater. The winter light made the planes of his face look sharper, but his eyes softer somehow, as if the day had worn away part of the disciplined distance he normally carried into afternoon hours. "I thought I'd find you here," he said. That should not have pleased her. It did. How? You come here when you're trying to think from farther away than the house allows. She stared at him for a second. Then looked away toward the gate. You do notice everything. Yes. He came to stand beside her, not too close, his shoulders aligned with hers toward the city beyond the wall. For a while neither spoke. The cold air held the silence gently. At last Elena said, "I keep trying to divide this into separate questions." This? What happened last night? What existed before it? What exists because of it? She looked down at the stone underfoot. I keep wanting them to separate cleanly so I'll know how to think. And they won't. It was not unkind. Just true. She gave a small humorless laugh. No. The wind moved lightly through the bare branches overhead. Adrian spoke after a moment. You don't have to make a decision today. She turned her head. About what? About me. The directness of it caught her off guard. He kept his gaze ahead, on the city beyond the wall. I know what this asks of you, he said. Not only affection. Judgment. Forgiveness, maybe, eventually, if that ever becomes possible. The ability to carry both the origin and what came after without lying to yourself about either. A pause. I'm not asking you to resolve that because we kissed. The tenderness of that nearly hurt. Because he was not using the intimacy to claim more than it could honestly give him. Because he knew how much was still fractured. Then what are you asking? She said softly. Now he looked at her. Only that you don't force yourself to decide from fear. The words entered her deeply enough that she had to look away. Fear. Yes. Fear of being hurt again, but also fear of choosing something morally complicated and discovering later that love had made her foolish rather than brave. I don't know how to tell the difference, she admitted. Between what? Between being brave and being naive. A shadow passed through his face. If you were naive, he said quietly, you wouldn't be asking that question. The answer steadied her more than she wanted it to. She folded her arms more tightly against the cold. And you? What are you deciding? This time he did not answer quickly. His breath showed briefly in the winter air. At first, he said, I thought the choice was between finishing what I started and abandoning it. He paused. Now I think the real choice is whether I keep confusing punishment with justice simply because punishment once felt easier to imagine. Love or revenge, she thought. There it was. Not as slogan or melodrama. As the actual shape of his crisis. And if justice means the complaint goes forward, she asked. Then it goes forward. Even if revenge no longer matters? His eyes met hers again. Yes. The certainty in that answer surprised her. He saw it. I'm not conflating those things anymore, he said. I won't let myself. The words contained no pride, only effort. She believed him. That mattered too much. They remained in the garden until the cold drove them back inside. By then the sun had tilted westward, washing the house in a softer light. The afternoon passed with strange gentleness. Elena actually read, in the library while Adrian took calls in the study. Later he joined her there and worked in silence on the sofa opposite, documents open on his knee, one lamp between them. No dramatic conversation. No further physical intimacy. Just the charged peace of two people learning that closeness can exist even without touch once it has already become something real. At one point Elena looked up from her book and found him watching her. Not for long. Just long enough. What? She asked. His expression shifted almost into warmth. Nothing. That's not true. No, he said. It isn't. He returned his eyes to the document. She returned to the page. But the room had already changed. That evening Mara called. The first Elena knew of it was the sound of Adrian's phone vibrating against the low table in the library just after dusk had fully fallen. He looked at the screen, glanced up at Elena, then answered with a brief, yes. The conversation was quiet, but not quiet enough to hide its tension. Elena did not hear Mara's words, only the measured pauses as Adrian listened. Then, no. Don't send anything yet. Another pause. How many outlets? Another. Understood. He ended the call and stood immediately. Elena had already set her book aside. What happened? Adrian looked at her, and she knew before he spoke that whatever had happened had shifted the ground again. Someone leaked part of the complaint. The room went still. To who? Not the full complaint. Enough documents to suggest internal review is coming. His jaw tightened. 2 financial papers and 1 national outlet have made inquiries. Elena rose. When? Within the last hour. How? I don't know yet. The old fear returned, fast and sharp. Not only of scandal. Of acceleration. Everything they had been bracing for in theory now moving before either of them had chosen the timing. What does that mean? She asked. It means we lose some control over how this enters public view. And my father? He'll know by now, if he didn't already. Elena pressed a hand lightly to the back of the chair beside her. And us? He was silent for one heavy second. Then. Sooner or later, that becomes part of the story too. The library, so warm a moment before, now seemed too enclosed to breathe in. Elena looked toward the dark window. Their reflections hovered faintly in the glass, 2 figures caught in lamplight while something larger gathered outside. What do we do? Adrian moved toward the fire, then stopped, turning back to face her. Mara wants a statement prepared. She thinks waiting now only makes us look evasive. He studied her. But I won't do anything involving you without asking first. The care inside that sentence almost made the panic worse. Because it revealed, again, how much he was trying to choose love over control now, and how inadequate love alone could feel against structures built to flatten people. What kind of statement? Minimal at first. Confirmation that concerns had been raised regarding past executive conduct. No names unless necessary. No mention of the marriage unless forced. And if it's forced? His gaze did not waver. Then we tell the truth. A shiver moved through her, though the room was warm. All at once she could hear it, headlines, public pity, cruel speculation, the eager collapse of complicated human damage into something digestible and marketable. Revenge marriage. Heiress betrayed. Power struggle becomes romance scandal. None of it true enough. All of it partly true. She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, Adrian had not moved. You're afraid, he said softly. Yes. He crossed the room then. Not quickly. Not as if he could solve fear by proximity. Simply because distance had stopped being honest between them. He stood before her, close enough now that she could feel the warmth of him again, close enough that if either moved very little the line between comfort and surrender would disappear. You do not have to be brave for me tonight, he said. The gentleness of that nearly broke something in her. Then for who? For yourself. The answer came without hesitation. She looked at him, at the man who had once built his revenge through her and who now, more and more visibly, seemed determined not to let love become another form of possession. The contrast made her chest ache. I don't know how. Yes, you do. No. Yes, he said quietly. You do. You've been doing it since before I knew you. She gave a small, disbelieving shake of her head. You make me sound stronger than I am. He lifted one hand, slowly enough that she could stop him. She did not. His fingers came to rest lightly at the side of her face. The tenderness in that touch was so simple it nearly undid her. I make you sound exactly as strong as you are, he said. For a second she could not speak. Then, because all the fear and love and anger and exhaustion inside her had nowhere else to go, she leaned into his hand. His eyes closed briefly. The movement was so small. It changed everything again. Love or revenge? Somewhere in that moment she knew the choice had already begun making itself, not by erasing the need for justice, but by changing the spirit in which they would have to pursue it. Revenge had once demanded sacrifice. Love was beginning to demand honesty, care, and the refusal to let harm become identity. Adrian's thumb brushed her cheek once. Then he drew his hand back as if afraid of taking too much comfort from what she had freely offered. "I need to call Mara back," he said. Reality entered the room again at once. Elena nodded, though the loss of his touch left the air feeling abruptly colder. "All right." He hesitated. "Then, come to the study when you're ready. We'll decide together." We'll decide together. No man in her life had ever sounded more beautiful than that by being ordinary. He left the library. Elena remained where she was a moment longer, one hand pressed lightly to the place his had touched. Then she followed. The study was warmer than the library, lamps lower, the desk already cleared except for one legal pad and 2 phones. Adrian stood by the window speaking with Mara again when Elena entered. He glanced at her once, something in his face easing at the sight of her, then returned to the call. "Yes," he was saying. Minimal, factual, no emotional language. A pause. "No, not tonight. Tomorrow morning." Another. "If they ask directly about the marriage, we say nothing until necessary." He listened. "Because I'm not turning her into a line item in a public strategy." The answer hit Elena with such force that she had to look away. He was still doing it, choosing, again and again, not to reduce her even when reduction would make tactical sense. The call ended a minute later. Adrian set the phone down and turned to her fully. "Mara agrees we wait until morning unless a story goes live overnight." Elena took the chair opposite the desk, but Adrian did not sit behind it. Instead he took the seat beside her, the move so quietly deliberate it changed the room at once. No distance of power. No desk between them. Just the two of them in a circle of lamplight, trying to decide how to survive the consequences of choosing each other too late and perhaps exactly on time. They talked for over an hour. Not just about media strategy and legal language, though those came first. What could be acknowledged? What had to remain documented before spoken? What her father's allies were likely already doing behind closed doors? How quickly rumors might turn toward the marriage if anyone connected the timelines. But underneath all of it ran the deeper question. What were they going to be now, in the face of what was coming? Neither said it directly at first. Then Elena did. "If the story turns toward us," she said, "what do we call this?" Adrian looked at her. The question sat between them, enormous and unavoidable. "The truth," he said. "That isn't a name." "No." She waited. At last he said, "I won't call it regret. And I won't call it scandal just because others might." Her throat tightened. "What will you call it, then?" A long silence. Then, quietly, "The thing that became real when neither of us planned for it." That answer was so painfully like him. Precise, unsentimental, and yet carrying more feeling than grand declarations ever could have, that Elena had to look down to steady herself. "You do know that sounds like love," she murmured. He was silent for a beat. Then, "Yes." The room seemed to narrow to the sound of her own breathing. "Even now?" she asked. "Yes." There was no hesitation. No shame. Only truth. She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, he was still there, still watching her with that impossible steadiness, as if he had already accepted that loving her might cost him the clean-ending revenge once promised and had chosen the cost anyway. "Then I need to tell you something true too," she said. He waited. Her pulse quickened. Not because she did not know the truth. Because saying it would give it a form it had not yet fully taken. "I'm not afraid anymore that what I feel is only confusion," she said slowly. "I'm afraid because it isn't." Adrian did not move. For 1 second he looked almost unable to breathe. "Elena." She shook her head once, a tiny helpless gesture. "Don't make me say it elegantly." "I can't." A strange softness crossed his face. "I wouldn't ask you to." The room held very still. Then she said it. "I love you enough already for this to be terrifying." Silence. Not empty. Vast. Adrian closed his eyes as if the words had entered him too deeply to be borne standing upright. When he opened them, something in his expression had changed beyond retrieval. Whatever distance he had still been trying to preserve gave way in that instant, not into recklessness but into visible feeling. He stood, then crouched in front of her so that they were on the same level. The movement was so unlike him, so stripped of power, that tears pricked unexpectedly at the backs of Elena's eyes. He took her hands carefully in both of his. "Elena," he said, and her name in his mouth had never sounded more like devotion and grief braided together. "I love you enough to wish I had met you in any other way." The sentence went through her like light and pain at once. She laughed softly through the sting in her eyes. "That's a terrible romantic line. It's also true." "Yes." He lifted her joined hands and pressed them once against his mouth. Not a performance. A need. A vow he did not yet know how to phrase. Love or revenge? There, in the quiet lamplight of the study, with public scandal gathering beyond the walls and her father already sharpening himself against the coming fight, the choice became unmistakable. Not that justice would be abandoned, but that revenge no longer held the center. Love did. And because love now held the center, justice itself would have to be pursued differently, not as destruction, but as truth refused silence. They remained in the study late into the night after that, not always speaking, sometimes simply sitting close enough to feel each other breathe while legal strategy waited in neat pages on the desk. At one point Adrian called for tea. At another, Elena rested her head briefly against his shoulder without speaking, and he went so still with tenderness that she almost pulled away from the intensity of it. He did not ask more of her than that. He did not try to turn one confession into entitlement. Each restraint deepened the ache and the trust together. Close to midnight, Mara sent a revised draft of the holding statement. Adrian read it aloud. Elena altered 2 phrases, removing language that made Luca's death sound too abstract, softening one sentence that would have turned her father into the center before the facts were formally entered. Adrian accepted both changes without argument. When at last they rose from the chairs, the house was silent around them. The lamps in the hall had been dimmed. The staircase waited in shadow and gold. At the first step Elena stopped. Adrian halted too. This threshold again. Always this place, she thought. Where days ended and truths gathered courage. If tomorrow gets ugly, she said softly, don't forget tonight. His face changed. I won't. No matter what he says. I won't. She looked at him a moment longer. Then, because words had reached their limit and feeling had not, she stepped closer and kissed him first. The shock of joy that crossed his face before he kissed her back was almost too much to bear. This kiss was gentler than the night before, though no less real. Less astonishment in it now. More knowing. More mutual surrender to the fact that love had arrived anyway and would have to survive in the open or not at all. When they parted, Adrian rested his forehead lightly against hers. Go sleep, he murmured. You too. A faint shadow of humor touched his voice. That may be ambitious. She smiled. Then she went upstairs. In her room, the night felt fuller than before. Not easier. Fuller. She undressed slowly, moved through the simple rituals of sleep, and paused one last time at the window. The garden lamps glowed below like quiet witnesses. Beyond them, the city lay scattered in lights and secrets. Tomorrow the truth might break wider. Tomorrow the papers might call. Tomorrow her father might begin tearing at whatever parts of their lives he could still reach. But tonight, at least, the choice had become clear. Not between feeling and reason. Not between love and justice. Between love and revenge. And somewhere downstairs, in the study where papers still waited and battle lines were already being drawn, Adrian had finally stepped away from the man revenge once required him to be. That would not save them from consequence. It might, however, save them from becoming the worst parts of what had already been done to them. Elena turned from the window and switched off the lamp. In the darkness, with only the pale city light slipping through the curtains, she lay down and closed her eyes. For the first time since this began, fear and peace existed together inside her. Not comfortably. Not permanently. But truly. And downstairs, Adrian remained awake a while longer, seated at the desk with Mara's draft before him and Elena's voice still moving through him like something sacred and unbearable. I love you enough already for this to be terrifying. He leaned back slowly, closed his eyes, and understood with a clarity so complete it felt almost like grief that the old plan was gone now. Not wounded. Gone. He could still pursue the complaint. He could still force truth into rooms that had hidden from it. He could still stand against the man who had helped destroy Luca. But he could no longer do any of it from the center of revenge. Love had taken that place. And because it had, every next decision would ask something more difficult of him than hatred ever had. Care. Patience. The refusal to win by methods that would cost Elena herself. He opened his eyes and looked at the dark window. Somewhere above him, asleep or trying to be, was the woman he had once chosen as a weapon and now loved enough to rebuild his morality around. The truth of that was almost unbearable. It was also the only thing that made the future worth entering at all. Chapter 10, The Choice He Never Planned to Make. Morning arrived with rain. Not violent rain, not the kind that strikes windows sharply and asks to be noticed. This was softer, steadier, a silver curtain drawn over the city as though the world had chosen gentleness for a day that would require more strength than noise. Elena woke to its hush before dawn, lying still in the dim blue quiet of her room, listening as the drops gathered and slipped against the glass. For a few moments, she did not move. She simply listened. Rain had marked the beginning of all of it, the night beneath the bookstore awning, the stranger with the impossible proposal, the life that had opened beneath her feet before she understood its price. Now, on the morning of what felt like an ending and a beginning at once, the rain had returned. Not to repeat the past. To witness what would come after it. Elena turned slowly onto her back and looked toward the pale line of light gathering beyond the curtains. Sleep had come only in fragments, but not because of fear alone. Fear was still there, yes, woven through everything. But alongside it now lived something else. Something steadier. The kind of resolve that arrives only after the heart has already broken in one direction and chosen, impossibly, to remain open. She thought of Adrian in the study below, or perhaps in his own room, awake or not awake, carrying the same knowledge she carried now. The complaint would move today. The truth would not remain hidden. And whatever happened next would reveal, finally and publicly, whether he was still a man following revenge, or a man who had chosen something harder. Love or revenge. The choice was no longer theoretical. It had become the shape of the day. Elena sat up slowly and let her feet touch the floor. The room was cool. Her reflection in the window was faint and colorless, a ghosted version of herself superimposed over the blurred garden below. She crossed to the glass and drew the curtain aside. The estate had softened under rain. The stone paths gleamed darkly. Bare branches shone wet and black against the pale morning. The lamps along the garden walk had only just gone dim, their warm circles of light fading into the wet gray of dawn. Somewhere beyond the walls, the city was waking into rumors it did not yet fully know it would soon carry. She pressed her palm to the glass. This is real, she thought. Not just the danger. Not just the coming storm of public consequence. The love too. And because it was real, she would have to be real inside it. There was a knock at the door. Yes? Good morning, ma'am, came the quiet voice from the hall. Breakfast is ready whenever you are. Thank you. When the footsteps moved away, Elena remained at the window a moment longer. Then she dressed. Not in anything fragile or ceremonial. Not in anything that tried too hard to look unshaken. She chose dark trousers, a soft ivory blouse, and a charcoal sweater that made her feel more like herself than any elegance could have. She braided her hair simply and wore no jewelry except the small silver studs she kept in a dish beside the mirror. Her face, when she looked at it, seemed calm enough. But her eyes knew. By the time she reached the dining room, Adrian was already there. He stood by the table rather than sitting, a cup of coffee near one hand, his phone face down beside it, rain-muted light at his back. He turned at the sound of her steps. And there it was, that look. Not surprise. Not relief alone. Something deeper, quieter, more devastating for its restraint. As if every morning he saw her now carried with it the knowledge that she could still be here, still choose to come into the room, still choose him after knowing everything. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning." His voice was low, roughened slightly by lack of sleep. Or perhaps by thought. Elena crossed to the table. He pulled out her chair before she sat. A small gesture. Still, this morning it felt less like courtesy than devotion disguised as habit. When the staff entered and withdrew again, leaving tea and breakfast and silence behind them, neither reached at once for anything. The rain moved at the windows with patient softness. Finally Adrian said, "Mara sent the final draft at 6. Elena looked up. "And?" He held her gaze. "And I haven't sent it." The room went very still. Not because she did not understand what he meant. Because she understood it too well. He had been waiting. For her. The realization moved through her slowly and all at once. "You were waiting for me," she said. "Yes." She looked down at the white linen tablecloth, at the untouched fruit, at the steam rising from her tea. "Why?" Adrian did not answer immediately. Then, quietly, "Because the version of me who would have done this without you is the version I no longer trust." The words entered her like warmth and ache at once. There it was. The choice. Not fully made yet, but already visible in the shape of his restraint. Love had not erased the need for truth. It had changed the way truth would have to be carried. Elena lifted her eyes to his again. "What are the options now?" He sat at last, but not with ease. With intention. "We file today, and the statement goes out before noon. That means speed, clarity, and very little room for your father to preempt the narrative." He paused. "Or we delay 24 hours. Which gives us more time to prepare but also gives him more time to influence people, bury details, or make private contact." "He'll make contact anyway." "Yes." Another silence. The rain softened further, barely audible now. "Is there a third option?" Elena asked. A faint change touched his face. Something like old weariness. "Yes." "What is it?" "I withdraw entirely." The sentence landed like a quiet shock. Elena stared at him. He continued before she could speak. "I end the complaint. Keep the documents secured. Let your father believe pressure worked. Let the public story die before it fully forms." The room seemed to grow colder. She knew at once what he was doing. Not testing her. Not manipulating. Offering the worst honesty available because he had promised not to hide truth from her again. "And what happens to Luca then?" she asked softly. Adrian's gaze did not waver. "He remains what men like your father turned him into. A private tragedy. A rumor. A weakness." Elena looked away. There it was, the unbearable center of everything. No clean option. Truth would hurt. Silence would also hurt. Love did not remove consequence. It only stripped away excuses. She reached for her teacup but did not drink. "What do you want?" she asked. His answer came more slowly this time. "I want," he said, "for your father to answer for what he did." A pause. "And I want to do it now without sacrificing you to accomplish it." The honesty of that left her no room for easy comfort. Maybe there isn't a version where neither gets sacrificed. "I know. You can't control all the damage." "No. Then what can you control?" He looked at her for a long moment. "My reasons." The words settled into her with quiet force. Because that was it, wasn't it? The same action, driven by different motives, becomes a different life. If he filed now from vengeance, then she remained in the architecture of revenge no matter what love had later entered. If he filed from truth, from justice, from refusal to let Luca disappear into procedural language and expensive silence, then something in the moral shape of the story changed. Not the facts. The soul of it. Elena set down her cup. "Then decide from that." Something in his face altered. Not relief exactly. Something more fragile. "You're sure?" "No," she said. "But I'm clear." The faintest shadow of warmth touched his eyes. That seemed, somehow, even more intimate than if he had smiled. Breakfast passed in little fragments after that. Neither ate much. The practical work of the day hovered too close. Phones waited. Statements waited. The world beyond the house was already gathering itself to receive whatever they sent out next. At one point Adrian's phone buzzed. He checked it, then turned the screen toward her. A single message from Mara. "Need final answer in 20 minutes. Press already circling." Elena exhaled slowly. Adrian set the phone back down. "This is the point where I would once have made the decision alone," he said. "And now?" "Now I ask you one last time whether you want to walk away from it." She studied him carefully. There was no performance in the question. He meant it. If she said leave, he would clear a path for her. Not happily. Not easily. But fully. That mattered more than any apology he had ever given her. She rose from the table and crossed to the window. The rain had thinned to mist. The city beyond was beginning to show more clearly between the strands of gray. Rooftops. Cars. The distant line of the river. Truth, once surfaced, does not politely return underground. She had thought that days ago in her room, and it remained true now. She turned back to him. "No," she said. "I'm not walking away." He stood too then. For a second they simply looked at one another across the soft light and untouched breakfast. Then Adrian picked up the phone and dialed Mara. When she answered, his voice was calm, measured, unmistakably certain. "We proceed," he said. That was all. No further dramatics. No announcement. Just the choice he never planned to make, made in the plainest words possible. We proceed. Not because revenge had finally won. Because revenge no longer held the pen. The rest of the morning moved quickly after that. The house, which had felt almost held in suspension at breakfast, seemed to awaken fully into purpose. Adrian disappeared into the study for back-to-back calls. Mara phoned twice more. One of the legal team arrived in person just after 10, was shown in through a side entrance, and remained behind closed doors with Adrian for almost an hour. Elena spent part of that time in the library, then gave up pretending to read and sat at the writing desk in the morning room, hands folded over blank stationery, listening to rain taper away completely. At 11:12, Mara's statement was released. At 11:23, the first financial site published a short piece. At 11:31, Elena's phone began ringing. Not because many people had her number. Because the ones who did had begun sharing it. The first call was from an unknown journalist. She let it ring out. The second was from her father's assistant. She rejected it. The third was from a number she recognized only after it stopped ringing, an old family acquaintance, the type who attended funerals in impeccable black and asked after your well-being only when your name had become socially relevant. She silenced the phone entirely after that. Then she sat very still and let the shape of the day change around her. By noon, larger outlets had picked up the story. Not all the details. Not yet. But enough. Former executive faces renewed scrutiny over historic internal collapse. New complaint raises questions about corporate handling of Luka Petrovich case. Sources suggest family connection complicates emerging legal challenge. There it was. Family connection. The marriage was not yet named directly in the articles Adrian showed her later, but it was already circling close enough to feel. At 12:15, the first direct message from her father arrived. Not a call. A message. Of course. Written language offered more control. We need to speak privately before this goes further. Elena stared at the screen. No greeting. No concern. No acknowledgement of what had happened. Only the instinct to reclaim the narrative before it widened beyond his grip. She showed it to Adrian without a word. He read it, jaw tightening slightly, then handed the phone back. You don't owe him a response. I know. Will you answer? She looked at the message a moment longer, then typed only 3 words. Not privately. Ever. She sent it before she could overthink the relief of doing so. Adrian said nothing. But when she looked up, something in his eyes held such quiet respect that it steadied her more than anything else had all day. By early afternoon, Mara arrived at the house. She came in a dark coat, still carrying the damp chill of the outside air, a folder under one arm, and the expression of a woman who had already handled 6 crises before lunch and considered this merely the 7th. She was shown into the study. Elena and Adrian joined her there minutes later. Mara placed the folder on the desk and sat without invitation. Good news first, she said. The complaint is being taken seriously enough that no one can bury it by pretending it's only gossip. She looked at Adrian. Bad news is your father moved faster than expected. Elena sat beside Adrian, not touching him, though his presence beside her felt more anchoring than the chair beneath her. What did he do? Adrian asked. Mara opened the folder. He's begun briefing selected outlets off-record. The line is predictable: unresolved grief, old grievances, opportunism, complex institutional history being simplified by personal vendetta. Her eyes shifted to Elena. And now the marriage is in play. Elena's stomach tightened. How? Not fully public yet. But 2 journalists have asked directly whether you married before or after being shown any of the internal documents. Mara leaned back. Meaning someone told them enough to know the marriage matters. The room fell still. Adrian spoke first. He's trying to frame her as manipulated. Yes, Mara said. Or complicit. Depends which version serves him best in which room. The old anger moved through Elena, but it was colder now. Less explosive. More clear. Can he force this into the open today? Yes, Mara said. If he decides speed helps him. And if he does? Mara looked between them. Then you choose whether to answer with partial truth or full truth. No one spoke. Mara let the silence sit a moment, then added, I'll be blunt. Partial truth buys time. Full truth costs more but leaves less room for him to define you. Love or revenge? Truth or concealment? Even now, the same moral architecture repeated in different rooms. Adrian said quietly, What do you recommend? Mara's expression did not change. Legally? Partial? Humanly? She looked at Elena. I prefer women not be forced to defend half-truths men created around them. Something in Elena's chest steadied. Because that was it, wasn't it? She was tired. Not only of her father's lies. Of Adrian's old lie too, even if he had long since stopped protecting it. If the story was going to break, let it break in truth. Let the ugliness of the beginning be named by the people who had lived through it, not by men who would twist it into spectacle. She looked at Adrian. He was already looking at her. The room around them receded. We tell it ourselves, Elena said. A beat of silence. Adrian's eyes darkened with something almost like pain. Elena. No, her voice was calmer than she felt. No more letting them define it for us. No more partial versions that make it easier for him. If it comes out honestly. Mara watched them both closely. Adrian did not answer at once. When he did, his voice was very quiet. That will hurt you. Yes. It will follow you for years. Probably. He looked down briefly, then back at her. I'm asking once more because after this there's no repair to privacy. She held his gaze. You asked me not to decide from fear, she said. Don't ask it of yourself now. Something in his face changed. A slow, visible giving way. Not defeat. Acceptance. All right, he said. Mara closed the folder. Then we prepare a full statement and one controlled interview. Today if possible, before rumors harden into structure. The afternoon became a blur of language. Sentences drafted, stripped, rebuilt. Dates checked. Phrases argued over. Elena insisted Luca's name appear without abstraction. Adrian insisted the marriage not be described as an ill-considered personal arrangement, as one early draft suggested, because the phrase was both bloodless and cowardly. Mara cut through emotion whenever it threatened to cloud precision, then quietly reintroduced humanity whenever legal caution made the story inhuman. At one point Elena stood by the window of the study while Mara and Adrian debated wording behind her. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely. Wet light gleamed over the garden. The city beyond looked sharpened now, as if it too had been washed clear. Her reflection hovered faintly in the glass. A woman at the center of a story she never asked to enter. A woman who had nevertheless chosen not to flee its ending. When she turned back, Adrian was looking at her. Not because he needed an answer. Because, even in the middle of crisis, he kept looking for her. That was love, she thought suddenly. Not the grand declaration in the library, not the kiss in the drawing room, not even the terrible beauty of hearing I became unable to imagine mine without it. This. The continued orientation of one life toward another, even under pressure. By 4, the statement was done. By 5, Mara had secured a single recorded interview with a respected national journalist known for taking complexity seriously when possible. The interview would happen in the house at 7. 2 hours. 2 hours in which the private origin of their marriage would become part of the public record. Elena stood in her room afterward, changing into a deep blue dress and a lighter sweater, brushing out her hair with hands that shook only slightly. She did not dress for spectacle. She dressed for truth. That, somehow, mattered to her more than anything else. When she came downstairs, Adrian was waiting in the hall. He had changed too. Dark suit. No tie. White shirt open at the throat. He looked composed enough for the interview and tired enough to reveal that composure cost him something. For a moment neither spoke. Then he said, "You're pale." "So are you." A faint shadow of warmth moved through his face and disappeared. They went together into the small drawing room where the interview would take place. The journalist's team arrived with minimal equipment and more discretion than Elena had expected. The interviewer herself, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes sharpened by long professional discipline, introduced herself simply, shook their hands, and said, "I'm not here to flatten anything if I can help it. I can't promise the world won't. Only that I won't start there." Elena liked her instantly for not pretending that fairness was limitless. They sat side by side on the sofa. Not touching. Close enough that Elena could feel the heat of Adrian's arm near hers. The interview began with facts. The historic complaint. Luca's role. The documented failures. The reasons for bringing the complaint now. Mara sat off to one side, silent and less needed. The interviewer asked careful questions. Adrian answered precisely. Elena spoke when her perspective mattered, not as ornament, not as afterthought, but as a witness to what legacy does inside families when power has gone too long unanswered. Then the interviewer set down one sheet of notes and looked at them both. "There is one issue," she said, "that other outlets are already preparing to use without your cooperation if they can." The room held still. The marriage. Elena felt the quiet in Adrian before she saw it. "Yes," he said. The interviewer's gaze was direct, but not cruel. "Is it true that the marriage began as an act connected to your grievance against her father?" There it was. The question no one could soften. For one suspended second Elena thought Adrian might answer first. Instead he turned to her. Not because he needed permission. Because this was hers too. So Elena spoke. Yes, she said. The word entered the room and settled there with impossible weight. The interviewer did not move. Elena kept going. It is also true, she said, that by the time I learned the full truth, the marriage had already become more complicated than the reason it began. That does not excuse how it started. But neither would it be honest to pretend nothing changed after. Out of the corner of her eye she saw the interviewer's expression alter, respect, perhaps, or only closer attention. She turned her head slightly toward Adrian. He took the rest. I married her for the wrong reason, he said, calm and terrible in his honesty. That is true. I believed revenge and justice were the same thing because grief made that convenient for me. That is no longer true. A pause. The complaint remains because truth should not depend on whether the man seeking it behaved perfectly while trying to survive what happened. My feelings for Elena do not erase the wrong beginning. But they do change what I am willing to become in pursuing the truth now. The room fell silent. Not empty. Charged. The interviewer sat back slightly, absorbing not only the facts but the risk of that answer. The utter refusal to hide behind softer phrasing. And your feelings are? She asked. A lesser person might have dodged. Adrian did not. I love her, he said. No elaboration. No flourish. No apology. Just truth. The words went through Elena with the same force they had in the library, only now the world existed around them to hear. The interviewer turned to Elena. And you? 1,000 answers rose and vanished. At last she said, enough that I'd rather tell the truth than let other people write a more convenient lie about us. The interviewer nodded slowly. Nothing in the room felt the same after that. The rest of the questions mattered: timelines, accountability, whether settlement offers had been made, what outcomes they sought. But the center had already been reached. By the time the interview ended, night had fully fallen. The journalists left with their equipment and their careful silence. Mara remained long enough to review final release language, take one more call, and promised to monitor the story overnight from her office rather than trusting sleep. Then she too departed. And suddenly the house was quiet again. Elena stood in the empty drawing room where the interview lights had only just been removed, the furniture returned almost to its original positions, the air still faintly carrying the heat of many people and many truths. Adrian came back in after seeing Mara to the door. For a while neither spoke. Then Elena laughed softly, almost in disbelief. What? She looked at him. I can't decide whether we were brave or reckless. A small, tired smile touched his mouth. Perhaps both. She crossed to the window and looked out into the dark garden. Somewhere beyond the walls, editors were writing headlines. Her father was reading statements with tightening jaw and controlled fury. Strangers were preparing to discuss, dissect, and simplify lives they had not lived. Yet inside the house, a strange peace had begun to settle. Not because the danger was over. Because concealment was. Adrian came to stand beside her. Not close enough to touch. Close enough to matter. You can still leave, he said quietly. She turned to him in disbelief. Now? Yes. The absurdity of the timing struck her so sharply she almost laughed again. Why do you keep offering that? His gaze held hers steadily. Because I need you to know that if you stay after tonight, it isn't because the story trapped you here. The tenderness of that nearly hurt. She shook her head once. I'm beginning to think you don't understand something. And what is that? She drew a slow breath. That every time you give me the freedom to walk away, you make it harder to want to. Something in him seemed to still all the way through. Elena. No, she said softly. You chose wrong once. I know that. You hurt me before I even knew what shape the hurt had taken. I know that too. Her throat tightened, but she kept going. But if you think the answer now is to keep offering distance as proof of love, then you still don't understand what I'm choosing. The room was very quiet. Rain had begun again sometime during the interview, so soft it sounded almost like memory. Adrian's voice, when it came, was low. Then tell me. She looked at him. At the man who had finally chosen truth over strategy, love over revenge, and still could not quite believe he was allowed to be wanted in return. I'm choosing you, she said. No elaborate speech. No poetry. Just the thing itself. His breath seemed to catch. For a second she thought he might say nothing at all. Then he crossed the small distance between them and touched her face with both hands, as if even now he needed to confirm she was real and saying this willingly and in full knowledge of what it meant. Elena, he said, and her name sounded like gratitude and grief and astonishment all at once. I don't know how to deserve that. She smiled through the sting at the back of her eyes. Then stop trying to deserve it first and just don't betray it. A quiet, broken laugh escaped him. Then he kissed her. Not like the first time. Not tentative. Still careful, always careful, but freer now, shaped by the fact that the world had heard enough truth to make private tenderness feel less like trespass and more like a vow. Elena lifted her hands to his shoulders. He drew her nearer, one hand at the back of her neck, the other at her waist, as if holding something both precious and breakable and no longer willing to stand too far from it. When they drew apart, the house remained silent around them. Only the rain spoke at the windows. For a while they stayed in each other's arms, not because drama required it, but because peace sometimes arrives most honestly after battle lines have finally been drawn in daylight. Later that night, after messages from Mara confirmed the interview had gone live and the first responses were spreading exactly as expected, some sympathetic, some vicious, many shallow. They went together into the library. No more calls. No more drafting. No more preparing. The fire had been lit. The room glowed softly. Elena curled into the corner of the sofa with a blanket over her knees. Adrian sat beside her, one arm along the back of the sofa, not quite around her until she leaned lightly against him and made the gesture unnecessary to ask for. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The kind of silence that comes after a life changes publicly is different from other silences. It is not empty. It is the body's way of catching up to what the soul has already done. At last Elena said, "Do you think Luca would hate how complicated this became?" Adrian looked into the fire. A faint sadness touched his face. "I think," he said slowly, "that he would hate the way it began. And then he would probably tell me that life did what it always does and refused to stay morally symmetrical. She smiled faintly. That sounds like him. Yes. Another pause. Then Adrian added, I also think he would have liked you very much. The tenderness of that moved through her so gently she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She settled more fully against him instead. What about your father? Adrian asked quietly after a while. She considered. He'll fight. Yes. He'll try to reach me again. Yes. She watched the fire shift softly in the grate. I won't go back into silence for him. Adrian's arm tightened almost imperceptibly around her shoulders. I know. That was enough. Near midnight, her phone buzzed once on the table beside the sofa. A message. From her father. She stared at the screen without opening it. After a moment Adrian said, You don't have to read it. She looked at him, then back at the phone. No, she said. I think I do. She reached for it and opened the message. It was longer than his earlier one. Not an apology. Not truly. A statement about family, mistakes, misunderstanding, private pain being dragged into public life, and the tragedy of allowing outsiders to feed on what should have remained handled with dignity. Elena read it all. Then set the phone back down. Well? Adrian asked. She exhaled softly. It sounds exactly like him. Do you want to answer? She thought about it for a long moment. Then she picked up the phone again and typed carefully. Dignity would have been telling the truth before strangers forced it. She hesitated only a second before pressing send. Then she turned the phone face down. No drama. No shaking. No collapse. Just an ending of one kind and the beginning of another. By the time they finally went upstairs, the house had grown deeply quiet. The staircase, that old threshold between separate rooms and nearly confessions, felt changed now too. They paused there as they always had, but tonight not because uncertainty held them in place. Because history did. So many nights had ended here with distance still intact, or almost broken, or newly acknowledged. Now it stood behind them, beautiful and terrible and no longer in control. Adrian touched a hand lightly to her face. Are you all right? He asked. Elena thought about the question honestly. No, not entirely. The world had become more complicated in a single day. Her father's shadow had not vanished. The coming weeks would be difficult. Public attention would bruise places already tender. And yet. Yes, she said softly. More than I expected to be. His expression shifted, something like wonder passing through it. Good night, he murmured. Good night. She should have gone to her room. Instead she stayed where she was for one more second and said, You know this still won't be easy. Yes. You'll still have to prove, every day, that choosing love wasn't only a better sounding form of selfishness. He absorbed that without flinching. Yes. She studied him. Then nodded once. All right. There was, in that small exchange, more promise than grand vows could have carried. Not forever spoken too soon. Not absolution. Work. Choice. Continuance. She went to her room after that. But before sleeping, she stood once more at the window and looked out at the rain-soft garden, the same way she had on the first morning in the house, the morning after she had first realized she was living inside someone else's plan. How different it was now. The house was still large. The world still uncertain. Pain still alive. But it was no longer someone else's plan. It was a life being chosen in truth. And downstairs, in his study, Adrian stood alone for a while after she left and let himself understand the full shape of what had happened. The complaint was public. The marriage was no longer hidden behind convenient ambiguity. Her father was no longer merely a private enemy, but a man being called to answer in rooms he had spent years controlling. And Elena had chosen him knowing all of it. Not because he deserved easy redemption. Not because love erased damage. Because love, in the end, had demanded the harder thing, that he stop becoming what pain had first made easy. The choice he never planned to make. He had imagined many endings when this began. Satisfaction. Exposure. Punishment. Silence after justice, perhaps, if such a thing existed. He had never imagined this. Not choosing between success and failure. Choosing between the version of himself that could win by ruining everything, and the version that could love enough to refuse that victory. Tonight, at last, he understood that revenge had always promised certainty because it asked so little of the soul. It required only injury remembered and pain redirected. Love asked everything more difficult. Truth without possession. Protection without control. Justice without cruelty. Presence without guarantee. He looked out into the dark garden and felt, for the first time since Luca died, not peace exactly, but the possibility of a life that was not organized entirely around loss. It was a fragile possibility. That made it all the more sacred. The rain continued softly beyond the glass. Upstairs, Elena slept at last. Tomorrow the world would begin again. Calls, responses, strategy, resistance, the long work of living after truth. But tonight the house held something steady enough to rest in. Not perfection. Not the end of pain. A choice made honestly. And sometimes, Adrian thought, that is how redemption begins. Not in grand gestures, not in clean endings, but in the quiet decision to stop letting your worst reason be the one that writes the rest of your life.